Chapter 477. Cut. Mou shouted. Boss Su, can you restrain yourself a little more? Mou suppressed the anger in his heart very well. After Suyu performed the soul transfer technique, according to the script, after the actor who had become her posed as a lady, she couldn't help but laugh. This part could only be redone. It has been nearly 10 days since they came to the film and television city, and the shooting task went smoothly until Suyu's role appeared. She really can't act at all. At first, when she was being watched by people and cameras around her, she would be nervous and read the lines stiffly. She worked hard and often asked Boss Chin for advice on acting. Slowly, after a few days, she adapted to the atmosphere of being watched and watched by the camera, but her acting still didn't improve, and her expression was still not in place. It was either a zombie face or too exaggerated. After Suyu appeared, she stumbled for so many days, which seriously affected the shooting progress. If she was an actor or an employee, Mou guaranteed that he would scold her until she couldn't take care of herself. Qin Zhe said, "Well, take a break for a few minutes and I'll talk to her." Qin Zhe and Suyu sat in a row and handed over a bottle of water. "Now you know how difficult acting is." Suyu pecked her head and pouted, "Why is Qin Baobao so successful in her first acting but I can't? My IQ is very high." Qin Zhe, "You have no talent and it has nothing to do with IQ. Besides, my sister's IQ is not necessarily worse than yours. She just doesn't have a strong desire for improvement and career. Most things are easy to satisfy. At the beginning, my father wanted her to go to graduate school or even a PhD. She couldn't stand the hardship and refused, which made my father angry. She wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but she just wanted to be a star. She didn't expect to come to this point today. Every day she talks to me about the hardships and tiredness and doesn't want to do it anymore." Suyu took the opportunity to ridicule, "Your sister is a salted fish." Qin Zhe thought about it and it was true. He didn't notice this before because his sister was too good, and he subconsciously ignored her nature. So that's it. Qin Zhe wanted to understand one thing. Why was I a salted fish since I was a child? Because of my elder sister's role model, and because of her influence, I gradually became a salted fish. Those who are close to ink will be stained black. This is not something that Qin Zhe said. This is what the ancients said, so it is the truth. I wasn't a salted fish, but I was forcefully turned into a salted fish by my sister. With this thought in mind, Qin Zhe's entire body felt refreshed and his thoughts became clear. It's okay. If your talent is not good, you can practice. You have made a lot of progress. Next, relax yourself. When you are free, watch how others act. Soon you can also act in life and perform well. Qin Zhe was in a good mood and gave Suyu a bowl of chicken soup. And? Suyu nodded happily and smiled. She passed the bottle of mineral water to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe took it. His throat was dry. He raised his head and took a sip. Suddenly he felt a murderous aura behind him. He turned around and saw his sister and Wang Zijing glaring at him. Qin Zhe shuddered and hurriedly spat out the water. He said in disgust, "Aya, it's so dirty. Give me a new one." The sisters immediately restrained their killing intent. "Suyu, why don't you think it's dirty when you eat my saliva? Bastard." Qin Zhe winked at Suyu regardless of whether she understood it or not. "Don't waste your time." In Suyu's eyes, that look was simply a coward. The shooting continued. After several retakes, Suyu gradually found the feeling. Her performance was not amazing, but at least it was barely passable. Qin Zhe and Mou discussed for a while and decided to give it to a supporting character who had a lot of screen time. However, the supporting character did not have an outstanding story or a distinct personality, so even if there were some flaws in the performance, it was still acceptable. Perhaps after the movie was released, the audience's impression of Suyu herself would be more profound than the role of Xiang Xiang. Late at night, in an antique house, Bull Demon King sat at the round table and said angrily, "Hey, you have been back for so long, and you want the moonlight cash all day long. What do you mean? When will you marry me? Will you marry me or not?" Xia, in a white fluttering dress, looked at the moonlight outside the window with an intoxicating smile. Bull Demon King's anger did not get a response, so he asked Zhu Beiji at the bedside, "Your sister talks nonsense all day long, is she crazy?" Xia sneered, "She is not crazy, she is crazy." Bull Demon King got up, "Crazy is okay, as long as you are willing to marry me, we will get married in 7 days. After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. The two sisters were left in the room. Xia was lying on the bed and asked, "Are you really willing to marry him?" Xia said slyly, "I lied to him, I am waiting for my man to come back and pick me up." Xia laughed, Do you really believe that little slippery guy will come to you? Even if he comes back, how can he take you back from Bull Demon King? Wuxia laughed foolishly, more like a little girl. Since God arranged for him to pull out my purple sword, he must not be an ordinary person. One day he will wear a golden armor and step on a 7-colored cloud to pick me up. Wuxia or Qin Bao Bao said this sentence in a firm tone, the light reflected in her limpid eyes, flashing with longing and hope. Qin Zhe, who was standing not far away, saw this scene and was suddenly in a trance. Wuxia in his heart was not like this, but now it perfectly overlapped with his sister. Mou stopped. Take a 5-minute break and prepare for the next scene. Mou's face was ruddy. He summed up a rule: as long as Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe acted in the scene, they could always pass it in one take, at most twice. As long as Suyu acted in the scene at least 3 times at most, he could not remember clearly countless times. Boss Qin, was the line a bit exaggerated? Mou said. When Qin Zhe frowned and looked at him, he said carefully, Fairy Wuxia is a fairy. She is too infatuated. Qin Zhe said, this is not a serious mythological drama. This is not serious, a romance movie with a mythological theme. Mou wanted to explain, but Qin Zhe patted him on the shoulder. Remember this line, it should be popular. Mou was stunned. He had asked the same question before when Jizun Bao was fooling Fairy Wuxia. There was once a beautiful love in front of me. Boss Qin gave him the same answer as before. Mou scratched his head and thought, where does this confidence come from? Suyu said, Qin Bao Bao, you are not playing the female lead, you are playing the infatuated role. Wang Zijin nodded vigorously. Playing the infatuated role is not better than playing the supporting role. Qin Bao Bao fiercely spat at them. Not all artists had read the complete script. Everyone was busy trying to figure out their own roles and did not have time to ask the director for the scripts for other roles. Qin Bao Bao roughly skimmed through the entire script, then focused on reading the script for her role. In the eyes of the stars, the script lacked coherence. Filming was like this. Not every star had to read the entire script. As long as the director had the big picture, it was enough. What the stars had to do was to play their parts well. At most, they would have a general understanding of the whole movie. They would not delve into it, figure it out, or experience it. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, the love between Jizun Bao and Fairy Wuxia could not even be called love. Because until the day of Fairy Wuxia's marriage to the Bull Demon King, Jizun Bao did not think that he had fallen in love with Fairy Wuxia. He thought that the person he loved deeply should be Bai Jingjing. A love that could not even be called love, how could it be moved? As Qing Xia said, Fairy Wuxia was just infatuated. As a person who had watched 2 movies, Qin Zhe knew where the tears were. He did not explain to others because there was no need to explain. It was enough for the actors to play their own part. It was not necessary to move the actors, but it was enough to move the audience. They shot from day to night. On the way they divided into 2 teams. One team stayed in the original place to continue shooting, and the other team went to the neighboring city of Hengdian to shoot. This was an additional scene added by Qin Zhe. He added the scene of Jizun Bao capturing the flood dragon. In his journey to the west, the Rui Jingu Bang was stolen by the flood dragon. Suyu followed, Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao stayed in Hengdian. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when they arrived in the neighboring city. Qin Zhe took the crew to find a hotel to check in. The shooting would be left until tomorrow. 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin Zhe took a shower and was about to go to bed when the door knocked a few times. He knew who it was without guessing. Qin Zhe went to open the door. Suyu ran into his arms, then jumped, wrapped her legs around his waist and put her hands around his neck. You little demon? Qin Zhe did not speak and his lips were covered by moist lips. Qin Zhe kicked the door, dragged Suyu's little butt and kissed her all the way to the bed. Soon they were naked. You touch me, I model you. The room was filled with a pleasant intercourse sound. Qin Zhe had not exercised with Suyu for 2 months. It was okay to not have a taste of making a baby, but after tasting it, it was hard to hold back. During this period of shooting, thinking and dealing with his sister, he had no mood to make a baby. Suyu wanted to, but there were 2 eyesores and she had been asking for it. After going in and out for half an hour, Suyu screamed and shivered. After the first round, Qin Zhe lay on the bed, looking at their reflection in the mirror on the ceiling. Suyu pillowed on his arm, panting. I'm finally full. Suyu said faintly, the more I look at you these days, the more you look like a book. The more I look at you, the more I want to sleep? Yeah. Hey Eyes King, give me a child. Suyu twisted her buttocks in the quilt. Qin Zhe, I've wanted to ask you for a long time, what's the matter with a child? I've heard you talk about it more than once. Qingzhe said. Let's not talk about this. Su Yu pouted unhappily. You haven't answered me yet. Okay. Yeah. Su Yu sat up fiercely and her upper body was exposed. She didn't care and sat on Qingzhe's waist with her hand on Qingzhe's chest. You said it, don't go back on your words. I won't go back on my words. Su Yu smiled and was about to climb down, but Qingzhe held her down. This position is just right, lie on it and you can move by yourself. Su Yu, again? It's getting worse day by day. Chapter 478. At the end of the second round, Su Yu was still defeated. Well, the system's so-called teddy kidney finally showed its real ability. Happy. Su Yu was lying softly on his body, her hair was disheveled, and she didn't even have the strength to speak. Qingzhe held Su Yu's slender waist with one hand, and the other hand was chatting with his sister. Are you asleep? His sister sent her concern. I'm going to sleep soon. Qingzhe replied. Beep beep beep. His sister sent a video request. Fuck, my sister wants to start a video call. Qingzhe's little brother trembled with fear. Su Yu rolled her charming eyes. I don't care, I don't want to move. The system prompted. The other party cancelled the video request. Qingzhe, why did you cancel it again? I was just about to answer it. Qin Bao Bao, little brat, I'm just scaring you. Qingzhe, scaring me? If I'm scared by such a little thing, I'll call you mom. Qin Bao Bao, you're open and above board, okay? Qingzhe, no, start a video call, it's like I'm doing something shameful. A few seconds later, the system prompted. The other party requested a video call. Fuck, my sister really sent a video call request. Qingzhe's little brother trembled with fear again. Cheap mouth. He cleverly turned off the hotel's Wi-Fi and used 4G. The signal in this hotel was very poor, and 4G would become 3G, which was very laggy. After the two sides made a video call, his sister's face appeared, but it was stuck and didn't move. The sound over there was quite chaotic and Qin Bao Bao kept calling little brat, saying why the picture didn't move? Qingzhe silently cancelled the video call and sent a message bitterly. This broken place, the Wi-Fi is very poor. Qin Bao Bao, so it is. Qingzhe, well anyway I'll be back tomorrow so forget about the video call. By the way where you, why does the sound so chaotic? Qin Bao Bao, sis is doing her hair so is Zijin. Qingzhe was angry and immediately sat up, and Su Yu immediately slid down from him. Turn on the video, turn on the video. Qingzhe crazily sent out video call requests. Qin Bao Bao. The two of them restarted the video call, but the image was still choppy and couldn't be seen clearly. So, Qin Bao Bao turned off the video. Turn on the video, turn on the video. Qingzhe crazily sent out video call requests. Qin Bao Bao. Your side is too laggy. I'll take a photo for you. His sister said. Qingzhe was so shocked that he forgot to turn on the Wi-Fi. A moment later, his sister sent a picture. She was sitting on a chair, facing a mirror. The picture was taken facing the mirror, and the hairdresser could be seen standing behind her. Opposite her sister was Wang Zijin. Qingzhe breathed a sigh of relief. Sister was indeed sister. If she said she would do her hair, she would do it. She wouldn't lie. He didn't need to pretend that nothing was wrong. What are you doing? Sister asked. Nothing. I'm sensitive to doing my hair recently. Promise me that you won't do hair with Sister Ziwei for the time being. Qingzhe replied. Okay. 7 days passed quickly. In order to save her sister and her sweetheart's little friend, Zixia Fairy married the Bull Demon King as promised. In the square in front of the Bull Demon Palace, the demons held a grand wedding. The auspicious time has arrived. Let's get married. Zixia Fairy sat on the high platform, her face full of disappointment and loneliness. She didn't wait for her sweetheart to come on a colorful cloud to marry her. Tonight she was going to marry the ugly Bull Demon King. Let go of my sister first or I won't marry you. Bull Demon King, I won't let my sister marry you. Qingxia knew that the Bull Demon King liked Zixia because of her beautiful appearance, not because she was Zixia. If the soul transfer technique swapped her with Zixia, then the Bull Demon King would be marrying Qingxia instead of Zixia. Mou said, next let's shoot the martial arts scene. Stand-ins will come on stage. Qin Bao Bao came off the stage and sat next to her brother. She watched the stand-ins fly around in the sky with all kinds of hand gestures. Feels funny, huh? Qin Bao Bao laughed so hard that her weapon shook. She was tall and gorgeous, with snow-white skin and watery eyes. At this time, no matter where she stood, her sister was a beautiful scenery. The staff of the production team basically had the same thought. The quality of this film was not as good as If I Become Memories. Indeed, If I Become Memories didn't have stand-ins or special effects. The content filmed on the set was not much different from the content shown on screen. Everyone was silent because Qin Bao Bao was crying her heart out in the room. They were sad when they saw Qin Zhe playing a solo in the piano room. They were moved to tears when they saw Qin Bao Bao say, "I do" in tears. But what about A Journey to the West? The scenes were shot sporadically. Some scenes that required special effects were even more awkward. The actors were gesturing with their hands. Take the current scene for example. Everyone was hanging on wires in the sky and making hand gestures. Moreover, Qin Zhe had already finished filming the scene where Joker saw through the world of mortals in the Water Curtain Cave last month. How could they be moved if the scenes were not connected? Cut. Mou said, "Okay boss Qin. Do your makeup now. Let's go in for a while." Qin Zhe followed two makeup artists into the dressing room. When he came out, he was wearing a golden armor, a tight headband and an iron rod in his hand. Qin Zhe was tall and handsome to begin with. Even if he had a head full of golden hair, he still had an awe-inspiring and heroic aura. Not to mention the other female colleagues and actresses on the set, even Qin Bao Bao and the other two people who were used to his appearance couldn't help but look at him with shining eyes. From the first to the second, it took a full 2 months. The film spanned 500 years, and Sun Wukong's image finally appeared in front of everyone again. Get ready, Mou said loudly. It's the climax, the last climax. The great sage equaling heaven arrived on a 7-colored cloud. He descended in front of everyone looking majestic. Joker. Zixia smiled for the first time that night. Everything was as she said. Her sweetheart had arrived on a 7-colored cloud. Please, we're all immortals. Can you stop pestering me? You're so ugly. How can I like you? Get lost. If immortals look like you, don't be immortals. Just as she said, she guessed the beginning but not the ending. Joker, or rather Sun Wukong, the great sage heaven's equal, easily wiped out the group of demons and beat the Bull Demon King until he could not fight back. But he was no longer Joker. The moment he put on the cuff, Joker had become a thing of the past and no longer existed. The Bull Demon King was at his wit's end. He took out his plantain fan and wanted to fan the entire city to the sun. The great sage equaling heaven wanted to turn the tide and save the city that was about to be destroyed. However, he was ambushed by the Bull Demon King. At the critical moment, Zixia Fairy blocked the fatal blow for him, but the price was her life. At this point, not only director Mou, but also the cameraman, the lighting engineer, Qin Bao, and Qin Zhe themselves couldn't help but feel nervous. As one of the biggest highlights of the script, even the slightest flaw would affect the quality of the movie. Perfection. Zixia? The man of my dreams is a peerless hero. One day he will come to marry me while riding on 7-colored clouds. I guessed the beginning correctly, but I didn't know the ending. Fairy Zixia gave a sad smile. She passed away just like a beautiful woman. Mou clenched the script in his hands. He wanted to cheer for Qin Bao. His tone was perfect and his expression was perfect. Next it was Qin Zhe's performance. Boss Qin, please start your performance. Qin Zhe's face first showed confusion, then slowly became twisted and hideous. Suddenly he had a splitting headache. He clenched his teeth and hugged Zixia Fairy's body tightly. But the band tightened tighter and tighter. In the end he let go. His sister's beautiful smile flashed across Qin Zhe's mind. For a moment he felt that he was going to lose something forever. He hugged his head. In despair, with a twisted expression, he let out a roar that sounded like a cry. The camera kept zooming in on him, capturing his subtle facial expressions. The atmosphere on the set seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. From the start of the shoot until now, everyone felt sour in their hearts for the first time. Cut. It's over. Mou sighed softly. The effect was good. It was better than expected. As expected of Boss Qin. But as a director, his heart was heavy. He was a director, and his heart should be as calm as still water. He had watched it hundreds of times and imagined it hundreds of times. Sometimes he would feel sad like he was in the movie. But the previous countless imaginations were not as impactful as seeing it with his own eyes. After the editing was completed, this would be a very touching scene. Not far away, Suyu looked at Wang Zijin and said softly, I think I should be happy because Qin Bao Bao is dead, but I just can't be happy. Wang Zijin thought for a moment. It's probably because the little red guy acted so realistically that I can't be happy. Suyu said, although I don't want to admit it, this routine is really touching. It makes people want to cry. I'll write it down in my notebook later and write this routine in my novel. Wang Zijin's forehead was full of black lines. You're the one who's persistent. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a journey to the west came to an end. The ending was left for tomorrow. Everyone left early. They didn't go out to drink and relax because the filming was almost over. Thinking back to the hard work of the past 2 months, the crew members felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. They had never filmed a movie until they wanted to vomit like this time. The main reason was that Qinzhe was too perfectionist. If there was something he was not satisfied with, he would directly delete it and start over. The details were often the most tiring. It was not over yet. There was still a long period of post-production to endure. Early the next morning, the crew began to prepare. They recruited extras, hired a venue, and matched costumes. All the preparations were completed by noon. We'll try to pass it in 2 takes. Mou shouted with a loudspeaker. It was simple, but it was also difficult. It depended on whether they could grasp the charm of the script. If it was other actors, Mou wouldn't dare to boast that it would be okay. But if it was the 2 Boschins, it would definitely be okay. The camera looked down from above. Half of the city was reflected in the camera. Then it slowly descended, showing the streets and people. The passers-by in ancient clothes were in a hurry. After the great sage jumped into the moonlight cache, he woke up and found himself in a city. He met many old friends from the past. They had their own happy endings, which comforted the great sage's empty heart. Chapter 479. The white dragon horse, with its hooves facing west, carried Tang Sanzang and his 3 disciples. They traveled tens of thousands of miles on the journey to the west. The journey to the west took more than 10 years. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, who had turned over a new leaf, escorted Tang Sanzang to the western paradise. He passed by the city and saw his old friends. His heart was as calm as water, peaceful and quiet, until he saw a man and a woman confronting each other on the city wall. With his sharp eyes, he immediately recognized that it was the reincarnation of Zixia. Things remained the same, but people had changed. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, stood under the city gate with his iron staff and looked up silently with the crowd. His empty and lonely heart finally throbbed a little. The camera turned to his face and captured these small details. Looks like I shouldn't have come. It's too late to realize it now. Can't we leave some memories? I don't want memories. If you want to leave, leave your person. I already have a wife. Can you let me go? Sure. Kiss me and I'll let you go. The onlookers below the city gate cheered. Kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss her. Cut. Mou shouted. That's enough. Very good. Next, the double will come on. Bosch Qin, prepare for the kissing scene. Qinzhe removed the great sage's disguise and changed into a Western warrior's costume. The great sage was played by the double. In fact, the Western warrior could have been played by a double. The main reason was that there was a kissing scene. Qinzhe remembered his original intention of filming, to film a kissing scene with his sister. In the end, the man who fell in love with the reincarnation of Zixia was played by Qinzhe, who was also Joker. Joker appeared at the end of the film, giving the audience the illusion that the ending was still perfect. It was a memory left for the audience. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, had cut off his past and devoted himself to Buddhism. Then the man on the city gate tower was Joker, but also not Joker. His beloved woman had found a home, and the great sage, Heaven's Equal, would walk west to seek the true scriptures and convert to Buddhism. The ending was sad and beautiful, but there was a trace of hope. Su Yu and Wang Zijin sat aside and said with jealousy, "Why didn't you let the double do the kissing scene?" Wang Zijin said faintly, "Wang Zijin. Su Yu?" The great sage, Heaven's Equal, raised his head and looked at the woman in a daze. His eyes were filled with regret. Back then, there was a woman who had said something similar, begging him for a kiss, but he had pushed her away back then. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, conjured up a gust of demonic wind as he transformed into a streak of light and landed on the man's body. Just take it as a perfect ending to the regrets of the past. I owe her a kiss. I owe her. The man on the city gate tower trembled, and the sword in his arms fell to the ground. He strode toward Zixia Ferry. The 2 of them kissed passionately on the city gate tower. I will never leave. I love you. Zixia Ferry cried tears of joy, and the onlookers downstairs also applauded and cheered. No one knew that this, "I love you," had been hidden in someone's heart for 500 years. It had been engraved in her heart for 500 years. She had always been deeply in love, but her fate was shallow. After the great sage equaling heaven left, the man regained consciousness and realized that he was hugging the woman tightly. He let go of his reservations and hugged the beauty in his arms tightly. At this moment, Zixia Fairy felt something in her heart. She turned her head and saw Sun Wukong's back as he left. He was walking further and further away, looking lonely and desolate. "That person is so strange," she said. "I saw it too." The man glanced sideways and mocked. "He looks like a dog." Ah. Under the setting sun, the four of them headed west and gradually disappeared into the horizon. The lighting engineer acted as the driver and brought back the four of them who had walked to the end of the line of sight. "Boss Chin, your lines are too heart-wrenching." The driver smiled bitterly and said, "He looks like a dog. Isn't this mocking us single dogs?" He didn't mean it, but the listener understood. Qinzhe was stunned. He hadn't thought of this. When he first watched this old film, the term single dog had already been popular on the internet, so he didn't think much of it. This film was an old film from many years ago. Looking at the era, even in the parallel world there shouldn't be such a term, right? In that world, could the term single dog have come from this film? The veteran actor who played Tang Xuanzang smiled and said, "Boss Qin, what do you think of the box office of this film?" Qinzhe smiled and said, "I don't know." Everyone was stunned. Qinzhe said, "I only know that it will be popular." The car was filled with laughter. The car drove slowly and a white horse was tied to the back of the car. The white horse trotted to keep up with the car's speed. That day the film was completed. Because he had a feeling that after the film was broadcast, not only would his personal fame rise to another level, but even Tianfang films would also become famous in the industry. This was for sure. The strength of an entertainment company was not just limited to its stars, but also its works. Qinzhe was one step closer to becoming a big shot in the entertainment industry. Therefore he completely let go of himself and downed the wine. Qinzhe drank until he was dead drunk. He couldn't remember who carried him back to his room. Someone had been taking care of him by the bed. In a daze, he pulled the person into his arms and kissed and caressed her. The other party resisted a little and let him do whatever he wanted. Qinzhe remembered that he even took off his pants. He rubbed and rubbed, but he couldn't remember how far he had gone. He was already unconscious. When he woke up the next day he had a splitting headache. He was holding a soft body in his arms. It felt good to the touch and a delicate fragrance assailed his nose. Qinzhe tried hard to open his eyes but he couldn't. After a hangover all his senses were numb. He reached out and touched the other party's chest lightly, then immediately retracted his hand. That was enough. That scale was definitely his sister. So the person sleeping next to him was young mistress. Sure enough, second young mistress and third young mistress were unreliable. It was still young mistress who doted on him the most. She knew that he was very drunk and stayed by his bed to take care of him. Sister was wearing a thin nightgown. Her grapes were plucked and she immediately groaned and woke up. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other. Sister's face was red. "Good morning, sister." Qinzhe's expression didn't change. Qin Baobao nodded. "Well, it was you last night." Qinzhe laughed dryly. Sister's face became redder. Her eyelashes trembled and she suddenly said angrily, "If it wasn't me, who else could it be? Sister didn't care about you. Even if you died drunk, no one would care about you." Yes. Sister is the best. A real sister is not as good as a real sister. If conditions allowed it, of course liking sister was better than liking sister. Take your hand away. Hand? I didn't put my hand on your chest. Didn't I just take it away? Qin Baobao pinched the hand that was pressing on his buttocks and gritted his teeth. This one. Qinzhe grimaced in pain. Then sleep a little longer? Qinzhe suggested. Qin Baobao thought for a moment and nodded, yes. I'll hug sister's waist. Approved. Just as he was about to sleep with his arms around her waist, there was a knock on the door. Are you up? Wang Zijin's voice. Sleep a little longer. I didn't get up. Qinzhe responded. Sleep your ass. Get up. Su Yu shouted. Qin Baobao stayed in there all night, didn't you? Wang Zijin also shouted. Chapter 480. Sleep for another half an hour, get out. Qin Baobao scratched her head irritably, tilted her head and shouted in the direction of the door. Don't sleep anymore, get up and eat breakfast. We're going back to Shanghai. Wang Zijin said. At the same time there was a knock on the door like a storm. Unable to sleep anymore, Qinzhe patted his sister's butt and said softly, get up. Qin Baobao pouted. She really didn't sleep well last night. She rarely had eye bags and dark circles, but she actually had obvious dark circles. What time did you sleep last night? 2 or 3 o'clock. Qin Baobao said angrily, you vomited several times. Did you help me clean up? Qin Zhe was suddenly a little touched. No, I asked the waiter to come up and clean up. So, sister, how did you take care of me? Look at my face, count my eyelashes and then fall asleep happily? I didn't do anything last night. Qin Zhe remembered that his hands and feet were not well behaved last night. What can you do? Drunk like a dead dog. His sister's eyes drifted. It didn't matter. Anyway, he was very familiar with his sister's body. There was nothing to be embarrassed about when the facial cleanser hit her butt. He even accidentally broke in when his sister was taking a bath. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and found that he was wearing pajamas. Someone helped him change last night. He remembered that the reason why he had the impulse was because of a little girl who picked mushrooms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have moved when he was drunk like a dead dog. Unfortunately, he was too drunk last night and didn't do too much. You helped me change my pajamas? Qin Zhe asked. Yes. His sister said. Oh, it's you, the maggot who picked mushrooms. Bao. Qin Zhe got out of bed and opened the door. Wang Zijin and Su Yu frowned and entered the room. They looked around and saw Qin Baobao sleeping lazily on the bed with different expressions. You two slept together last night? Su Yu was tongue-tied. Embezzlement? Wang Zijin muttered. What did you say? Su Yu glared at her. Qin Baobao got up and stretched. Under the thin pajamas, her chest was tall and straight. Wang Zijin and Su Yu turned their heads and cleverly avoided the heart-wrenching scene. Yo, you two are up so early. Qin Baobao pushed her hair back from her forehead. Both of them ignored her. What time did the crew leave? Qin Zhe's brain was still not very bright. He was very slow after the hangover. 8 o'clock, Wang Zijin said. Qin Zhe took out his phone from beside his pillow. It was 7:30 in the morning. After pondering for a moment, he said, let the production team go first. We'll leave at 10 o'clock. Sis, you can sleep for a while more. Qin Baobao nodded and said coquettishly, but I'm hungry. I'll bring some breakfast up for you. Brush your teeth first and go back to sleep after eating? Okay, Qin Baobao said, I want to eat sesame balls, fried dough sticks and crab roe soup dumplings. The hotel doesn't have crab roe soup dumplings, Su Yu said. Qin Baobao looked at him softly and said, Ace, I'll go out and look around. I should be able to buy some, Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin and Su Yu gritted their teeth in anger. After taking the nanny van to the high-speed railway station in Lin City, Qin Zhe and the others changed to the high-speed railway. Unless it was a professional paparazzi, ordinary people would rarely notice them. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao had never been able to get rid of the professional paparazzi's tracking and candid photos, but they were too lazy to care. No celebrity in the entertainment industry was clean. This was the creed of the professional paparazzi. Countless examples were there. As long as they dug up a piece of gossip and the truth, the paparazzi would be rich. In the paparazzi's line of work, they would eat for 3 years if they didn't eat for 3 years. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe. One was the queen of the internet and a popular singer. The other was a well-known figure with a net worth of tens of billions. As long as they dug up negative news about them, the hush money would be at least 8 figures. However, Qin Baobao had been in the entertainment industry for almost a year, and there was no negative news about her at all. There were also no photos of her entering or leaving a hotel with a man. Her fans also believed in her. They said that Qin Baobao was the boss of Tianfeng, and all the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry were useless to her. She would always be pure. The more this was the case, the more excited the paparazzi became. As long as they kept an eye on them, they would be able to dig up shocking news. This was the belief of the professional paparazzi. Once they dug up negative news, it would definitely be earth-shattering. There was also Qin Zhe. There was also very little negative news about Qin Zhe. In the entertainment industry, there was almost no news about him sleeping with a certain female celebrity. Instead, someone had taken photos of him and a mysterious woman strolling in the rain. However, this was at most entertainment news. It wasn't earth-shattering at all. Wasn't it normal for a single young man to have a girlfriend? He wasn't like those little fresh meats who relied on the support of their female fans, so he had to maintain his image of being single at all times. In the first-class seat, his sister leaned her head on his shoulder and slept soundly. In front of them were Su Yu and Wang Zijin. The two of them didn't drink much yesterday. They were supposed to take care of Qin Zhe, but their sister chased them out on the grounds that it would damage their reputation if a single man and woman stayed in the same room. However, they both felt guilty and couldn't refute. Since that was the case, their drunk brother would naturally be better taken care of by their sister. Hence, Qin Baobao stayed. Su Yu was still fine. At most, she was a little disgusted by Qin Baobao and her brother's overly close relationship. However, Wang Zijin kept a straight face the whole day and was very unhappy. She knew the character of this pair of siblings. Qin Zhe tilted his head slightly and looked at his sister's eyelashes that fluttered like bird wings and the outline of her handsome nose under the mask. Every time this happened, his heart would always be at ease. Years had passed, but they had never changed. On the second day after returning to Shanghai, Qin Zhe went straight to Tianfang Film and Entertainment and personally participated in the editing. The level of editing directly affected the quality of the film. For Qin Zhe, who had high hopes for this film, he wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't personally monitor it. He also did the same for the previous film, If I Become Memories. At that time he had no choice but to carry the system's task on his back. If there were any problems with the editing he would definitely fail. Qin Baobao also joined in the fun. After 3 minutes of enthusiasm, she found that editing the film was not as interesting as she thought. She turned around and ran to practice dancing and singing. Have you found a special effects company? During lunch, Qin Zhe asked Mou, who was sitting opposite him. Next to him was his sister. At noon he invited the staff of the post-production team to lunch. They didn't gather in the conference room so that the staff wouldn't be restrained. Yes. Mou nodded. Because Qin Zhe had repeatedly reminded him, and it happened to be during the company's reform period, Mou didn't dare to slack off at all. Let me take a look at the special effects first. If it doesn't work, call them back and ask them to redo it. Qin Zhe picked up some food with his chopsticks and suddenly said, "Oh right, have you thought about that matter?" What? Mou didn't understand. According to the usual standards, or according to a certain percentage of the box office. Mou looked very hesitant and forced a smile. Chairman Qin, I chose the usual standards. It's not that I don't have confidence in the box office, but I'm used to stability. That's right, he didn't have confidence in the box office. Qin Zhe said, okay, when the time comes your bonus will be distributed with the others. Qin Baobao immediately said, then what about my bonus? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and searched in his pocket for a long time before taking out a coin. Here, this is your salary and bonus. Qin Baobao happily took it and carefully put it into her pink wallet. Mou, this pair of siblings really knew how to play. Qin Baobao was Tianfang's biggest shareholder, but as the boss she still wanted a salary and bonus? What Mou didn't know was that Qin Baobao only received the CEO's salary every month, and all the profits were kept in the public account. She never used the money to expand her little treasury. The real controller of the funds was Qin Zhe. Not only Tianfang but Bao Zhe and Amethyst were also like this. Qin Baobao wanted to expand her little treasury, but she spent too much money, so she looked for her brother to top up her wife's money. Qin Zhe estimated that with the money he saved with his sister, he could buy 10 wives. Chairman Qin, don't forget about the theme song, Mou reminded. I won't forget. Qin Zhe smiled calmly. I've already written it. When did you write it? Why didn't I know? Qin Baobao was stunned. When did you know I wrote a song? Qin Zhe said in annoyance. Qin Baobao thought about it and realized that it was true. She was always with her brother, but she had never seen him write a song. Logically speaking, whether it was excitement or frustration during the writing process, there should be traces of it. But her brother seemed to just slap his head and the song came out. When I was writing the script, I wrote the song as well, Qin Zhe explained to himself. Anyway, I'm a fast shooter, famous for being fast. Even if I finish it in a flash, don't be too surprised. Then record it as soon as possible, Qin Baobao said. A Cantonese song, can you do it? Qin Zhe looked at her. A Cantonese song? Qin Baobao was stunned again. She would rather it be an English song than a Cantonese song. At least she could speak English very well. In Cantonese she only knew how to say, eat shit poop boy. Eat shit poop boy. Do you have a Mandarin version? Qin Baobao kicked him. The last time she sang exaggerated, she practiced day and night for 7 days and her throat was hoarse. Of course a Mandarin version is good, but if it's sung in Mandarin, it feels a little lacking. Qin Zhe touched his chin and thought. Actually, you don't have to sing it perfectly. After all, making music in a recording studio is not as delicate as singing live, right? Besides, our sound recordist is a professional, Mou interrupted. Qin Zhe slapped his sister's butt. Go get the staves. Qin Baobao eagerly went to rummage through the cabinets. Mou tactfully looked down and did not say anything. He was already used to the free and unrestrained way of getting along with the siblings. Qin Zhe taught his sister in the office for the whole afternoon. Qin Baobao felt that it was about time and went to the recording studio hand in hand. Chapter 481. The sound recordist gestured OK to the two boss Qins through the soundproof glass. indicating that they could begin. Before he gestured, he turned his head helplessly. There were 7 or 8 people standing behind him. There were singers from the company, director MOU, and composers. They were all of high status. Since when Boschin's new songs were released, there would always be a group of people who came to watch the show. With a curious and admiring mood, he listened to the songs silently and quietly. It was also possible that they wanted to personally witness the fall of the legend of Qin Zhe's songs must be the best. At least the 2 composers had such thoughts. The sound recordist was sure of it. What? Everyone only had one brain. Why was it that Boschin could easily write a song that was the best? They racked their brains and would be thankful if they could come up with a good song. They didn't even dare to think about a hit song. It didn't make sense. They refused to accept it. Qin Zhe's existence had indeed caused 99.9% of the composers in the music industry to suffer 10,000 points of critical damage. Director Mo, you've heard Boschin's new song. What do you think? One of the composers couldn't help but ask. Everyone looked over. It's okay, Mo said. Have some sincerity. Don't give such a jack-of-all-trades answer. The other composer was dissatisfied. Is it a hit song? How would I know? Mo said angrily. I'm tone-deaf. My appreciation of music is limited. Is the first impression as shocking as exaggerated? One of the singers asked. No. Mo shook his head. Exaggerated is my favorite song. Its position is irreplaceable. The 2 composers heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. It's not a hit song. Should be a hit song. That's normal. It's not that easy to create a hit song. One of the singers said, even if it's Boschin, a hit song is a bit difficult unless he's given time. One of the composers said, it's not time. It's inspiration. Boschin hasn't released a hit song in a long time. The sound recordist turned his head and said unhappily, quiet. At this moment, Qin Zhe in the recording room gestured for them to wait. He grabbed the remote control on the table and turned on the projector. What are you doing? His sister asked. She was wearing an off-the-shoulder long-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans. She was youthful and fashionable. She looked beautiful in everything. I feel that singing while watching a movie clip will reveal more of your emotions, Qin Zhe said. This was the clip that Qin Zhe had copied out during the editing of the movie. In the image, a man and a woman were standing on top of the city gate tower facing each other. The woman was as beautiful as a flower, while the man was handsome and dashing. He was holding a treasured sword. Below the city gate tower, a group of onlookers gathered to watch. After a few conversations, the woman asked the man to kiss her, but the man refused. The great sage, Heaven's equal, who was standing in the crowd, created a gust of demonic wind. He turned into a ray of light and leaned over the man. At this moment, music began to play. Qin Zhe, past, present, past, never again. Red, fallen leaves, buried forever in the dust. His voice was deep and magnetic. In the image, the man walked toward the woman. The beginning and the end are always the same. You on the horizon, drifting beyond the white clouds. The man hugged the woman and kissed her, continuing the unfinished kiss from 500 years ago. He raised his voice. The sea of bitterness flips over love and hate. In this world, it's hard to escape fate. Blind dates, unapproachable. Maybe I should believe that it's fate. Amid the applause. Qin Bao Bao, ah 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 ah. Qin Bao Bao sang with only one note, full of emotion. However, her singing skills made the 2 singers present feel ashamed of their inferiority. Outside the recording room, 7 or 8 people were watching the movie for a while the song echoed in their ears. At first they were surprised, then they were amazed, and then they were silent. At this moment, everyone's emotions were stirred up, and they were filled with melancholy and emptiness. This song might not be that shocking when heard alone, but when it was combined with the movie, it was a bit invincible. At least Mou, who had participated in the shooting, stared at the projector in a daze for a long time. Qin Zhe was calm. It was not the first time he had watched this movie. But Qin Bao Bao was the first time. Besides, girls were sensitive and emotional. When she started to sing, there were tears in her eyes. After the song, Qin Zhe took a few tissues and handed them to his sister. His sister wiped her tears and snot. This is the movie we filmed? How is it? It's not good at all. His sister said angrily, are you trying to trick me into crying? You black-hearted maggot. Qin Zhe scratched his head. Why is my little fairy's nose running? Qin Bao Bao chopped him with her hand. Outside the recording room, the composer said faintly, Mou, you finally believe that you don't have any musical talent. Mou said awkwardly, "Didn't I say it's not bad?" Another composer said, "You call this not bad? I'll be damned if I believe you." Everyone nodded. There was something wrong with this person's appreciation. One of the singers sighed. "If only I could sing this song. Famous all over the world, popular all over the country." "Of course." Mou said, "Then is this considered a hit?" To judge a golden song, the first is to look at the market, and the second is to rely on time to ferment it. No matter how good a song is, it can't be a hit right after it's released. The composer said enviously. "But it's only a matter of time. I have a feeling that this song will be a hit." Qin Zhe and his sister came out and listened to their duet again. "It's okay. There are a few places where the Cantonese pronunciation is not standard, but the rest is fine." Qin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. There were actually many flaws in the song that his sister sang live. But after the sound engineer's tuning, all the flaws were erased. As expected of a senior sound engineer with a salary of 500,000 yuan. It was worth this price. "I'll practice the pronunciation a few more times later, okay?" Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. "Try a few more times. Try to record it tomorrow," Qin Zhe said. "Okay." Qin Baobao pouted. She was a little reluctant. Time was a little tight. She had always been a lazy person and hated working too fast. When she was the assistant to the general manager of a foreign company, she often complained to Qin Zhe that it was tiring work and she couldn't relax. There were always endless phone calls, endless guests and endless documents to review. The company hired her as the general manager not because of her outstanding ability, but because she was too beautiful. She was a dazzling superflower vase that was used to entertain customers. In this society where women were favored over men, beautiful people could do whatever they wanted. For an assistant, the prettier the better. Most of the time, an assistant also had to work as a personal assistant. But not every company did this. There were still many legitimate companies and decent people, such as Qin Zhe. His sister's previous company was one of them. It was a company with a good reputation. With her character, if the general manager showed a hint of, "Why don't you work as my personal assistant and I'll give you a raise?" his sister would immediately quit. Seizing the opportunity, the two composers came over and humbly asked, "Boss Qin, how long did you write this song? How long did it take?" Qin Zhe looked at them. The composers acted like they were listening to a big shots lecture. 2 or 3 days, Qin Zhe said. "It can't be said that I only spent 10 minutes to copy down the lyrics in the song, and I even copied the soundtrack of the song." But this 2 or 3 days was still a blow to the two composers. One of the composers was unwilling to give up and asked, "How did you write it? Where's the inspiration? Can you tell us about the creative process?" "Inspiration came out when I hit my head," Qin Zhe said. The composers were speechless. They couldn't learn the big shots operation, they couldn't learn it. The composers held their pierced hearts and left. A certain singer said in a half-bitter, half-serious tone, "Boss Qin, your song is too good. If I can sing your song, it'll be hard not to become popular." After saying that, she blinked her eyes that were covered with false eyelashes and stared at him. Qin Zhe smiled and didn't make any promises. 30 points were still points. There were only 2 things in the world that he was willing to spend points on. The first was his sister and the second was money. If Su Yu and Wang Zijin needed songs, Qin Zhe would be happy to write songs for them, but they didn't need them. Sister Ziwei's authentic Beijing accent could make Qin Zhe doubt life. Su Yu sang well, but she didn't like singing. On June 15th, the 2 movies were completed. They passed the review quickly and were given the green light for the whole process. They would be released at the end of June. Qin Zhe deliberately used Nan Manpei's connections to talk to the Shanghai VIP. Using the Wang family's connections might be more authoritative and effective, but before the Wang family completely accepted him as their son-in-law, Qin Zhe didn't want to do such a thing. During this period, the media, the internet and video advertisements were unprecedentedly strong. It was far better than the publicity of, "If I Become Memories." Qin Zhe didn't even frown when he spent money on publicity. Even the small TV on the subway played the trailer of Journey to the West regularly at 7 o'clock every day. Plus the popularity accumulated by Qin Baobao's live broadcast. In the past few days, comments and posts looking forward to Journey to the West could be seen everywhere on the internet. "The trailer looks great. The special effects made my eyes light up. The siblings finally released a new movie. I'm looking forward to it. By the way, isn't it a bit too fast? It will be released at the beginning of next month, only half a month. Qin Baobao is so beautiful. I didn't expect Qin Bao to be so beautiful in ancient costume. She's like a fairy in a painting. I love her." Am I the only one who thinks Guanyin is more beautiful? That temperament is simply otherworldly and it makes me feel maternal love? Motherly love? Qin Bao Bao is the most beautiful. Whoever refutes me will die. A small number of people were pessimistic. I heard that this script was written by Qin Zhe. Did he become arrogant after If I Become Memories became popular? Is he the only one who knows how to write a script? But the special effects are really good. It's definitely a 5 yuan special effect. In the social environment where 5 yuan special effects were popular, 5 yuan was already a high praise. At the end of June, the premiere was held in Shanghai. The crew invited the major media and some big names who were professional film critics. Some of the audience were given away by Qin Bao Bao through a lucky draw on Weibo, some were sold to the public by the company, and the rest were given to Qin Zhe and his sister's friends in the entertainment industry. Chapter 482. At the venue of the premiere, the cast of A Journey to the West appeared under the expectant eyes of the audience and media. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao walked in front, followed by Li Wei and a few other important supporting roles. The supporting roles of the second film were not present. Although the two films were released only a week apart, it was unheard of to have two premieres at the same venue. This was the premiere of the first part of A Journey to the West. Su Yu and Wang Zijin also came, but they did not go on stage. They sat in the first row of the audience. They lacked experience in dealing with the media and the stage. "Where is everyone's applause?" the host asked loudly. Immediately the applause was thunderous. In fact, there was no need for the host to remind them. The moment Qin Zhe and Qin Bao appeared on stage, the audience screamed. Those who could attend the premiere were all fans of the two. Of course, there were also fans of Li Wei and a few other stars, but the number was smaller. The reporters took turns to ask questions. The stars led by Qin Zhe answered in an orderly manner. They were all experienced actors and could handle it. As for the newcomer Feng Rue, he was silent the whole time and became a foil. "Chairman Qin, I have exclusive news. Our A Journey to the West crew only took 2 months to shoot 2 films. Everyone knows that slow work produces fine work. Is there any guarantee of quality for the A Journey to the West crew to shoot so quickly? Or is this just a special effects film?" a reporter asked. This question should be asked to the director, but everyone present knew who was the core of the team. It's true that slow work produces fine work, but speed and quality are not necessarily proportional. There's also a saying that goes, if you read more than 10,000 books, you can write like a god. As long as there's enough preparation in advance, shooting can be done quickly. What you see is the shooting time, but you don't see our company's preparation for this film. Qin Zhe held the microphone and answered slowly. Since it was a premiere, they had to rely on the media to help promote it. At the same time, they had to deal with their difficulties. Whether in terms of investment or production, this film will be Tianfeng's best work, my best work, or Qin Bao's best work. Qin Zhe said confidently. "What are your expectations for the box office?" "Of course, it will also surpass Tianfeng's previous works. Currently, my ideal box office is 3 billion. Qin Zhe nonchalantly tossed out a bombshell. Qin Bao Bao looked at him in surprise. The other actors were also dumbfounded. Not to mention the reporters below the stage and the audience. There was a small commotion below the stage. *T. Everyone had the same thought. Mou silently covered his face. If I Become Memories only grossed 2 billion yuan at the box office, which was already super amazing. Both the box office and the reputation were excellent. What kind of concept was 2 billion? This was a box office exclusive to famous directors, and it was not a box office that was commonly used. With this movie alone, Mou's net worth had increased by several times. A box office of more than 3 billion was exclusive to Hollywood blockbusters. If a domestic movie could occasionally break the 3 billion box office, it would be a big event that would shock the industry. The reporters excitedly took notes. "Chairman Qin, did you write the theme song for the movie?" "Yes." "Will Qin Bao Bao be the lead singer or will you sing?" "2 people singing a duet." "Why did you arrange for 2 movies to be released one after the other? Not only us but the entire industry can't make sense of your actions." This was the question that the reporters were most concerned about. The industry was at a loss and so was the audience. They needed first-hand information. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. "Because I can't break the chapter. If I break the chapter, I'll be cursed." The reporters and audience? Qin Zhe explained, foreshadowing is to prepare for the climax. If the gap between the two is too long, the emotions accumulated in the foreshadowing will be forgotten. But A Journey to the West is different from other movies. For other movies, every movie has its climax. Some movies even have completely different plots from the first and second movies. But A Journey to the West is different. There is no end to the second movie. Watching the first movie, it will feel boring. The reporters quickly took notes. A reporter flattered, "Chairman Qin, you always do things in a bold and unconstrained way. This might be the reason for your success. There are a lot of rumors about your rise on the internet. There was once a post that revealed that you were unknown during your university years, but after you graduated, you suddenly rose to prominence. Were you pretending to be low-key before? Also, can you share with everyone your success story?" The topic changed to Qin Zhe himself. There is no such thing as a sudden rise. University is a place to learn. There is no need to show off. What you learn is the real gain. And society is a place to fight. I can't keep a low profile. I'm just in the right place using the right way of doing things. There is no shortcut to success. It depends on hard work and talent. Just like how I set a small goal to earn 100 million in a month and then I succeeded. The audience thought, what a terrible line. If we set a small goal like that, would we also succeed? Seeing that they couldn't get any information from Qin Zhe, a reporter asked Qin Bao about Qin Zhe's performance when he was young. Qin Bao lied through her teeth. "My brother is the best. He has been very smart since he was young. He is very talented in all aspects. My father often told me that if I was half as smart as my brother, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. So that's how it is. Everything depends on talent." Qin Zhe's mediocrity in the past was not really mediocre. He was just keeping a low profile. "Bao Bao, what are your expectations for the box office?" the reporter asked. Qin Bao Bao naturally followed Qin Zhe's words. "My expectations for the box office are the same as his," Qin Bao Bao said. Following that, the reporters asked a few more questions one after another. For example, when would Qin Bao Bao release a new album and when would she hold a concert? In everyone's impression, Qin Bao Bao was a singer and not a movie star. Although the few movies she acted in were very successful and her acting skills were recognized by the public, she had only just become famous. However, she had only been famous for a short time, and her songs had left a deep impression on everyone. Qin Bao Bao dawdled for half a year and had been in the film and television industry. This made some of her fans very dissatisfied. The haters kept criticizing Qin Bao Bao, saying that she could not sing anymore. They said that she did not have the professional ethics of a singer. When she saw that the film and television industry was more profitable, she plunged into the film and television industry to make money. If Qin Bao Bao was also a composer, they would say that she had lost her talent. But the composer was Qin Zhe, and he had been releasing works intermittently. The work for the second half of the year is to tour the country and prepare for the new album, Qin Bao Bao said. It was another big news. The reporters buried their heads and took notes. At this time, there was a sudden commotion in the audience, accompanied by the shouts of the security guards. "Stop him. Hold him down." Everyone on the stage looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a guy nimbly dodge the security guard's interception, rush to the stage, and hit the host with the courage of a football player. Then he pounced on Qin Bao Bao. The accident came too fast like a tornado. The women did not even have the time to scream. The guy rushed to the stage and pounced on Qin Bao Bao in just a few seconds. He looked like a greasy otaku, but he burst out with amazing speed. Qin Bao Bao was stunned the whole time. She did not react like everyone else. When she saw the otaku, he had already pounced in front of her. Just as the panic in her heart surged, Qin Bao Bao felt her waist tighten, and then she was pulled into someone's arms. Beside her was Qin Zhe. While Qin Zhe hugged his sister, he kicked the crazy fan to the ground. Chapter 483. An unexpected turn of events happened quickly and ended even faster. The fan, who was holding his stomach and retching, could not get up again. The security guards who caught up quickly held him down. Only then did the audience below the stage react. They all stood up and whispered to each other, asking about what had happened. It was chaos. What happened? That person suddenly rushed up. Was he going to hug Qin Bao? This is King obscenity. How can he do that? He's too crazy. Qin Zhe's kick was so cool. I love him. Luckily, Qin Zhe blocked it. Otherwise, my goddess would have been taken advantage of by that guy. Send him to the police station. This kind of person must be sent to the police station. How did this kind of person get in? The audience was discussing. The reporters' eyes were shining. They could write another 2,000-word article. Qin Zhe hugged his sister and said softly, "You're not scared, right?" Qin Bao Bao pouted. Bao Bao was scared to death. Are you okay? Are you okay? Everyone asked with concern. Qin Bao Bao immediately stopped acting coquettishly and smiled gracefully. I'm okay. Don't worry. A security guard walked over and whispered, President Qin, should we hand this person over to the police? Mou was furious. What's wrong with you? You can't even watch a person. Are you that professional? The security guard bowed and apologized. If he was handed over to the police, the matter would blow up. It would be bad for his and his sister's reputation. Moreover, the other party did not succeed. Qin Zhe shook his head. Ask him to leave. He thought to himself, you want to molest my sister? If it weren't for the occasion, I would have beaten you up. The fat otaku was taken out by the security guard. Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. That scared me. This kind of person should be arrested by the police. Why call the police? He didn't do anything. The police will at most criticize and educate him. Aze's method is very correct. Instead, he can show his grace and earn a good reputation. Even though you can see that he is almost gnashing his teeth. Wang Ziyan said, as long as Aze is by his side, there won't be any big problems. You seem to have a lot of confidence in him? Suyu narrowed her eyes. Of course, I have confidence in my boyfriend. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Suyu smiled, well, we all have the same good taste. Wang Zijin sneered. Don't flatter yourself. There are many women who like him. Suyu's thoughts, Sima Zhao's heart was well known, but Wang Zijin was not afraid. She was not afraid of anyone who was scheming. It was guaranteed that Suyu would never be able to eat it, and she wouldn't be able to get it even if she became an old woman. Suyu said in her heart, but the only woman who slept with him was me. Just you wait. When I have something in my belly, I'll show off in front of you every day. This time, if you and Qin Bao dare to steal my baby, I'll beat the shit out of you and Qin Bao. Qin Zhe saw that the situation was a little chaotic, so he raised his microphone and said with a smile, there was an accident just now. That fan was really crazy. I'd like to advise everyone to be rational and not do anything extreme. Let's forget about what happened just now. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have been charged with sexual harassment. There was a burst of applause. After the premiere, the first part of A Journey to the West was played. This was a more important step in the premiere. In the past, when we watched movies before the movie was released, there were some highlights and there were good or bad rumors everywhere. These were all uploaded from the premiere, which would have a good publicity effect for the movie. You're so confident about this movie? Huang Yitsong, the boss of Star Art, also came to the premiere. He sat behind Qin Zhe. Do you know how much I spent on special effects? Qin Zhe turned his head. It's definitely n times more than any of your company's special effects movies. You're bragging. The cost is so high. Aren't you afraid of getting it back? How much did you invest in total? Huang Yitsong was curious. Not as much as you think. I just changed the salary of the lead actor into the funds for special effects, Qin Zhe said. Your and Qin Bao's salary for 2 movies added together should be more than 200 million. You spent so much money on special effects? Did you get scammed? Huang Yitsong was shocked. What kind of special effects did you make? It's too exaggerated. I didn't say that I'll spend all of it on special effects. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Okay, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. The movie is starting. Wait a moment. Huang Yitsong said, if your movie becomes popular, lend me the director of your company. I remember that the director of the previous movie, If I Become Memories, was also this director. What? You want to steal my director? Qin Zhe glanced at him. We're friends. This is too hurtful. Huang Yitsong denied. Up to you. If you can, go ahead. Qin Zhe shrugged. I'm afraid you don't know why the movie became popular. Mou was a very good director, but If I Become Memories was popular. One reason was because of the original movie's fan base, and the other was because of his and his sister's acting skills. If it were any other director, as long as their skills were up to par, they would also be able to make the movie. As for A Chinese Odyssey to the West, the script was written by Qin Zhe. During the filming, he was equivalent to another director. All the scenes were discussed with him by Mou. Qin Zhe could only pass if he was satisfied. Huang Yitsong smiled slyly. You lend me the director, and I'll lend you the company's popular female stars. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt 3 piercing gazes fall on him. He was stunned and realized that they were directed at him from Qin Zhe's left and right sides. On Qin Zhe's left sat Qin Bao, on his right sat Wang Zijin, and on his right sat Suyu. The 3 extremely beautiful women glared at him fiercely. Huang Yitsong was speechless. Qin Zhe said seriously, don't test me with those flirtatious women. I've never cared about them. I'm not that kind of person. I'm very upright. Mr. Huang, if you think I'm that kind of person, then our friendship is over. Huang Yitsong thought to himself, you're AF asterisk king guy who can talk to me about the top 10 famous weapons and various sword experiences. Don't you think you're too shameless to say such things? But when he saw the fierce gazes of the three women, Huang Yitsong understood. When he looked at Qin Zhe again, he suddenly felt sad as if he had met a confidant in a foreign land. His little wife at home was insatiable, and the old man had been out of the sword world for a long time. Behind every old man who couldn't move his bicycle was a tigress who was like a juicer. Brother Qin was even worse. There seemed to be 3 of them. No, not counting Qin Bao, this was the elder sister. There were 2 of them. Wasn't the elder sister scary? Don't F asterisk CK, don't F asterisk CK, just kidding, Huang Yitsong said. Huang Yitsong was quite envious of Qin Zhe's luck with women. The 2 on his right were both great beauties. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he could tell that they had an unusual relationship with Qin Zhe based on the silent battle just now. But they didn't seem to be Tianfang's artists? Huang Yitsong was a very particular person. He never flirted with those around him, so he didn't sleep with Qin Bao. But he didn't think that it was bad to flirt with those around him, so he thought that Qin Zhe must be a wanton person who loved freedom in private. No wonder there were no rumors of Qin Zhe sleeping with anyone in the circle. It turned out that he had 2 great beauties around him. If it were him with 2 great beauties around him, he would definitely crazily attack day and night. How would he have the time to flirt with those flirtatious women outside? After the movie ended, everyone left. The movie would be screening in 2 days. And tomorrow was Qin Bao's birthday. He remembered that his elder sister had invited a lot of friends for her birthday last year, mainly her university classmates. Among them, her closest friend was Qin Qinghong, who was welcome to contribute, and Zhang Ye, who Qin Zhe had been thinking about for a while, who was already married. At that time, Qin Zhe was just an ordinary young man. Among his elder sister's female friends, only Zhang Ye liked to hang out with him. The others didn't really care about him. Later on, he turned over a new leaf. Although they agreed not to use this word, he soared into the sky. His elder sister's friends would call him every few days and send him well wishes. But at this time, Qin Zhe didn't want to talk to them anymore. And Zhang Ye, who used to joke around with Qin Zhe casually, rarely contacted him after he became famous. A person's character could be seen at a glance. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Ye actually had a good impression of him at that time. If Qin Zhe's EQ was higher, he might have been able to poach her. But his elder sister didn't agree. Qin Zhe still remembered his elder sister's fierce expression and the deep fear in her eyes when she said, "I don't agree." If his elder sister didn't agree, Qin Zhe wouldn't be willful. Later on, Wang Zijin came to the house. Forget it, he would talk about this later. This year, his elder sister's birthday was more low-key than previous years because her status was different. She didn't treat anyone or hold a party. Even though she only needed to make a phone call, countless good friends would rush to send her gifts. His elder sister only said, "boring," and rejected Qin Zhe's idea of holding a big party. So she held a birthday party at home and invited Qin Qinghong and Zhang Ye. His parents also came. His grandfather sat on the sofa and drank tea. Bao Bao was in his left hand and a teddy Su in his right. After all, his grandfather liked the teddy Su more than Wang Zijin. Qin Qinghong and Zhang Ye sat on the other sofa. In the kitchen, the smell of Qin Zhe's cooking and the sound of Qin Ma's kitchen knife cutting vegetables came out. "That A's is so annoying. If I didn't remind him yesterday, he would have forgotten my birthday." Qin Bao hugged her father's arm and complained. "He can't even remember my birthday. Why would he remember yours?" His grandfather snorted. Qin Bao was speechless. She couldn't say, "We are different." Then her grandfather would ask, "What's different?" She still couldn't answer. "Uncle, where were we just now?" Suyu smiled very sweetly. "We were talking about bills. The maximum limit is 3 million. Her grandfather said. "Yes, our company is doing this. Now we can only make electric bills. Paper bills are dying and there is no profit. It's a pity. But government intervention is sooner or later, because bills are easy to push and push up the economic bubble. If it's like before, it's tens of millions of yuan at a time. Even if the country's economic system is huge, it can't last for a few years." Suyu spoke with assurance and the topic was led by her. Qin Bao quietly rolled her eyes. This Suyu, she didn't invite her. She came shamelessly and took the opportunity to crazily brush up the old man's favorability. She rolled her eyes again at Wang Zijin. "You can be more careful. My father's heart is with Suyu. Do you still want to hook up with my brother?" But Wang Zijin saw through her trick and didn't take the bait. She greeted Qin Baobao's best friend with the posture of the hostess. Chatting with two strange women and a strange man was not awkward at all. In fact, they were not strangers. At least they had met once. Not long after they came to Shanghai, they sang together. By the way, Qinghong, do you have a boyfriend? Wang Zijin asked. Chapter 484. Wang Zijin heard about Qin Qinghong's experience from Qin Baobao. When she talked about it, she was very angry and stamped her feet. She said that Qin Qinghong was a stupid woman who only knew how to study. If others treated her well, she would give her heart out. She was sold and counted the money for them. Wang Zijin rarely saw her heartless best friend so angry, so she remembered it in her heart. Qin Qinghong shook her head awkwardly. Her temperament was similar to Su Yu's, a cold beauty, but she was a real cold beauty and Su Teddy was a fake. In fact, she didn't intend to come. After all, she said so many shameful words in front of Qin Zhe. I can sleep with you for 2 years, I can take birth control pills by myself, and so on. Now thinking about it, her face was still burning. When they met just now, if Qin Zhe showed any disdain or ridicule, she would turn away in shame. But Qin Zhe smiled and nodded at her as usual. At this time she had to admire Zhang Ye's vision. A long time ago Zhang Ye said to her, Bao Bao's younger brother is good, a warm man. At that time Qin Qinghong said, it's just the humble style of most mediocre people. Now looking at it again, she knew that Zhang Ye's vision was sharp. What boyfriend? Let's talk about it later. While you're still young, enjoy a few years of leisure. When you get married and have children, it's tiring and bitter, right Qinghong? Qin Baobao said. Qin Qinghong nodded and smiled reluctantly. Dad, you see, most of the girls at my age are not married. What's the hurry? You can talk to Mom later and ask her not to bother me. Qin Baobao took the opportunity. In Shanghai, 26 years old, it was really not old. Unlike in small cities or villages, it was a matter that made parents very anxious if they were not married by the age of 25. In first-tier cities, the age of marriage for men and women were 27 or 28 years old and men were 30 years old. This was most of the phenomenon. Of course, there were people who got married before the age of 30. There were many people who were still single in their 30s and 40s. In the countryside, can you imagine? They would be gossiped about by their neighbors and scolded by their parents. Your mom can't be bothered with you right now. She just wants Ace to find a girlfriend and get married as soon as possible, Grandpa Xing said meaningfully. That bastard of a son, immersed in the world of hugging left and right and unable to extricate himself. Until now, he still hadn't given a definite answer. Zhang Ye rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Qinghong doesn't have a boyfriend. Why don't you introduce her to Qin Zhe? The air suddenly froze. Among the 5 women present, except for Zhang Ye herself, the other 4 all looked pale. Qin Baobao said angrily, Go go go. Qinghong doesn't match my brother. Don't try to match them up. She paused for a moment before continuing, besides, I'm not even married. Why would he get married? Wang Zijin immediately said, getting a girlfriend doesn't mean getting married immediately. Qin Baobao glared at her and said righteously, even if it's a girlfriend, I can't stand it. Qin Ma was here, so she didn't dare to say this. But Grandpa Xing was fine. Grandpa Xing loved his daughter as always. In the past few years, I've been focusing on my career. I'm not in a hurry. Grandpa Xing agreed. Zhang Ye smiled and said, don't waste your time until you're old. Wang Zijin couldn't help but take a look at her. Was she a sensible person? Qin Baobao ignored Zhang Ye and pretended not to hear it. She complained to Grandpa Xing, Dad, you only know how to follow my words. You don't have the final say in the family. You've responded to me like this all these years. When did you persuade my mom? Su Yu's sweet smile froze on her face. What? Listening to the meaning of these words, Uncle Qin's right to speak at home is not as important as Aunt Qin? Then, is it too late for me to change the target now? Grandpa Xing felt that he was humiliated by his daughter. He waved his hand and said, How can you talk like that? In the kitchen. Qin Zhe waved the spoon and held the pot gently. The flame was raging. Where did you learn all these fancy things from? Mother Qin chuckled as she chuckled. Self-taught. Mom, you and Dad raised a daughter who can't take care of herself and threw me to live with her. If I don't learn these things, how can I live? Qin Zhe complained. Qin Ma looked at her son strangely. Maybe she shouldn't have agreed to let him move to live with Bao Bao. Fortunately, Mom, you came to help me. Otherwise, I would be in a hurry to copy so many dishes by myself. Qin Zhe said inside, Your daughter almost killed me yesterday. Qin Ma was stunned. What's wrong? Did you two quarrel? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Although her son and daughter often quarreled, they never really got angry. No one doted on her sister to this extent. I forgot about her birthday. Yesterday, she came to my room in the middle of the night and asked me mysteriously what day it was tomorrow. I couldn't give her an answer. Qinzhe complained, "Your daughter is getting more and more unreasonable. Dad won't beat her, but you can't spoil her." Last night, his sister asked him what present he bought. In the end, Qinzhe was confused and said blankly, "Oh, it's your birthday tomorrow. I forgot. I'll transfer you $1 million later and buy you a present." He was almost killed by his sister. His sister cried and choked him, saying that she wanted to strangle the heartless maggot and then kill herself. In the end, not only did she not strangle him to death, but she also slept in his bed for a night. Qinzhe woke up in the morning and took his sister to buy a diamond necklace. He couldn't remember which big boss said, "No woman can resist the temptation of jewelry." "You're living here again?" Qin Ma said faintly. Qinzhe, "Oh my God," he accidentally let it slip. My sister Ziwei is here. I miss her." Qinzhe explained. Oh. Qin Ma reluctantly accepted this reason. For dinner, Qinzhe cooked a table full of dishes and opened a bottle of Maotai and a bottle of red wine. He wanted to open a bottle of champagne for Grandpa Cheng to try, but Grandpa Cheng said that he wasn't used to it. Red wine was for women. Cheng Yi had to drive, so he didn't drink it. The effects of the premiere yesterday are out. Qin Baobao lowered her head, bit her chopsticks and slid her fingers on the phone. "What do you mean?" Qinzhe asked. "See for yourself." Qin Baobao sat next to him and pushed the phone to him. A relatively famous Weibo VIP wrote a film review. "After watching A Journey to the West, I realized for the first time that domestic special effects can be so exquisite. In this market where 50 cents of special effects prevails, I see no less than Hollywood blockbusters. It's a feast for the eyes. That's why it's good to be young." Qinzhe's youth gives him a vitality that many directors don't have. He hasn't been corrupted by the profit-oriented market. We all have this quality in us, but it will slowly disappear with the passage of time. In terms of special effects, I give full marks. Then let's talk about the plot. This movie seems to be the theme of A Journey to the West, but the Monkey King only appeared at the beginning. There was a battle with special effects, but there was nothing after that. Maybe Qinzhe wanted to break through the usual thinking of A Journey to the West. Unfortunately, he didn't do it well enough. The plot is a bit dull and there are many funny and bad points. When I watched it, I laughed like a fool. But after watching it, I couldn't remember anything special or memorable. This makes me very disappointed. Qinzhe wants to rely on comedy and special effects to reach 3 billion at the box office. To be honest, I don't think he can do it. Hundreds of words were written. It was quite pertinent. Netizens replied below, "I'm looking forward to it. I'll watch it when it's released." The reviews are quite attractive. I'm looking forward to it being released. Dull plots are a characteristic of domestic dramas. It doesn't matter. As long as the special effects are good and it's funny enough, it's worth watching. To put it bluntly, it's just a fast food movie. Qinzhe can't escape the mold of a commercial film. But it's enough that the special effects are good. I'll support it when it's released. For my Baobao. After reading the reviews, I'm very disappointed. I don't particularly like funny movies. I told you it wouldn't work. Qinzhe's script? I can tell he's an amateur at first glance. I don't want to watch it now. It's different from what I imagined. It was all right. It was within Qinzhe's expectations. The first movie was a bit dull. Although he changed the lines and some details of the plot to make the movie more suitable for the current market, the plot was indeed not very good. It was already good enough to have such a response. At least it wasn't a one-sided bad movie. It's within my expectations. Qinzhe nodded. With such reviews and word of mouth, can we reach 3 billion at the box office? Qin Baobao pouted. Our last movie's word of mouth was through the roof. From the time it was released to the time it was taken off the shelves, it was overwhelmingly good. The first movie was just a foreshadowing. It's not bad to have such an effect, Qinzhe said. You should be more careful. Don't boast. You'll embarrass yourself when the time comes, Qin Baobao warned. Don't worry. 3 billion is a conservative estimate. Who knows, it might hit 5 billion. Qinzhe boasted. Although she knew he was boasting, Qin Baobao was still very happy. She happily picked up food for him. Ace is the best. Sister will give you abalone. Qinzhe stewed the abalone seafood soup for 2 hours. It was tender, juicy, and extremely delicious. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Qinzhe also picked up food for his sister. Sister is so nice. Eat chicken. He put a piece of chicken into his sister's bowl. The others ate in silence. They couldn't interrupt. Chen Qinghong and Zhang Ye were even more emotional. In just a year, Qin Baobao had become the queen of the internet and an A-list celebrity. Qinzhe was a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions. They were in two different worlds. They could only look at it but not touch it. The only gratifying thing was that Qin Baobao looked at them and spoke in the same tone as before. She didn't become arrogant because of her wealth. Both siblings had very good qualities. It was because of the Qin family's upright and strict education. There's one more thing. Someone is slandering us on the internet. At the premiere you kicked that fan. It was magnified and the haters started the momentum, Qin Baobao said. She handed the phone over again. Qinzhe took a look. It was an online article. It said that during the premiere, a fan rushed on stage to hug Qin Baobao but was kicked away by Qinzhe. Every word of the article revealed the intention of slandering Qinzhe. What made him disappointed was that the netizens followed the trend and attacked Qinzhe out of some dark psychology. Qinzhe frowned. Someone is slandering me. Forget it. This kind of person always exists. Don't pay attention to it. Later, let Tianfang clarify on the official Weibo and put up the live video. After the real name system on the internet, it didn't seem to have improved the phenomenon of unrestrained abuse and slander. It was still the same as before. Even a celebrity who had been doing charity and had no scandals had people slandering them, not to mention Qinzhe. After dinner, Chen Qinghong, Zhang Ye and the others said goodbye and left. Suyu didn't leave. This girl was smart. After knowing Uncle Qin's position in the family, she very snobbishly turned to Qin Ma and volunteered to help Qin Ma wash the dishes. Qinzhe was speechless. He wanted to tell her not to embarrass herself but was too embarrassed to say it. After she finished washing, his mother would do it again. That would be awkward. Look at Sister Ziwei. She was so tactful. She never puffed herself up at something she wasn't good at. Qinzhe walked to the balcony and looked at the river. System, this is the first anniversary of our integration. Qinzhe lit a cigarette and looked at the night sky. The flow of time to me is negligible. The system responded. But for me too many things have changed in the past year. Qinzhe let out a faint sigh. It was hard to imagine that a year ago he was still an ordinary and even mediocre person. If there was no system, he and his sister were destined to live a peaceful life and look at each other. They would have their own family and children. They would bury the feelings they shouldn't have deep in their hearts. They would go through their youth and enter their old age. Qinzhe knew in his heart that this was almost an inevitable ending. But the system changed him and at the same time changed the fate of many people. The system once said that without it, his sister Qin Baobao would be the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The meaning of the system's words was the most beautiful woman he could come into contact with. It was impossible for him to come into contact with someone like Suyu. Thank you for giving me a chance for a passerby to counterattack. Qinzhe exhaled a mouthful of smoke and in his mind, the scene of the original basketball court appeared, and he remembered what he had said. I never thought that one day I would blow up the whole audience. Chapter 485. In the living room, Qin Baobao ate some fruits while Wang Zijin sat upright and chatted with the old man. In front of the old man and Qin Ma, Wang Zijin restrained herself well. Qinzhe finished a cigarette and returned to the living room. Qin Baobao grabbed his hand, sniffed it and said in disgust, "It smells like smoke." She took out a few wet tissues and carefully wiped her brother's fingers. In fact, from many details, it could be seen that Qin Baobao and Qinzhe got along differently from ordinary siblings. Women were naturally sensitive and delicate in this aspect, and men generally tended to ignore these details. The old man did not feel that there was anything wrong. Smoke less. You're so young but you're like an old smoker. What will happen in the future? Lung cancer patients are basically old smokers. The old man scolded his son as usual. You scared me. I had to smoke to calm myself down. Qinzhe took out a cigarette box. The old man pretended to hit him, and he quickly pulled his sister into his arms to block him. Qin Baobao let out an ouch, and took the opportunity to lie in his arms. The old man loved his daughter so of course he could not bear to hit him. He glared at him fiercely. This brat was getting more and more naughty. He did not dare to be like this before. After being scolded by the old man, he bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Now that he had money he was arrogant. He did not want to admit it. Qin Baobao took the cigarette box from her brother's hand, threw it in a perfect parabola, and threw it into the trash can. Lung cancer. She glared at her brother. With the old man supporting her she could throw a tantrum. Qinzhe did not dare to hit her butt. Qinzhe secretly pinched her butt. His sister grimaced in pain, but she did not dare to make a sound to let the old man know. There were always people on the internet who said that smoking was a slow suicide. Smokers had a much higher chance of getting lung cancer than non-smokers. Of course that was true. However, lung cancer was not the only danger of death. Many people died before they could smoke. Even more people who didn't smoke would die of some kind of cancer before they even saw a heavy smoker get lung cancer. For example, liver cancer. There was a saying that 8 out of 10 cancers came from the liver. As for liver cancer, drinking accounted for a large proportion of it. Therefore it was better to smoke than to drink. At this time, Suyu walked out of the kitchen looking embarrassed and unhappy. But when she saw everyone looking at her, she quickly hid her expression and revealed a cold and elegant smile. Finished washing the dishes? Wang Zijin teased. Auntie was reluctant to let me work hard, so she let me out. Suyu smiled. Qinzhe thought, it turned out that my mother was the same as me, afraid of overworking Suyu. The old man glared at him. What are you standing there for? Go in and help your mother wash the dishes. Qinzhe was at a loss when he received Grandpa Xing's gaze. He nodded and entered the kitchen. After Qinzhe entered the kitchen, the old man pretended to drink a few mouthfuls of tea and said with a smile, I'll go in and boil some water. Dad, let me help you. Qin Baobao said. Although she said so, her buttocks didn't move. The old man knew his daughter's hypocritical virtue and looked at her angrily. Entering the kitchen, the old man put down the teacup and cut his son's scalp without saying a word. Qinzhe's ears and eyes were clever and he ducked and dodged. Dad, why did you hit me? Qinzhe said angrily. You dare to dodge, what's wrong with me hitting my son? The old man said angrily, Suyu and Wang Zijin, how do you choose? You can't just leave the two girls hanging. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll think about it in the long run. Qinzhe was perfunctory. The old man was angry and cut his scalp again. Don't do this with me. How long have you been thinking about it? You haven't come up with a result for half a year. I want to marry both of them. Qinzhe simply decided to go all out. I think you don't know how to write the word, die. The old man was furious. When the father and son talked, they both lowered their bodies, although the living room was far away and it was impossible to hear. Then I choose Wang Zijin. Qinzhe said perfunctorily. No, you think about it again. Think about it and then say it. The old man frowned. Then I choose Suyu. Qinzhe said casually. Continue to think about it. Think about it. Qin Ma said unhappily. Qinzhe. He shrugged. See, you also think it's difficult to choose and you hit me. I just want to marry both. The old man was exasperated. Why don't you just marry 3? Qinzhe said happily. Dad, you are really my father, okay? The old man cut his scalp. This is a multiple choice question and it's a single choice question, not a multiple choice question. You can only choose one of them. The old man said. Dad, you're just jealous, right? Qinzhe asked suspiciously. The old man raised his hand again. Marriage is a big event, the parents' order and the matchmaker's words. Wang Zijin, such a girl with character, wants to take Qinzhe back to the Wang family, hoping to get the approval of her family. Qinzhe has always been an honest child in the eyes of his elders, and he must consider his parents' opinions. Mom, what do you think? Qinzhe said. In fact, he knows what to do. It's nothing more than a showdown, but the time is not yet right. His so-called showdown is not as simple as a showdown with Suyu and Wang Zijin. Because once he has a showdown with Suyu and Wang Zijin, he can never avoid someone. At that time he can only show his cards and show a bigger card. Qin Ma was silent for a long time. When Qinzhe thought she would say, I think Zijin is a good child. But he heard her sigh. Mom, to tell you the truth, both girls are good. It's a pity for you to marry whoever you give up. If you have the ability, you can marry both of them. Mom is very happy. Yes, it may be unfair to them, but as a mother, I just want to give all the good things to my son, which is the most real truth. Qinzhe didn't speak and stared at his mother silently. As long as I don't marry your daughter, you don't object to me marrying anyone? Dad, I will deal with this matter. I have a sense of propriety. Qinzhe whispered, you don't have to worry about me. When I figure it out one day, I will choose by myself. Now I don't dare to show my cards to you. The old man pointed at him with his finger and warned, take care of yourself. He left with the cup. Mom, It's okay. He wanted to say that he met Su Yao when he was shooting. But in his mother's opinion, he shouldn't be Su Yao, so his mother will think nonsense. All the entanglements, all the troubles will be borne by him now. At least until that moment comes, he will bear it alone. On the first day of the screening of A Journey to the West, as expected, the reviews were average. Some praised it for being funny, some praised the special effects, and it was a domestic movie with a conscience. As expected, thanks to the previous publicity, the box office of the day ranked first with 50 million yuan. On the second day of the screening of A Journey to the West, some negative reviews began to appear on the internet. On the third day of the screening of A Journey to the West, all kinds of negative news suddenly erupted. Countless posts on a famous movie website, major forums, and Chieba all expressed their disapproval. The rating slid from 7.6 to 6.5. A Journey to the West, a movie that became popular with special effects and hype. Starting high and going low, A Journey to the West box office drops to 5th place. Even special effects can't save a domestic lousy movie. A Journey to the West. Box office of 3 billion? Mysterious confidence. All the major media outlets rushed to report. The first movie of A Journey to the West was not outstanding. The early publicity made many audiences full of expectations. Then, when they entered the cinema, the movie was not bad, but it did not meet their expectations at all. So, a kind of anger of being cheated surged. Coupled with the constant negative comments on the internet, it immediately attracted the netizens' attention. Oh, A Journey to the West, a lousy movie. Netizens who had never seen a movie could also confidently say that it was a good movie. On the official Weibo of A Journey to the West, netizens' comments could be seen everywhere. It is indeed a lousy movie. When I saw the movie reviews at the premiere, I knew it in my heart. The plot is pale and powerless. Other than the special effects and being slightly funny, there is nothing else outstanding about it. The movie is really good, but it is too far away from my expectations. It is too far away from your publicity. F***ck isn't the female lead Qin Bao Bao? How did it become Li Wei? The female lead who only appeared for 3 minutes, I laughed my pants off. What kind of rubbish is this? Is Qin Bao Bao the female lead or a cameo? The plot is a mess, I can't understand what it is trying to say. The script was written by Qin Zhe, no wonder. I think if the script was changed to a professional screenwriter, coupled with special effects, this movie would be quite successful. Those who said that A Journey to the West was good are slapped in the face. At the premiere, Qin Zhe even said that the box office would be 3 billion. 300 million would be a blessing. Trash. Lousy movie. Tianfang Films. The CEO's office. Qin Bao Bao scrolled through Weibo, frowning and saying hatefully, "Someone must be slandering us." Obviously. Beside her, Qin Zhe drank tea with a serious expression. On the first day of release, the reviews were okay and the box office was good. From the second day onwards, there were more and more slandering articles. On the third day it all exploded. We're just setting the pace for them. The netizens are following blindly, and the plot of the first movie is indeed not rich enough, giving them an opportunity to take advantage of it. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip. I've already asked the company to hire an internet water army, but we lost the initiative. The audience's impression of the movie being bad is deeply ingrained and difficult to change. I'm afraid that the people slandering us behind the scenes will turn against us and spread rumors to clear our name. It will be even more disadvantageous. After saying that, she saw Qin Zhe lowering his head to send a message to Wang Zijin. Jealousy erupted. She pinched his ear and said angrily, "Sister is discussing serious matters with you. Be careful." Qin Zhe put his arm around his sister's shoulder, and his sister resisted symbolically. He said, "That's why I want to put the release of the two movies together. I've seen before. When writing the script, the first movie itself was a foreshadowing. When the second movie is released, the box office and reputation should have a period of explosion. Believe me, I've personally reviewed every aspect of the movie. The special effects are good, the lines are humorous, and the plot is touching. It will definitely be far better than If I Become Memories. If you don't get the Best Actress award this year, I'll live stream myself eating sh*t. Do you still remember our bet?" Qin Bao Bao suddenly asked. "I remember." Qin Zhe nodded. "Hey, if you win, what do you want me to do?" "Of course, I want you to do it." Qin Bao Bao gave him a karate chop. "Let's get down to business. Don't talk nonsense." "Then if you win, what do you want me to do?" Qin Zhe asked. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and giggled. "I don't want you to do it." His sister laughed out loud. Qin Zhe didn't get what was so funny, but since his sister laughed, he could only laugh along. All of you are F***king laughing. Chapter 486. Qin Bao Bao lay on the sofa, holding her stomach as she let out a series of bell-like laughter. She wore a pair of dark-colored pencil pants, a blue off-the-shoulder long-sleeved shirt, and a halter top. It was a casual and refreshing outfit. When she lay on her side, a shallow gap was revealed between her jeans and the blue long-sleeved shirt. Her well-proportioned and firm lower abdomen and cute belly button were revealed. The inadvertent exposure of her body was far more attractive than the various costumes. Before the concert, run more events, Qin Zhe said. I'm tired. Qin Bao Bao said coquettishly, I'm so tired from running around with you to shoot a movie. I'm going into seclusion for a while. Qin Zhe glanced at her. Up to you. I remember that an international luxury brand approached us, intending to let you endorse it, right? What's its name? He asked. Dior, the quarterly spokesperson China region, Qin Bao Bao said lazily. You didn't take it? Of course I did, Qin Bao Bao sneered and said, taking this kind of endorsement is not as profitable as doing a few commercial performances. Although the brand is big, the endorsement fees are stingy. The endorsement fees they give to the foreign superstars are several times more than ours. Do you know why? Because many female stars in the entertainment industry would rather take the endorsement for free. It's the same principle as shooting artistic films that are good but not popular, is to improve your level. We had a preliminary discussion, but we didn't sign the contract. Later, a female star approached the brand and almost didn't want the endorsement fee. The brand contacted us and asked us to lower the endorsement fee. If I was willing to endorse at a very low fee, they could consider asking me for the endorsement next season. I told them to get lost. Who wants to rely on them to improve their fame? I won't do something that doesn't pay me, Qin Bao Bao kicked her brother. Help me get a lollipop. I want an orange-flavored one. She was able to rise rapidly and become an A-lister within a year. Even in the entertainment industry where newcomers replaced the old very quickly, it was rare. The key was that her foundation was very stable. Some young stars who rose quickly and became popular for a while would be forgotten by the audience and replaced by newcomers if they didn't have good works for a long time. But Qin Bao Bao would not be forgotten. Even if she left the entertainment industry, her name would not be forgotten. The career longevity of stars was closely related to their works. When people ordered songs in the KTV or downloaded songs online, they could see Qin Bao Bao's name through the songs. This was also why many Hong Kong singers and celebrities who had disappeared for many years were still remembered by the audience after so many years. Therefore, in Baby Qin's eyes, an international brand endorsement contract that ordinary female stars could only dream of wasn't that attractive. Who cares if it's a Dior or an Audi? It's not as popular as her single. You're good at eating. Qin Zhe opened the drawer and took out an orange-flavored lollipop. Her sister's a woman, of course, of Qin and Su, Qin and Zhe of. She liked to eat sweets and high-calorie foods, and it was easy for her to accumulate fat. Qin Bao Bao had been a glutton since she was young. When she was young, she did not have money to buy food, so she would ask her brother to steal her parents' change. Look, as she ate, her 36D was born. But she was better than most girls in one aspect. She kept exercising. Before she became a star, she had a gym membership card and a VIP membership card of a yoga club. She would go there every few days to exercise. She did not do it every day, but she never stopped. Later, she became a star and started to practice dancing. Her slim waist became slim. Her figure was better than before. Her legs were long, her waist was thin, her breasts were big, and her butt was perky. She had these characteristics in the past, but some details of her body were not as perfect as now. Qin Zhe called his assistant and asked her to inform the public relations department to hire the Internet Water Army to promote the movie. He wanted to start a silent battle with the online defamation. Then he informed MOU to hold the press conference for the second part of A Chinese Odyssey tomorrow. MOU was not in the company at this time. He was drinking with some friends in the industry. There were 4 or 5 screenwriters and directors. MOU was not a professional director. He majored in art and loved photography. After he graduated from university, he used up all his savings to take up photography jobs. He wandered around the world casually to take up photography. DSLRs were poor for 3 generations, but photography ruined his life. He was poor in his early years. By chance, he worked as an art assistant for a film crew. During that time, he participated in the filming of a movie. From then on, he officially stepped into the film industry. The person who brought him into the film industry was also his best friend. His surname was Liu, a famous director. He was the guarantee of the box office. That was in the past. In recent years, after a few bad movies, the box office flopped and his reputation declined. Director Liu was no longer as glorious as he used to be. Liu Zhini drank a few mouthfuls of wine. He clicked his tongue and said, "Old Mo, you have to be more careful. You have no shares or status in Tianfang, and you have to take the blame for bad movies. You have to film whatever the boss tells you to film. The reputation you worked so hard to build is gone in the blink of an eye. Everyone else agreed. After achieving a certain level of success in the directing industry, working for others was something that a mediocre director would do. The big directors in the industry either held shares in an entertainment company or set up their own studio to work alone. With connections, experience, and reputation, it was not difficult to pull in investors. Half a year ago, MOU was considered a mid-tier director. His professional skills were not bad, but he did not have any good movies. He could only survive by relying on an entertainment company. So be it. Reputation is like a castle in the sky. I don't need it. MOU smiled lightly. After If I Become Memories became popular, MOU's net worth increased several times. Simply put, no matter where he went, he was a small director. But now there were many entertainment companies privately contacting him, wanting to poach him. Did Tianfang promise to give you shares? A scriptwriter asked. MOU shook his head. There was a wave of boos. I know my own standards. I'm not as good as you guys make me out to be. That movie became popular because of the actors and CEO Qin's song. MOU said, get to the point, get to the point. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao are siblings. The male and female leads in the movie are also siblings. And the song at the end, don't you think it was a stroke of genius? Adapting a novel has its advantages. The actors' acting skills are indeed good. The scriptwriter smiled and said, recently the internet has been criticizing your journey to the West. CEO Qin in your company must be worried sick. I don't know if he's worried sick, but I'm quite worried. Previously, CEO Qin asked me if I should get a bonus based on the box office, but I rejected it. I'm really King smart, MOU said. Not everyone can be a scriptwriter. Now, people who have a little bit of writing skills think they can be a scriptwriter. They've made one bad movie after another scriptwriter said. Lu Zhini said, it's a pity that they invested hundreds of millions. So, the topic of their conversation basically revolved around Journey to the West. During this period, Journey to the West had been trending frequently, but it was not positive. This time they're leading the conversation. MOU drank a mouthful of beer and handed out cigarettes to everyone. We have a lot of connections and good news. Do you have any news? Who's messing with me? The sound of lighters being lit could be heard. Everyone smoked, shook their heads, or frowned. Actually, it's easy to guess. It must be the company behind this batch of movies that were released at the same time. MOU clicked his tongue and said, I just don't know which one. Leading the conversation to slander was very common in the entertainment industry. It should be said that it was common in all walks of life. When If I Become Memories was released, it was not that there was no slander. It was just that the quality of the film itself was too good and could withstand it. However, Journey to the West was caught and its small flaws were magnified infinitely. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhini suddenly said, it's done by Dynasty Film and Television. No wonder the box office of Demon Subduing Records is so good now. It has a good reputation and good box office, pushing Journey to the West down. A director suddenly realized. Is it reliable? MOU poured him a drink. Dynasty Film and Television was a big company. In the entertainment industry, it was a behemoth on the same level as Star Art. Tianfang could not compare at the moment. Lu Zhini nodded. It's reliable. I won't say the details. It's not convenient. Brothers, don't go around telling others. Otherwise I'll be very embarrassed. The industry is not big, but we'll see each other all the time. Everyone laughed. A lot of things were not secrets in the industry. For example, a certain female celebrity was taken in by a boss. Or a certain celebrity offended someone who wanted to mess with that person. However, a lot of rumors in the industry usually did not go out of the circle. The outside world rarely knew about it. A big mouth would offend people. If it did not affect one's personal interests, no one would be willing to be a thankless whistleblower. MOU's phone on the table rang. The caller ID showed, CEO Qin. Hello, CEO Qin. MOU picked up the phone. Qin Zhe's words were concise and comprehensive. He told him to come back and hold the press conference for Journey to the West 2 in the afternoon. CEO Qin is a little anxious. He wants the press conference for the second movie to be brought forward. MOU grabbed the clothes hanging on the chair. I'll leave first. MOU rushed back to the company and knocked on the CEO's office door. Come in. Qin Zhe's voice came. He pushed the door open and entered. He saw the two CEO Qins sitting on the sofa next to each other. They seemed to be watching a movie. Go and prepare. Remember to inform us when you're done. Qin Zhe said, be more attentive to the media. Remember not to be stingy with red packets. Mou thought for a moment and said, Co Qin, there's something I don't know if I should say. Qin Zhe glanced at him. Say it. I heard from an old friend that Dynasty Entertainment was the one who paid for the Water Army to defame us. Chapter 487. Royal Entertainment? Qin Zhe was stunned. Yes, the news is reliable, Mou said. Qin Zhe pondered for a moment and then realized that it was not strange. The Exorcist, which Royal Entertainment invested in, was released at the same time as A Journey to the West. On the first day it was suppressed by A Journey to the West. Since the plot of A Journey to the West was average and not ideal, and Qin Zhe boasted that the box office would be $3 billion, of course, they would take advantage of the opportunity to make things difficult for them. Royal Entertainment? Qin Bao was furious. She sneered and said, The Exorcist is only slightly better than a lousy film. We can also pay the Internet Water Army to defame them. The key is that they are very low-key. They are not as high-profile as us. They have 10 yuan special effects and a box office of 3 billion. Even if we defame them, the effect will not be as good as them defame us. This is called setting a death flag, Qin Zhe said. Who asked you to brag? Qin Bao complained. Arts are poor, science is a nerd. We are only left with the hobby of bragging. Qin Zhe sighed. Qin Bao also sighed. I will post on Weibo to promote it, although I will be ridiculed by the haters. Qin Zhe said gratefully, Thank you, sister. Behind every successful brother there is a sister. Qin Bao said happily, You are welcome. Behind every successful sister there is a brother. Mou was speechless. Are you crazy? Business flattery? Then Bosch Qin, I will go out to work. Mou chose to die. He left the CEO's office with a heavy heart. Not only was the public discussion heated, but Tianfang was also talking about A Journey to the West. They were all talking about the failure of the company's investment. It did not matter if the investment failed. Tianfang was used to it. The key was that Bosch Qin boasted in front of the media, which was a slap in the face. The company's employees were also embarrassed. On the other hand, the crew members were extremely frustrated. Compared to If I Become Memories, which was just for fun, it was extremely popular. On the other hand, A Chinese Odyssey, which had taken a huge amount of money and 2 months of painstaking effort to film, was a flop. For the past 2 months, the entire crew had been working hard. Everyone had high hopes for the movie. After Mou left, Qin Bao continued watching the movie and licking her lollipops. Qin Zhe found a piece of A4 paper and wrote down the total box office earnings for the past few days. He estimated that after the second movie was released, the box office earnings would reach 6 billion within a month. That's right, not 3 billion. 3 billion was the box office earnings for a single movie. If the total box office earnings of 2 films were to reach 3 billion, how difficult would that be? He calculated for a while, but to no avail. The box office of the first movie, which could have been used as an important reference point, was categorized as a bad movie because of the rhythm. The box office plummeted. If this trend did not change, even the screening rate would drop in the future. Without the screening rate, how could the box office be sold? This was just like writing a novel without any recommendations. For example, the unlucky guy who sold the newspaper had more than a dozen recommendations on other authors' websites and apps, but he didn't even get a single recommendation after his novel was published. It was simply a tragedy. Therefore, Qin Zhe did not have a good estimate of the box office. What are you writing? Qin Bao glanced at it and inadvertently glanced at her name. Nothing. Qin Zhe folded the paper. Let me see. Qin Bao reached out to snatch it. Qin Zhe dodged and put the paper into the shredder to be destroyed. In boredom, he casually wrote a poem, Sister in Heaven and on Earth. Always prepare a wet tissue for the next movie. Sharpening the knife to the wife. Day and night sharpening the gun battle Teddy. It was not a poem. It was written from the heart. The standard was a little low and not very elegant. This kind of poem definitely could not be seen by his sister. Otherwise, the office would be turned into a chest murder case. Sneaky. Qin Bao glared at him and threw this matter to the back of her mind. She asked, Do you want to go against Dynasty? Let's smear their reputation too. Didn't I just say that there's not much point in doing this? Dynasty. Haha, I can only say that there's still a long way to go. Qin Zhe shrugged. Just remember it first. That's the use of a small notebook. Today a certain someone plotted against me once. If there's a chance I'll get back at him. Yesterday a certain someone gave me 1 million yuan. Next time if there's a project I'll give it to him first. 3 days ago, a certain someone gave me a little honey. It's very smooth. Later, I'll help him cover up the illegal content. Qin Zhe's phone beeped. He had received a message. Old master, come back for dinner with Bao Bao tonight. Old master was probably in class or had something on hand. He rarely sent messages. Qin Zhe, Dad, didn't we just have dinner together? His sister's birthday had just passed. Old master, your uncle and cousin are coming over tonight. They want to talk to you about something. Qin Zhe, they want money, right? Old master, how can you say that? Your cousin wants to start a business. He wants to borrow some money from you. Qin Zhe, got it? As long as it's within 2 million yuan. Actually, his uncle was not his biological uncle. He was old master's cousin. Within 3 generations, Qin Zhe only had 2 aunts. There was a saying that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. As long as a man was not a lone wolf, he would have to deal with all kinds of relatives after he became rich. Qin Zhe was not a very independent person. He did not mind suffering a small loss. When he made money, he did not mind letting his relatives benefit from it. Of course, it was not right to treat him as a money tree. Qin Zhe knew what to do. Old master, what do you want to eat? I'll get your mom to buy it. Qin Zhe, I'm always casual. It's not like you don't know. Old master, ask Bao Bao what she likes to eat. Old master did not know how to cook, so he did not know what his daughter liked to eat. He was not like Qin Zhe, who had to deal with his sister's mouth every day. Qin Zhe, cock, s. After sending the message, he suddenly reacted. Qin Zhe, it's because of the input method. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, let mom buy asterisk asterisk asterisk. Qin Zhe, Dad? Qin Zhe, Dad, let me explain. But old master did not respond for a long time. Damn, father, you have to listen to my explanation. I didn't do it on purpose. Qin Bao Bao. She blinked and looked at her brother curiously. Suddenly, Ace felt as if his body had been hollowed out. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the premiere ended. That night, all kinds of flattering articles and comments appeared on the internet and fermented. Previously, the big shot who commented on the movie on Weibo and said that it was a special effect of A Journey to the West. But after receiving the red packet that night, he posted another long post on Weibo. This afternoon I attended the premiere of A Journey to the West too. After watching the second movie, I finally understood why Qin Zhe wanted to release the 2 movies at the same time. It's because A Journey to the West is incomplete without the second movie. It's incomplete, and it's not worth mentioning. I still insist on my previous opinion. The first part of A Journey to the West was really ordinary. The plot was pale, and after watching it, it was boring. But now I have to add that there's a reason for this. It's all used to pave the way for the second part. Trust me, after watching the second part, you'll change your opinion of this movie. After the first part's pave, the second part's plot has obviously taken a qualitative leap. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe's acting is impeccable as always. The special effects of the second part are also online. The ending is very exciting, very exciting. Even when I sit in front of the computer and write this review, I'm still thinking about the final ending. It's a thought-provoking and memorable ending. And that ending song. Yes, it's a new song, Qin Zhe's original song. His status on the internet was not low, and he had countless fans. Plus, he was the film reviewer for A Journey to the West too. Many viewers were looking forward to it, hoping to see specific information about the second part from him. The comments were divided into 2 groups. True fans, I also support the second part. As long as it's Qin Bao Bao's movie, I'll support it. So, the second part will be very exciting? Like I said, Qin Bao Bao only appeared for a few minutes. How can there be such a female lead? I've already bought the tickets. When it's released the day after tomorrow, I'll go and watch it. What's the ending? Can you spoil it? Anti-fans, forget it. We'll know what the second part is like after watching the first part. I won't watch it even if you beat me to death. Tell me, how much did you charge them? Tianfeng Film and Television is starting to clean up the mess. Unfortunately, the first part is too trashy and can't be cleaned up. A trashy movie that insults the great sage equaling heaven in my heart. No, the great sage equaling heaven is just a bystander. It's just a vulgar movie in the guise of A Journey to the West. Qin Zhe better not write a script. What kind of trashy movie is it? It's a waste of such good special effects. Trashy. I'm not watching it. Nowadays people are doing things for money. I can't even find a sincere film reviewer. Nonsense. You can only enter the premiere if you have connections. The essence of the premiere is to flatter the movie and advertise it, you know? Middle of the road, Qin Zhe's new song? I'm looking forward to it. I don't want to watch it. I'll watch it when I have the resources on the internet. Reporting from the melon-eating masses. The next day, the public opinion that was pulled back with great difficulty became one-sided again. All the major apps pushed messages, mocking and ridiculing the second part of A Journey to the West. All kinds of smears were written. The articles were written clearly and logically. They said that a few $100 million was invested in this movie, but in the end, the quality of the movie was only 10 yuan more than the trashy domestic movies. It was Qin Zhe's first time as a screenwriter, and he fell flat on his face. Although there were fans defending and trolls flattering, the negative comments were in line with people's dark hearts. After all, in this year, Qin Zhe had risen in the entertainment industry too quickly. There were many people who were envious, jealous, and hated him. Everyone was happy to add insult to injury. There were still 2 days before A Journey to the West 2 was released. Words about it were everywhere on the internet. Although the trolls were abominable, they also helped A Journey to the West accumulate a lot of popularity and topics. On this day, A Journey to the West 2 was released. Chapter 488. At the film studio 2 miles away from their parents' house, the siblings, wearing caps and masks, and Wang Zijin accompanied their parents to the cinema. After buying the tickets, Qin Zhe bought a cup of coffee for his sister, a cup of Coke for Sister Ziwei, and 2 bottles of mineral water for his parents. Why don't you drink? His sister held the coffee and wore a mask. I'm not thirsty, Qin Zhe said. He estimated that his sister would drink half of the coffee at most and then throw it to him. Sister Ziwei was the same. So he only needed to drink his sister's juice. The family sat in the lounge area waiting for the movie to start. There were still 10 minutes to go. The topic of A Journey to the West was too popular on the internet. Grandpa Sheng had been listening to his colleagues in the office every day for the past few days. Occasionally in class there would be bold students who would raise their hands and ask, Miss Qin, does Qin Zhe have the confidence to reverse the box office in the second movie? Qin Ma was the same. When she chatted with the aunties in the community, the aunties would always talk about A Journey to the West, and say that their son had lost a lot of money. Did A Journey to the West really invest hundreds of millions? Now that A Journey to the West 2 was showing, Grandpa Sheng called his children to go home and watch it together. Of course there was no problem. Although A Journey to the West was a romance with a mythological theme, the whole story was very pure. The male and female protagonists had no sex scenes, and even the kissing scene was only at the end. Although the ending was a kissing scene between him and his sister, Qin Zhe only needed to say that he was a stunt double. 10 minutes later the tickets were checked. Qin Zhe chose a seat in the corner, trying to make himself and his sister less eye-catching. The attendance was not as high as expected. Only about half of the seats were filled. Is there only so few people? Qin Baobao pouted and looked unwilling. This was the premiere. If the attendance was not full on the first day, it meant that the movie was at best. Of course, there was a comeback later, but the reality in front of her made her sister very depressed. I was affected by public opinion. There's no other way. I was already mentally prepared. Qin Zhe said as he sat next to his sister. When he turned his head to take a look, the scale of his sister's chest was really big. It looked like a mountain ridge from the side and a mountain peak from the side. Then he turned his head to look at Sister Ziwei's chest. He wanted to say something but he couldn't. Being a B-rank big shot was already not bad, but compared to his sister who was a D-rank and a peak D-rank at that, there was a huge gap. As for that teddy poodle, the little lotus flower had just revealed its sharp edges, and tears flowed down its cheeks before it could speak. Hey, let's watch Demon Subduing Record next door after this. Well, if the film is boring we'll leave halfway through. Actually, I didn't want to watch it, but I'm Qin Baobao's diehard fan. I have to support her movie. Qin Baobao just needs to focus on singing. What's the point of filming? She's already been stuck in a few successful movies and can't pull herself out. She's putting the cart before the horse. Qin Zhe too. Can't he just focus on writing his songs? Or if you want to be an actor but insist on becoming a scriptwriter, you won't even be able to recoup your investment of hundreds of millions. He's too arrogant. But the box office of Journey to the West will probably give him a heavy slap in the face. Only us fans can support him. Look, the attendance is so low. A few gays in the front row were chatting away. The movie started. The movie started in a beautiful village. Outside the village there was an inn. Qin Baobao played Zixia. She appeared in an ancient costume, looking beautiful. Leading a small donkey, she walked to the entrance of the inn and raised her charming oval face. Happy Inn. Immediately, a waiter took the reins of the donkey and led it away. Qin Bao Bao entered the inn and saw the old innkeeper lighting an oil lamp. The oil lamp had no wick, but the old innkeeper was enlightened. Zixia raised the corner of her mouth and smiled brightly. "Innkeeper, you can't light it like this. There's only oil and no wick." The innkeeper sighed. "That makes sense, but the wick of the lamp in front of the Buddha's seat is gone. Where can we buy it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a few streams of light shot from all sides of the inn and went straight for Zixia. Zixia dodged, and the place where she was originally standing exploded into sawdust. In the shot, the dust and sawdust were particularly realistic. The special effects of this shot alone were very well done. Several people in the inn showed their true selves. Zixia pointed her sword at them and teased, "Oh, it's Erlang Shen and the four heavenly kings. Zixia, you and your sister were originally two intertwined wicks in front of the Buddha's seat. Not only did you secretly descend to the mortal world, but you also went around telling people that you would marry anyone who could pull out your purple and green sword. You're simply ignoring the laws of heaven and treason." This sentence pointed out the background and true identity of the female lead. The audience watched with relish. Suddenly they found that the second movie was quite good. The opening was good, the special effects were good, the story was good, the lines were not awkward, and the acting was good. "You wrote the script? Forget about the wicks turning into monsters. I saw the movie review yesterday. This Zixia and the Monkey King fell in love?" The old man was a little confused. He usually watched movies that were more rigorous or speculative or literary or humanistic. As for those special effects films, he didn't watch Vajra, Spider-Man or Avengers. It was a script written by his son, so he subconsciously looked at it with a critical gaze. "What logic does a mythical drama need?" Qinzhe complained. "Whether it's mythical or sci-fi, it can't be separated from logic," the old man said. Qinzhe muttered, "Like attracts like, it's the truth of heaven and earth. Different species falling in love is more exciting." "What did you say?" "Nothing, I'm just reciting a poem." "What poem?" Qinzhe muttered, "Young people don't know the taste of sorrow, love to go upstairs, love to go upstairs. My sister's name is Floor Floor, wanna say but stop, wanna say but stop. Where the iron pestle props up the flowers, the spring silently flows." The old man frowned. "What are you muttering about?" The movie continued. Zixia Fairy met Joker in the Five Elements Mountain and accidentally burned the soles of his feet, giving him 3 moles. It was also at this time that Joker looked at the demon-revealing mirror, and he no longer saw himself but a monkey demon. He knows that he is Sun Wukong. In the dark cinema, a girl shouted loudly. As the plot progressed, Joker unintentionally pulled out the purple and green sword, and he and Zixia began a 500-year love and hate entanglement. But at this time in Joker's heart he always felt that Bai Jingjing was his true love, and ignored Zixia's affection. Zixia was disappointed and left alone. Later Joker, who was alone, met the reincarnated Tang Sanzang, and then met the Bull Demon King. At this time the Bull Demon King didn't turn against Sun Wukong, and because of the Moonlight Cash Box, Joker traveled to 500 years ago. In terms of logic, Qinzhe's journey to the west was clearer than the original. The Bull Demon King was very happy to catch Tang Sanzang, and he prepared to eat Tang Sanzang's meat at the wedding. He not only invited Sun Wukong to eat Tang Sanzang's meat, but also married his sister to Sun Wukong. "So beautiful, which star is she?" "Damn, a super beauty. I haven't seen her before, is she a newcomer?" The audience exclaimed. "Is it Suyu?" the old man said with a smile. In the face of the funny part of the movie, the old man, who didn't smile at all, showed a rare smile. "Well, this wedding dress is very beautiful and it suits you very well." The old man laughed. Maybe in the old man's heart, Suyu was already his daughter-in-law. Wang Zijin looked at the old man bitterly. Qin Bao stared at her father and retorted, "I don't think it suits like a fox spirit." On the big screen, Zixia, the Bull Demon King, and Xiang Xiang stood together. "I object to this marriage," a monster said. "What are you saying?" Joker said angrily. "They are a match made in heaven, and you have no right to object." The old man suddenly looked at his daughter. Although he didn't want to admit it, in comparison, Suyu was cold and beautiful, and his daughter was charming and enchanting. His daughter was obviously the fox spirit. At this time, Princess Iron Fan rushed over from afar. At the same time, Joker and Zixia reunited in the small courtyard. "If you take half a step forward, I will kill you. You should do that and I should die. There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, it was too late for regrets. The most painful thing in the world is this. If God gives me a chance to do it again, I will say 3 words to that girl: I love you." If I have to add a time limit to this love, I hope it will be 10,000 years. In this way, Joker won Zixia's heart and tricked her to help him get the Moonlight treasure box. Zixia Fairy, who was deeply in love, was betrayed and even sold for money. This part was a little exaggerated, so the theater was full of laughter. Qinzhe said in his heart, "Laugh, I laughed too at that time. I hope that by the end you will still be able to laugh." "It really doesn't make sense," Qin Ma said sullenly. This part of the plot made her very uncomfortable. In other people's eyes, Joker and Zixia were her son and daughter, but in her eyes, it was her son and daughter. Seeing her son coaxing her daughter with a few words, she was very tired. How is it not logical? Mom, you can't say what others say. Qin Bao Bao shook her mother's arm and said pitifully. While talking, the theater was full of low laughter again. It was Joker and Princess Iron Fan whispering. "I remember in the first movie, Bull Demon King said Sun Wukong seduced his sister-in-law, haha. That's too much of an imagination, I was caught off guard." At midnight, Joker wanted to meet Princess Iron Fan secretly, but he was caught by San Monk and Zhu Beiji to save Tang Sanzang. This part was different from the original. It had a thrilling theme and gorgeous special effects. San Monk and Zhu Beiji finally took Joker and Joker through many difficulties and met Tang Sanzang. At this point, the plot finally reached a small climax. The master and disciples failed to escape and were intercepted by the Bull Demon King and his sister. The whole process was full of high-energy special effects, and the fighting was intense and gorgeous. The audience watched with relish. Because of Xiangxiang's soul transfer technique, Qingxia and Joker's souls were exchanged. "You won't dislike me, right?" Zhu Beiji said affectionately. "Of course not. Ugh, you obviously dislike me. Okay, we're done here. Give me some time, I'll get used to it after vomiting." The theater was full of laughter. Chapter 489. In the following plot, Joker fell off the cliff and accidentally saved 3 bandits. Zixia, Tang Sanzang, and the others were captured by the Bull Demon King. This time, the Bull Demon King, who had broken up with Princess Iron Fan, showed his ferocious fangs. He was no longer hypocritical and gentle. He forced Zixia to get married 7 days later, or he would kill Tang Sanzang and her sister. Zixia agreed immediately. When Qingxia asked her why, Zixia sat by the table and rested her chin on her hand. Her expression was full of anticipation and happiness. "The person I love is a peerless hero. One day, he will ride on the 7-colored auspicious clouds and marry me." Her acting was explosive. Under the candlelight, her sister's face was gentle like jade. Her sparkling eyes were full of expectation and tenderness. On the internet, Zixia's acting was called a liar. "Qin Bao Bao is really beautiful. I'm looking forward to seeing you continue acting." Yes, I like her more and more." Murmurs of the audience came from everywhere. The voices were very soft, relying on Qinzhe's sharp ears and eyes. This was one of the reasons why he deliberately chose to sit in the corner. He was afraid that the audience would see his sister's beauty and blurt out, "Cute, I want," or something like that. Qin Bao Bao pushed half a cup of coffee to Qinzhe. "Sister can't drink anymore." Wang Zijing glanced at her and pushed a Coke over. "Sister can't drink anymore either." Qinzhe nodded. He took a sip of coffee and then a sip of Coke, indicating that he was happy to serve his sisters. "Look, sister is here." Qin Ma. As a mother, she suddenly felt very tired. On the other side, Joker brought 3 bandits to the water curtain cave. The bandits were grateful for his kindness and became friends with him. "I must miss Jingjing too much." "Yes, you called Jingjing 98 times when you fainted." "Oh, Jingjing is my wife. There's another one called Zixia. You called her 784 times." They knew that Zixia was the female lead, but seeing this, the audience was still a little surprised. Before this, Zixia had always been in love with Joker, and Joker had only used her without any feelings. Therefore, the audience thought that Zixia was a love-struck fool. They didn't see Joker showing any interest in Zixia at all. After that, Joker met by Jingjing in the water curtain cave, who had become his disciple. After 500 years, they met again. Joker successfully moved by Jingjing, and the two of them held their wedding in the water curtain cave. In the distant Demon Ox Palace, a wedding was also being held. On the eve of the wedding, Joker sat in the water curtain cave in a daze, recalling the past with Zixia. He confessed that he had been deceiving Zixia, but Zixia had told him to let it be. He was like a moth that knew it would get hurt but he would still pounce on it. A moth is so stupid. Zixia thought so. "I transmigrated from 500 years in order to save by Jingjing, find her, marry her, and make up for the debt and regret of 500 years later. That was what Joker thought. Therefore he denied that he liked Zixia. He had to like Bai Jingjing. That way everything he had done would be meaningful. Loving someone required a reason. He had done so much for Bai Jingjing, so he loved Bai Jingjing. That was the reason. Zixia was just someone he knew. He had deceived her and used her before. Now he felt a little guilty. After all, she was going to marry the Demon Ox King. She was marrying someone she didn't like. That was all. The theater was very quiet. Everyone looked at the big screen in silence. Through the plot, dialogue, and memories, Joker's inner conflict and confusion were vividly expressed in front of the audience. Of course, the wedding didn't take place. The bride ran away on the day of the wedding and left a letter for Joker. Bai Jingjing said, "Your conscience tells me that the person you love the most is not me, but another daughter." Joker could deceive himself, but he couldn't deceive his conscience. But when the truth was revealed, he couldn't deceive himself anymore. The letter left by Bai Jingjing made Joker see his conscience. And the moment when Lady Chun was killed, he had an epiphany. Yes, he loved Zixia. That woman left a drop of terror in his heart. The cave lit up, and the dignified and beautiful Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared. "This is Zijin." Qin Ma smiled. "Yes. Auntie, I'm just an extra," Wang Zijin said. She secretly pinched Qin Zhe. This was the role that Wang Zijin forced herself to play. Sister Ziwei got 2 extra roles for herself through a dirty deal with Qin Zhe in private. 5 minutes of extra roles, so satisfying. I want to remind you again. After putting on the collar, you are no longer an ordinary person. You can't touch the lust of the mortal world. Otherwise the collar will tighten. Understood. Finally, what do you want to say? There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, it was too late to regret. The most painful thing in the mortal world is this. If God gives me another chance, I will say to that girl, "I love you." If I have to add a time limit to this love, I hope it will be 10,000 years. Putting on the collar didn't mean that he had cut off the mortal world, but that he couldn't save her if he didn't put on the collar. The same line, the laughter from before. But now the audience didn't find it funny. This was a love drama in the guise of a myth. Similarly, it was a tragedy in the guise of a comedy. In the wedding in the Bull Demon Palace, the Bull Demon King forced Zixia to marry him and drink wine. When the beauty was in trouble, she was waiting for the hero to save her. Look at this old trick. Hey, they have already gone through the wedding ceremony. Zixia is now the Bull Demon King's woman. Qin Zhe heard a girl whisper behind him. Many people would inadvertently overlook some key lines when watching movies. They paid more attention to the plot. When the female lead was in trouble, the male lead appeared on colorful clouds and swept away the demons with the golden cudgel. How touching. In the end, the lovers would definitely get married. In this era where the audience was increasingly unable to accept tragic endings and where commercialization was so serious that it only catered to the audience's tastes, there would definitely be a reversal in the later stages. Sun Wukong would definitely not abandon Zixia. But soon the audience with such thoughts were disappointed. Not only did Sun Wukong not save Zixia, he even humiliated Zixia with all kinds of words. Looking at Zixia's aggrieved and disappointed expression on the big screen, Qin Baobao's fans felt their hearts ache. The battle between Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King could be said to be the most expensive part of the whole movie. It was full of high-energy special effects and spectacular fighting scenes. Through the production of 3D special effects, every scene cost Qin Zhe a lot of money. If no one led the rhythm, the special effects alone would be enough to earn a lot of praise. Not bad, the old man praised. Qin Ma, who had no interest in fighting and killing mythological dramas, watched with great interest. The audience in the screening hall exclaimed from time to time. It was too much for the eyes to take in. The 15 minutes of high-energy special effects were coming to an end. The Bull Demon King was no match for the great sage. In desperation, he took out the banana fan and fanned the entire Bull Demon Palace into the sun. Qin Zhe once thought of fanning the entire city into the sun. Later, he learned that if he did that, the cost of a city and a palace would be several times more expensive. The moment the Bull Demon King's fork pierced Zixia's body, the screening hall was filled with low cries. It was as if they couldn't believe that the heroine was dead. Is the heroine dead? That's too ridiculous. How can the heroine die? Sun Wukong is so heartless. She will definitely be resurrected later. Sun Wukong will cause havoc in the underworld. On the big screen, the great sage Heaven's Equal hugged Zixia and felt her life rapidly fading away. As she said, she was no longer an immortal, so it was difficult for her to escape the pain of reincarnation. His face was blank and the camera zoomed in on him. His face was clearly expressionless, but the audience looked at his dead eyes and felt a sense of grief. The person of my dreams is an unparalleled hero. One day he will step on the 7-colored clouds to pick me up. I guessed the beginning correctly, but I couldn't have guessed the ending. The great sage, Heaven's equal, held her hand tightly, but the band on his head became tighter and tighter. Their hands gradually separated. The woman in the phoenix coronet and robe drifted away with the wind and fell into the mortal world. On the screen, the great sage, Heaven's equal, held his head and cried to the sky in pain. This close-up lasted half a minute. Sun Wukong's expression changed from blank to crying. The change of expression was very exciting. Unlike other movies where he roared to the sky to express his sadness and madness, he was really crying, wailing in despair. In the end, due to his emotional loss, the band tightened and Sun Wukong completely collapsed, turning into an ugly ape with ferocious fangs. This was the most explosive part of Qin Zhe's acting in the entire movie. At this moment, the huge theater was silent. There was no laughter or ridicule. Everyone looked at the screen in silence. Soon, Qin Zhe heard the sobbing of the girl who was watching the movie with her boyfriend behind him. Not hearing her boyfriend's comforting words, Qin Zhe turned his head and found that the man's eyes were also red. Afraid of being seen by others, he stiffened his body and tried to pretend to be expressionless. He sensed Qin Zhe's gaze. It seemed that Qin Zhe had already turned his head. In the theater, a sorrowful atmosphere filled the air. The movie wasn't over yet. Let's continue watching. After escaping through the moonlight cache, Sun Wukong woke up and found himself in an inn. The 4 of them were passing by and wanted to stay there. Why did he appear here? Sun Wukong himself didn't know. When he woke up, he was already on the way to the Buddhist scriptures. When he asked Zhu Beiji about the Demon Ox Palace, Zhu Beiji was at a loss. He opened the door of the inn. The sun was shining brightly outside and people were weaving in and out. Everything that happened 500 years ago, everything about Zixia, seemed to be just a dream. The 4 of them left the inn, went out of the city and set foot on the road to the west. As they approached the city gate, they saw a crowd in front of them, looking up at the city tower. Wukong, go take a look. Yes. On the city tower, a man and a woman were confronting each other. The woman was extremely seductive, her skirt fluttering in the wind. The man was handsome and tall, holding a sword in his hand. Seems like I shouldn't have come. It's too late to realize that now. I already have a lover. We won't end up together. Let me go. Okay, you can go, but you have to kiss me. The people below the city tower were jeering. If you reject me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I won't kiss you even if I regret it. I can only blame fate for not meeting you sooner. The camera gave the woman a close-up. Her stubborn expression and sad eyes. Below the city tower, the great sage equaling heaven stared at her in a daze. Just then music started playing. Past, present, past, never to return. Red, red, fallen leaves buried in the dust. As soon as the music started playing, everyone got goosebumps. Their emotions were stirred up by the music. They shuddered uncontrollably. The beginning and the end are always the same. You wander on the horizon beyond the clouds. The great sage, Heaven's equal, stirred up a demonic wind and leaned over the man. He walked toward the purple clouds as if he had walked through 500 years. Love and hate rise in the sea of bitterness. In this world, it's hard to escape fate. The 2 of them kissed on the city tower. The man and woman embraced each other in the applause of the people below. The great sage, Heaven's equal, turned around resolutely and set foot on his journey to the west. The past and the past, love and hate, were left behind. Blind dates are unapproachable. Or should I believe that it's fate? Love and hate rise in the sea of bitterness. In this world, it's hard to escape fate. Many people's hair stood on end as they stared at the man and woman kissing in the movie. That person looks so strange. I saw it too. Tsk, he looks like a dog. He looked like a dog. The audience looked at the back of the great sage, Heaven's equal. They felt like their hearts had been stabbed. A very complicated emotion welled up. Sadness, confusion, melancholy. Qin Zhe turned around and saw his sister crying again. The movie ended. The lights in the theater lit up. The dozens of audience members were immersed in the ending and couldn't pull themselves out for a long time. Chapter 490. On the way out of the theater, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao put on caps and masks. They lowered their heads slightly and did not look at the passers-by. It was the right thing to do not look at the passers-by. If you looked at them, you might be recognized. After all, the people who came to support the premiere were all fans. In the 1990s, this was also very dangerous. When Qinzhe was in junior high school, the gangsters in the school were more arrogant. If you looked at them a few more times, they would ask you fiercely, "What are you looking at?" At this time it was best to lower your head and not speak. If you replied, "I'm looking at you," at that time it would be a declaration of war. Qinzhe encountered such a situation when he was in junior high school. Later it stopped because he often fought for his sister and made a name for himself. The gangsters did not dare to shout at him like that. "Why are you crying again? You have a fragile heart." Qinzhe lowered his voice and whispered in his sister's ear. She cried once at the premiere. At that time she had put on makeup. Fortunately, his sister usually did not put on makeup. "It's none of your business." Qin Baobao pinched the back of his hand. Along the way, the audience who had left the theater were talking about Journey to the West. "It was very good. I cried. This is the most moving movie I've seen this year. Before this, it was If I Become Memories by Qin Baobao." "You mean the man in the ending is Joker, right?" "No, they just look alike. I think the ending is perfect. Joker and Zixia are together, and Sun Wukong goes to find the scriptures. It's best to look at his back. It makes me a little sad." A group of internet trolls said that Journey to the West is a bad movie. "I feel that it will be popular. Journey to the West can be filmed like this? What's the song at the end called?" It could be foreseen that in a few days Journey to the West's reputation would skyrocket. At that time, the whole internet would be talking about this movie. It would not be the doubts and defamations of the past few days, but praise and flattery. Yes, flattery. Qinzhe had already prepared 3,000 Navy soldiers. When they went downstairs, Wang Zijin dragged Qinzhe to buy egg tarts. Qin Baobao and her parents got into the car. "Give me 10 egg tarts," Wang Zijin said to the waiter. Qinzhe paid the bill and took the paper bag from the waiter. Wang Zijin poked her head into the bag and took out an egg tart. Biting it in her mouth, she held Qinzhe's arm with her other hand and went out. The night breeze was cool and it lifted her hair. Wang Zijin was 165 meters tall, reaching Qinzhe's shoulders. This height ratio was perfect. With the golden height ratio of a couple and the fact that she was holding onto Qinzhe's shoulder, they looked like a couple no matter how one looked at them. "Hungry?" "Yes." Wang Zijin removed the egg tart from her mouth and frowned. "Too sweet. It doesn't taste good." She handed the half-bitten egg tart to Qinzhe's mouth. Qinzhe opened his mouth helplessly. In addition to the juice, he was occasionally responsible for solving the food that his sisters couldn't eat. This scene was seen by the old man and Qin Ma in the car on the side of the road. Qin Ma smiled. "I told you that A's and Zijin are a good match. Look what a match." They saw it and Qin Baobao naturally saw it too. She frowned and felt suffocated in her heart. It was very uncomfortable. "What match?" "Mom, you can only lie through your teeth," Qin Baobao said loudly. "How can you talk to your mom like that?" The old man glared at his daughter, then turned his head and argued with his wife. "I think Suyu is more suitable." "You're not suitable," Qin Baobao said again. The old man looked at his daughter in amazement. He couldn't believe that his beloved daughter dared to say such a thing to him. "Dad, I don't have a good relationship with Suyu." Qin Baobao realized that she had lost her temper and explained awkwardly. "I've heard from Aze that you can become popular just by playing games. You're already a big star. Can't you be more magnanimous? Look at Ace. How much has changed during this time? And Suyu, talented and capable, can support a company by herself. Look at you. You're still the same. You don't look like an elder sister all day long." The old man reprimanded his daughter. Well, Suyu, who was not even a dozen years old, was more important than her daughter. Looking at her mother again, she was looking at Wang Zijin with appreciation. Qin Baobao felt that she had been abandoned. Her parents' hearts were not with her, and her brother was going to be taken away by the wolf. After watching the movie, she was already in a panic. The ending of Joker and Zixia made her particularly uncomfortable. Because in the movie the two roles were played by her and Qinzhe. Now hearing her parents' words, she was even more uncomfortable. Qin Baobao's eyes were red, her nose was sour, and her tears rolled down. She quickly glanced at the car window. Qinzhe and Wang Zijin came over. When they were close to the car, Wang Zijin quietly let go of her hand. "You've watched the movie 2 or 3 times. Why are you still crying?" Qinzhe saw his sister's red eyes and complained. "It's none of your business." Qin Baobao roared like an angry female leopard. Qinzhe was stunned. His sister rarely got angry with him like this. Even if she was angry, she would wipe her tears and cry to accuse him instead of yelling like this. Qinzhe said weakly, "I won't talk about it. Let's go home." Qin Ma looked at her daughter and then at her son. She frowned. After sending his parents home, Qin Zhe drove his sisters back. Surprisingly, Qin Baobao didn't sit in the front passenger seat. She sat in the back seat in a fit of pique. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was a little bit solemn. Wang Zijin didn't know why her best friend was angry, but she could feel her frustration and irritation. Wang Zijin was a smart person, so she didn't take the initiative to start a conversation. Qin Zhe was even more dumbfounded, but he knew in his heart that he must have been too intimate with Sister Xian at the entrance of the store, which made her unhappy. But this time, his sister's reaction was a little bit too big. When they got home, Qin Zhe entered the password, took out the key and opened the door. Behind him, his sister, who was carrying a bag, was playing with her phone. Wang Zijin was also playing with her phone. The atmosphere was not right for the three of them. They went into the house to take a shower and wash up. Qin Zhe waited in the room for half an hour, but his sister didn't knock on the door. If the mountain doesn't come, then I'll go to the mountain. So he sneaked into his sister's room. Qin Baobao wasn't asleep. She was leaning on the bed, reading a book under the bedside lamp. Why did you come in? Of course she didn't give him a good look. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and got on the bed. She kicked him down. If my sister doesn't let me get on the bed, then I'll force myself on her. After a few more kicks, Qin Zhe finally got on his sister's bed. What's wrong? You've been pulling a long face since we came back from the movie? Qin Zhe and his sister sat on the bed together. Nothing. Qin Baobao was reading a book out of boredom. The book she was reading didn't look like a romance or literature. The cover had a background of cherry blossoms and a string of sandalwood prayer beads. This kind of book was probably Wang Zijin's. His sister would occasionally borrow it to read. Nothing? Why are you pulling a long face in front of me and Sister Ziwei? Qin Zhe said softly. What did I do to make you angry? No, you're so nice. Why would I be angry? Qin Baobao said sarcastically. Everyone says that I became famous because of my younger brother. I'm a leech attached to my younger brother, sucking his marrow dry. I'm completely useless. Qin Zhe scratched his head. Isn't that the truth? Qin Baobao lost her cool in a second. She grabbed the book and smashed Qin Zhe's head. She shouted, Qin Zhe, why don't you die? It would be fine if she vented it out. She was afraid that if she kept it in, it would cause internal injuries. Anyway, I'm a black-hearted maggot. Why should I die? Qin Zhe fought back. Get lost, get lost. Qin Baobao kicked him under the quilt. Qin Zhe lay on the bed and rolled a few times. Is that enough? If it's not enough, I'll roll again. The bed was big enough for 3 or 4 people to sleep on. There was plenty of space for him to roll in various positions. The corners of Qin Baobao's mouth curled up, but she quickly suppressed it and rolled her eyes. What happened next was easy. Qin Zhe had been coaxing his sister for more than 10 years. It wasn't difficult. After a series of sugar-coated bombs, his sister was no longer angry. Although her mouth was full of disbelief and exaggeration, her eyes were rippling with happiness. Move aside. I'm going to sleep, Qin Baobao said. Qin Zhe and his sister were very close. Oh, good night. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and left. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Baobao frowned. I'm going back to sleep. Qin Zhe looked at her blankly. I told you to move aside. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and glared at him. Oh. Qin Zhe was even more confused. Didn't I just leave? What's the meaning of this? I told you to move aside. Qin Baobao emphasized. She was gritting her teeth. Qin Zhe thought for a while. I didn't learn Flash. Why don't I use Sprint? Qin Baobao grabbed a book and threw it at him. She screamed, Get lost. Qin Zhe quickly left. After leaving his sister's room, he didn't go back to his own room. He tiptoed into Wang Zijin's room. Wang Zijin's hair was tied up. She leaned against the headboard and put her phone on her stomach. She was watching a movie with her head lowered. She was so cute. Sister Ziwei patted the spot beside her happily. Qin Zhe was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, hugging her and gnawing on her. Wang Zijin pushed him away. She panted. What's wrong with your sister? She's throwing a tantrum. Qin Zhe said, She's not targeting you. Don't mind her. Then what? Qin Zhe was stunned. Yeah, what? I forgot to ask, Wang Zijin. For the first time she felt that Qin Zhe was unreliable. In fact, his sister didn't need a reason to be angry. Or rather, Qin Zhe never cared about reasons. Usually, when his sister was angry, Qin Zhe would coax her without a word. As for why she was angry, it didn't matter. What's the use of having you? Wang Zijin hit his arm with her small hands. Qin Zhe, I'm not sandwiched between my sisters. I'm sandwiched between my mother and my daughter-in-law. If it weren't for his sister's inexplicable sulk, he would be sleeping soundly in bed right now. But his sister suddenly got angry. She didn't give Wang Zijin any face along the way. And Hei's king was his sister's lubricant. He had to coax her from both sides. This way the family atmosphere was harmonious and friendly. Sister Ziwei, stop looking. Let's go to sleep. Qin Zhe hugged Wang Zijin in his arms. Okay. Wang Zijin turned off the phone screen. Oh, can you quit the software? Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin? I have OCD. Seeing you turn off the screen but not the software, I feel so uncomfortable. Qin Zhe looked constipated. Wang Zijin turned on the phone screen again and exited all the software. Qin Zhe realized that she never exited the software. She had exited more than a dozen of them. When Wang Zijin turned off the app, Qin Zhe felt refreshed. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin hadn't been intimate for a long time. Smelling the faint fragrance of her body, he kissed Wang Zijin carefully, from her forehead to the corner of her eyes, from her cheek to her soft lips. Slowly moving down, his hot lips explored her snow-white neck. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Zijin's panting became louder and louder. Gradually she became aroused. Her fair skin was dyed with a layer of intoxicating red. Hei's king wouldn't do such a thing. He turned over and pressed Wang Zijin on top of him. Sister Ziwei, do you have abalone when eels are hungry? Wang Zijin's eyes were like silk. She shook her head. We've all met your parents, Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin wanted to fall in love but was afraid of being f***ed by Zijin. She said shyly, I'm not ready yet. Qin Zhe said, you've taken a long time to prepare. Wang Zijin bit her lip and pushed his chest with both hands. She was unusually firm. Qin Zhe said, how about this? You can change your mind. It's not me sleeping with you but you sleeping with me. Would that be better? He suspected that Sister Zine had some sort of mental illness. Wang Zijin threw him a coquettish look, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Let's talk about it after we get engaged, okay? Hei's king wouldn't do such a thing but salted fish Zhe would. Sleep, sleep. Qin Zhe got down from her and held her soft body in his arms. Although he enjoyed the campus romance with Wang Zijin, it was always limited to cuddling. Occasionally he wanted to promote the plot. The engagement felt so far away, but Qin Zhe had a hunch that it wouldn't be too long. Even if they didn't get engaged, he felt that the current balance couldn't be maintained for long. This was a man's sixth sense. Chapter 491. On the second day after Journey to the West was released, there were many comments praising the movie on the internet. The most touching movie of the year, unexpected ending, the great sage heaven's equal, and so on. All kinds of apps and computer websites were crazily pushing articles and news. On a well-known movie review website, Journey to the West 2's rating was as high as 9.0. Even Journey to the West 1's rating rose from 5.8 to 7.5. Whether it was long reviews or short reviews, they were all praising the movie and complaining that the movie made people cry and cheated them of a few pounds of tears. The popularity of the movie suddenly rose. Some of them were paid by the Internet Water Army and some were fans of Journey to the West. Many people were stunned. Wasn't it a bad movie? Wasn't it said that there were no highlights except for special effects? Overnight, after the release of Journey to the West 2, everything changed. Is it the Internet Water Army? It must be the Internet Water Army. *CK, I see people praising Journey to the West everywhere. How much did Qin Zhe spend to hire Internet Water Army? He's too rich. Tisk, what's the use of hiring Internet Water Army? The quality is poor. No matter how many Internet Water Army there are, it's only for a period of time. It's just like when the first movie was released, it's just to build momentum. Just wait and see, the trend will change again in a few days. Unable to accept the sudden change in reputation, it was definitely the subconscious reaction of some netizens. They felt that Journey to the West was hiring Internet Water Army to improve its reputation again. Not long after, the Internet Water Army that was criticizing Journey to the West jumped up and down on the internet. They posted on Weibo and forums that Journey to the West 2 was terrible, not good, and was a bad movie just like the first one. They also shamelessly and maliciously lowered the rating of the movie review website. Dynasty Film and Television is determined not to let us have an easy time. Qin Baobao was furious. Her pretty face was as cold as ice. Beside her, Qin Zhe was brewing tea. His expression was calm and his tea brewing technique was not fast. Why are you pretending to be a wolf? Qin Bao Bao chopped her brother's head with a knife, destroying the image of an expert that he had created. The ordinary-looking assistant's lips curled up and he tried not to laugh. Sister Ziwei said that making tea can train one's temperament. It can also be used in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But I don't know any of them, so I can only make tea. Think about it, when we summon our subordinates or discuss business with our clients, we put an incense stick in the office and boil tea with the smoke. How cool would that be? Qin Zhe said. Do you think we should let the water army fight back? The elder sister rolled her eyes. There's no need for that. The last time the fake reviewers attacked us, the comments online were all over the place. But it's different now. You've seen it for yourself. There are countless netizens who support our movie, and the number will slowly increase. Quality determines everything. For a truly good movie, it's useless to discredit it. The market is the best tool to test the quality of the product. Qin Zhe poured the red tea into the bone porcelain cup, causing steam to rise. Try it. Taste your ass. I've already drunk 2 cups. Qin Bao Bao gave him another chop. Qin Bao Bao, who lost her temper yesterday, was already dead. Today it was the elder sister who was flirting with her younger brother. Qin Zhe raised his head, glanced at the ordinary-looking assistant, and said in a flat tone, "Tell the marketing department to release the new song Love of a Lifetime." The ordinary-looking assistant nodded and left the office. As Qin Zhe said, the market was the best tool to test the quality of the product, and it couldn't be covered up by the low-level water army. After a few days of fermentation, Journey to the West gradually had an irresistible trend. The box office skyrocketed and its reputation skyrocketed. First, they constantly saw various clips, articles, and posts on the internet. Then they suddenly found that a new song had reached the top of the top music charts. The name was Love of a Lifetime, the theme song of Journey to the West. The theme song was an important reference for the popularity of a movie. Regardless of the movie, in the field of music, Qin Zhe's productions were the best. This was the consensus of everyone. There were hundreds of new music reviews every day. I've been playing this song on repeat for several days. Every time I listen to it, it makes me cry. It's too exaggerated. It's good, but it's not that exaggerated. Why are there so many tears in the comments? I don't feel it. You haven't seen Journey to the West, right? Go and watch it. I cried directly in the cinema. The clicks were getting higher and higher, and the box office was getting higher and higher. In just a week, the box office of Journey to the West was firmly in first place. The real explosion of reputation and box office was a week later, when a video went viral on the internet. The video was shot with a mobile phone. In a certain screening room, the camera first froze on the big screen. Joker and Fairy Zhixiao were hugging on the city gate tower, and then the great sage Heaven's Equal was leaving alone. The background music was Love of a Lifetime. The camera turned, and in the auditorium, a woman was lying on the seat and crying. Her crying was heart-wrenching and extremely mournful. A few minutes later, she really couldn't control it. The security guard of the cinema came in and helped her out. This video went viral on the internet, and the popularity of Journey to the West was pushed to the peak. What the F*** CK, she's crying. 666, I mean, this ending is tear-jerking. The last time I cried was when Qin Zhe played the piano in If I Become Memories. Journey to the West is mighty, Qin Zhe is mighty. I feel much better. It turns out that I'm not the only one crying. There are even more crying. Ah. Is it that exaggerated? I'll go and see. I've already bought tickets. I'll go with my boyfriend tonight. If only there was a MV version of this plot. I'll definitely watch it every day. I'll never get tired of the theme song. The video went viral on the internet and there were countless comments. In the office, Qin Bao watched the video on his mobile phone and was stunned. It's too exaggerated. Qin Bao himself played Zixia Fairy. He was completely immersed in the role and didn't cry out loud. Did this touch the soft wound in the girl's heart? If it's not exaggerated, how can it be popular? Qin Zhe picked up his teacup and sipped. Today was the day he worked in Tianfang again. In a week, he worked in Baozi for 3 days, 1 day in Tianfang and 1 day in Amethyst. He had a lot of harem and he couldn't split himself. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin had no objection to this, because Qin Zhe's profession was in Baozi after all. If they knew about the dirty sex deal between Qin Zhe and Suyu, they would definitely sharpen their knives. What do you mean? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. That's a shill, Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao suddenly realized. How could anyone lose control of their emotions like this? It's not like their parents died. What an unlucky child to cry in public. What's the point of the water army? The internet war will always stop on the internet. This kind of low-level marketing model has no novelty at all. Qin Zhe said proudly. Qin Baobao cooperated and kissed him on the face. 2 weeks after Journey to the West 2 was released, the box office had exceeded 2 billion. Under the chain effect, the box office of Journey to the West 1 also began to rise from a sluggish state and reached 1 billion. The two movies' showtimes were more than 50%. Before the second movie was released, the showtimes for Journey to the West were only 15%. This meant that for every 100 movies in the cinema, more than half of them were Journey to the West, and this proportion was still rising. Not only were the domestic movies of the same period unable to lift their heads, but even Hollywood blockbusters were unable to resist. As for The Exorcist, which was ranked first in the domestic box office, it had dropped to 5%. Maybe 1 or 2 showtimes a day or even lower. Journey to the West was completely popular, and even the actors in the movie were also popular. Qin Baobao's current fame and value, even those big names who had won the Best Actress and Best Actor awards several times, were lower than her. With solid acting skills, Li Wei's value skyrocketed, and there was a faint trend of her becoming an A-list movie star. This was only a matter of time. Perhaps before Journey to the West was taken off the shelves, she could become a real A-list movie star. This made the young woman, whose acting career had stagnated for many years and had even begun to decline, so excited that she almost burst into tears. In this entertainment industry where the new disliked the old, one's value and age were inversely proportional. The older one was, the faster one's value fell. She originally thought that being a B-list movie star was the limit, but she didn't expect that she could go further. Li Wei increasingly felt that jumping ship to Tianfang was the wisest choice in her life. Now she was probably willing to recommend herself to Qin Zhe as long as he hooked his finger. In addition, the newcomer Feng Rui gained the most. She became a hot new star in one leap. She had her own Cheba, her own fans, and her Weibo followers skyrocketed. She became a model of overnight fame, once again telling the newcomers in the entertainment industry that as long as they produced a good film, it was not difficult to become famous. How could one get a good film? It was very simple. Just hook up with Qin Zhe. It didn't matter if you wanted to go the film and television route or the singer route as long as you hook up with Qin Zhe. It was that simple. Among the newcomers in Tianfang's backup artist group, there was a rumor that Feng Rui hooked up with Qin Zhe and slept with him. That was why she was able to make a name for herself. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. How could a newcomer like her get such an important role? Wasn't it to sleep with him? Yes, sleep with him. What a dirty deal. The blockbuster The Exorcist, which claimed to have a 500 million investment, was in an awkward situation after 2 weeks of glory. At Royal Entertainment. Should we spend more money to hire the Internet Water Army? The director of The Exorcist found the head of the marketing department, his face full of unwillingness. This momentum can't be stopped. The head of the marketing department shook his head and sighed. Then let's use our connections to increase the screening rate. The director gritted his teeth and said, our current screening rate is already compromised by the cinema. If we want to increase it, we have to reduce the screening rate of Journey to the West. If Journey to the West can make money, why should they reduce the screening rate? No matter how good our connections are, can it be more important than making money? Moreover, our connections are okay in Shanghai, but outside of Shanghai, who cares about us? Just the screening rate in Shanghai, it's almost the same whether we raise it or not. The head of the marketing department shook his head. Of course, the director knew this. The screening rate was based on market demand, but he couldn't accept it. He wasn't the kind of director who set up his own company and made a name for himself in the entertainment industry. Relying on Royal Entertainment, the resources he received were on par with his own performance. The investment for this film was not small. Although it was nicknamed 500 million, it was actually 300 million. The investment was not small. But half a month after it was released, the box office of The Exorcist had reached 500 million. All of this was because of the impact of Journey to the West. This time they really suffered a loss. As the director, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. In the future, when the company planned to film new films, it would be difficult for them to choose him first. The company's funds are no longer supporting the use of Internet Water Army. Another film we invested in will be released next month. Also, the company has 2 singers. One is holding a concert and the other is releasing an album. They have to start preparing in advance. I can't chat with you anymore. I'm busy here. The head of the marketing department ordered him to leave. Chapter 492. The box office of Journey to the West 2 broke 2 billion, and the total box office of the two movies broke 3 billion. Finally, the hard times were over and the good times were coming. This movie would become one of the most successful investments in Qin Zhe's life. The last time was when he exchanged for antivirus software from the system. Until now he had made a total of 12 billion. The last time was when the stock market crashed. He led Bowser and made 20 billion. But in terms of a sense of achievement, Qin Zhe felt that the stock market crash was the peak of his life. No matter how much money he made in the future, the joy and sense of achievement could not be replaced. Because the script and antivirus software of Journey to the West were exchanged from the store. In modern words, we don't produce water, we are just nature's porters. It felt good to make money from other people's things, but it was nonsense to say that there was a sense of achievement. The stock market was different. The stock market was built by him step by step. He only slept for 5 hours a day to achieve his goal of making 100 million a month. Then, when the stock market crashed, he successfully pulled himself out of the soul-stirring storm and made money. Everything that he experienced had little to do with the system. Even though his financial and stock trading skills and knowledge were said to be at the peak, they came from the system. It was also because of this that Qin Zhe rarely thought highly of himself. Those who had interacted with him all thought, "Boss Qin is too gentle." Because he knew that the songs were copied, the knowledge was exchanged, the script was exchanged, and the antivirus software was exchanged. How could there be a sense of accomplishment from copying things? The box office of Journey to the West was already shocking enough. The shock of the industry was definitely not just for show. Yesterday the boss of Star Art, Huang Yitsong, even called Qin Zhe to extract essence, cross it out. He also asked to borrow the director MOU. The screenwriters and directors in the industry were all studying Journey to the West and analyzing its success. Based on the widespread copycat phenomenon in China, it was believed that there would be a movie imitating Journey to the West soon. Now, not only did singers see Qin Zhe as a delicious piece of cake, but also stars in the film industry saw Qin Zhe as the god of fortune. During this period, the celebrities' managers who wanted to work with him had been ringing Tianfeng. Even so, Tianfeng did not stop the promotion and advertising of Journey to the West. In the advertisement, Qin Zhe only admired the playful Lan Yu. The audience only felt that Journey to the West was interesting and formed teams to check the box office. Some people watched it 2 or 3 times. As for the news about the box office of Journey to the West online, they just wanted to watch it for fun. It was different in the industry. In their eyes, a story of Journey to the West was about to become a phenomenal movie. This year's box office champion would definitely be a story of Journey to the West. In the post-production team's office, sounds of surprise rang out in the office. The employees whispered to each other with smiles on their faces. The reason was that the bonuses for the Journey to the West business had been issued in advance. The bonuses for the crew and post-production team were linked to the movie, but not to the box office. If they participated in the filming and post-production of the movie, the department would give them bonuses. Originally, there was a fixed standard for bonuses. Not everyone was qualified to receive bonuses according to the box office percentage. Company announcement in the group chat. The Journey to the West production team and production team's bonus has been distributed. All participating employees will receive double the bonus. The assistant who made the announcement said, "Boss Qin is mighty. Chairman Qin is mighty." The screen was flooded. All the employees in the office were in an uproar, and cheers could be heard everywhere. It was like a pie falling from the sky. If the bonus was doubled, it would mean an income of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Looks like Chairman Qin is in a good mood. He's too generous. That's right. A story of Journey to the West is doing so well. The box office is beating Hollywood. Who knows, it might even be in the top 100 of the global box office. Haha, Chairman Qin is too awesome. Quickly hide the doubled bonus. You don't have to give this money to your wife anymore. Idiot, how can there be such a lowly person who leaves all his money in his wife's hands? After all, there aren't many men as mighty as Chairman Qin. The employees who could not participate in the production of the movie were in the other office. They looked at their colleagues with jealousy and joy. The bonus for a freaking movie might be comparable to their entire year's salary. The current average salary in Shanghai was 8,000 per month. This was the data given by the government. For an entertainment company like Tianfeng, the monthly salary of an ordinary employee was about 10,000 yuan. Wasn't that equivalent to a year's salary? MOU came back from the front desk. The employees said happily, "Boss, the bonus has been doubled." MOU had been promoted. In the past he was only a director and managed the crew. Now he was also in charge of the post-production team. It was such a joyous occasion, but Mou was not happy at all. His face was dark and he did not speak. "Boss, let's go out for dinner tonight. How much did our department get?" "Boss, how much is your bonus?" Someone winked. "It must be 7 figures, right?" The few who spoke were Mou's confidants. Ordinary employees did not dare to ask their boss like this. Mou did not feel happy at all. He said in a deep voice, "Actually, before A Story of Journey to the West was released, Chairman Chin asked me if the bonus should be calculated according to a certain percentage of the box office." As soon as he said this, the whole room was in an uproar. The employees were so excited that their faces and necks turned red. The total box office of A Story of Journey to the West was now more than 3 billion yuan. The box office was increasing by 100 million yuan every day. By the end of the month, it would be 4 to 5 billion yuan. What kind of concept was this? Even if it was a 1,000th ratio, it would be 5 million yuan. Moreover, it was said that A Story of Journey to the West was going to delay its release for 2 months. The box office would hit 6 billion yuan. How high would the box office rise on the day it was taken off the shelves? "We're rich, boss. Don't forget me when you're rich, boss." So exciting, so exciting. There were all kinds of exclamations. They were so excited that they were shaking all over. Mou's face was pale as if he had suffered a blow. He held his heart that was full of holes and said softly, "But," everyone looked at him. There was despair in Mou's smile. "But I refused." The hubbub in the room stopped abruptly. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. His colleagues in the office next door looked over curiously. Mou gave everyone a hollow smile. "He asked me twice." After that, he could not bear this blow. He turned around and returned to his office. Everyone looked at each other. They did not know how to comfort their boss. "If it were me, I would probably jump off the building. I would hang myself. My heart hurts so much. There's no fluctuation in my heart because my heart is already dead. Boss can come to work. His mental fortitude is really good. As expected of boss." This was really a sad story. At the same time, in Purple Crystal Network Technology Company, Limited, Qin Zhe sat on a brown leather sofa and made tea. The office door was wide open. Assistants came in and out. Wang Zijin looked at documents and signed them. She was very busy. To be honest, he did not like to come to Purple Crystal Network Technology. He did not understand the internet industry. He did not understand software development. He could not help at all. Also, during work, Wang Zijin would not be intimate with him. At most, they would kiss. That was the limit. In Tianfang, he and his sister flirted and occasionally fought. If his sister was in a good mood, she would let him take advantage of her. As for Suyu, the little teddy boy could not wait for Qin Zhe to have sex with his secretary. Wang Zijin was different. She separated work and family very clearly. To put it bluntly, her values were too high. If Qin Zhe were to hug and do something intimate, she would not be able to accept it. Perhaps it was related to her upbringing. In her mind, the institution was a very sacred place. Things like the principal and the English teacher fighting were definitely not allowed. "How did you locate Purple Crystal Network Technology?" Wang Zijin asked. "What are you planning to do?" Qin Zhe lowered his head and made tea. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Of course, she understood the meaning behind Qin Zhe's words. "My grandpa and dad want me to go back to Beijing and enter the system." Wang Zijin looked at the document. "As for me, I have not thought about it yet. Let's talk about it later." Wang Zijin was a very smart girl. Before her relationship with Qin Zhe went further, she would not return to Beijing. Many lovers died in the hands of long-distance relationships. Moreover, Qin Zhe's roots and Qin Zhe's home were in Shanghai. If she went back to Beijing, what would Qin Zhe do? Go back with her? Obviously, that was impossible. Staying in Shanghai to develop was a good choice, whether it was entering the system or continuing to stay in Purple Crystal. Let's take one step at a time. When we reach a bottleneck in the antivirus software, we will see where to develop, Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin was a little tired. How did this kid with no plans get to where he was today? In the eyes of others, Qin Zhe was a miracle in the business world and a big shot in the entertainment industry. This kind of person should be shining from head to toe. However, those who were familiar with him would realize that he was indeed talented, but it would be nonsense to say that he was ambitious. What kind of ambition could a salted fish have to become the saltiest fish? Therefore, Wang Zijin could not understand Qin Zhe's current achievements. Wang Zijin could not see that in front of Qin Zhe, there was a blue 3D projection interface. That was the system's point store. Qinzhe searched the store for technology-related items. *CK they all started at 10,000 points. He could not afford them at all. The cheapest was a beginner VR technology that cost 7,000 points. Those who had experienced VR technology knew what it was. It was a type of virtual reality technology, also known as simulation technology. It had a wide range of uses and was a trend in future computer development. But to ordinary people it represented simulation games. In the future, when VR matured, things like gaming pods might be possible. It was like the novels that Qinzhe used to read. The protagonist lay in the gaming pod and when he opened his eyes, he entered the game world. The current VR technology had not reached that level yet, but it was possible to wear a helmet and play a 3D shooting game. The current technology was too immature and had only reached the level of visual perception. According to the theoretical direction of VR technology, a truly mature VR technology should have all the sensory functions that humans had: auditory perception, tactile perception, motion perception, and even taste and smell perception. The beginner VR technology in the store was definitely not the same as in reality, and 7,000 points was something that Qinzhe could definitely afford. He was a little excited. Perhaps his dream of a game world would come true in his hands? Oh no, hold it in, I can't have such thoughts anymore. Otherwise, the system will definitely give me a mission. I haven't completed my mission as a big shot in the entertainment industry yet. Just as he was thinking about that, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Forget it, salted fish host. Can you earn tens of thousands of points in your lifetime? How long has it been since you had a desire? I haven't given you a mission in months. Qinzhe was speechless. Life is hard, don't expose me. The system is always so merciless. Qinzhe retorted, if you could just give me a VR device, I would definitely do my best to complete the mission. But can you do it? Aren't you just giving me a blueprint and letting me make my own food and clothing? But what if I can't make it with my current level? Then wouldn't my tens of thousands of points be wasted? You're so low. The system was speechless. Life is hard, don't expose me. The host is always so merciless. The system said angrily, my existence is in accordance with scientific theory. I don't have a physical body. How do you want me to conjure one for you? If I had the ability, I wouldn't be hanging out with a salted fish like you. He had accidentally revealed the truth. Qinzhe sighed. You're not even as good as a gourmet system. It refurbished your store without saying a word. You're not even as good as the little star system. It even has a storage space with it. Who made you? I've never seen someone as low as you. Chapter 493. I'll give you 3 seconds to apologize, the system said. Ever since it leveled up, it began to have emotions. Not emotions, the system had no emotions. Even if a woman stripped naked in front of it, it would not feel anything. In other words, it was self-awareness. In the past, the system spoke in a cold and electronic voice. Naturally, it had self-awareness. If it did not have self-awareness, it would not be worthy of being called a system. However, because it was a bottom-feeder system, its self-awareness was not strong enough. Other than answering questions and being able to communicate, it would not get angry. Now that the system was angry, it became more humane. Even a salted fish has dignity. Qinzhe refused to apologize. Very good, the system said. Ding. Mission hint. Create a beginner VR device within a year. Success will reward 9,999 points. Failure will deduct the corresponding points. The system's voice rang in his mind. Qinzhe was speechless. You're abusing your power to avenge your personal grudge. I can't accept this. I can't accept this mission, Qinzhe said angrily. Normally, when the system gave him a mission, he would be able to earn points again. However, Qinzhe was a little afraid. Because of the system's low level, it brought a lot of uncertainty to the mission. He had failed many missions before. Moreover, his points were always in an awkward situation where he would be done for after 2 deductions. No, you did have a similar psychological desire just now, didn't you? Moreover, you have enough points and the conditions allow it. So the mission is triggered normally, the system said calmly. That's right. He had earned 5,000 points from the preparation of If I Become Memories, and 8,000 points from the antivirus software incident. Qinzhe did have enough points to pay for the VR device manufacturing blueprint. However, these points were saved by Qinzhe to deal with the failure of the entertainment mogul mission. You're not going to exchange for the blueprint? The system asked. No rush, Qinzhe sighed. There's still a long way to go. I still have to do some preparation work. Alright, are you sure that the current technology can create that kind of device? Some things could not be created with just a blueprint. The system said, let me give you a friendly reminder. The antivirus software can be used as a VR system. No one can copy it. That cool? Nonsense, don't think that it's just an antivirus software. It's far ahead of the current electronic technology level. You can even call it black technology. I was wrong. You're not a lowlife. It has nothing to do with me. I just copied the source code from a parallel world. System, you're just too straightforward, you lowlife. Qinzhe took a sip of tea and pondered. First of all, I need to have a processing factory. This kind of confidential blueprint can't be casually entrusted to others. I guess I'll have to buy another factory. Money was not a problem. Although Hei's king lacked everything, he did not lack money. In addition, Qinzhe had another concern. The concept of VR sprouted half a century ago. It had been decades, and after several breakthroughs, its development was still very slow. Furthermore, there was no way for it to be popularized. Despite all the flattery saying that it had a bright future and was the trend of the future, but this concept is too advanced. If Qinzhe announces that he can create a virtual reality world, will the world be shocked? I accidentally did what the shocking big boss couldn't do before he died. Would it attract spies or something? Or would it be plundered by the river crab mythical beast? A man's wealth is his own ruin. Take Yunnan Baiyao from the Republic of China as an example. The system said, don't think too much. This is just a beginner level. It's indeed ahead of the current VR technology. But to create a virtual world and realize a system with all human senses, you need points to exchange for advanced VR. That requires 1 million points. 1 million points? That's a scary amount. Qinzhe estimated that he could never reach it in his lifetime. Well, it's just one step ahead of the current VR technology. Then I can announce to the public that I've made a breakthrough in VR technology. I won't get into trouble because it's too black technology. Qinzhe breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at his watch. It was almost time to get off work. He got up and said, Sister Ziwei, I'll go to Tianfang first. Wang Zijin nodded. What about your dinner? I'll go to Uncle and Auntie's place for a meal. Okay. The movie Journey to the West was selling very well. Qin Baobao felt that she should treat the crew to a meal. Qinzhe wanted to bring Wang Zijin along, but she didn't want to go. Ever since she knew that her relationship with Qinzhe was no longer a secret to her uncle and aunt, Wang Zijin let go of herself. She interacted with her uncle and aunt in private and regarded herself as their daughter-in-law. She had no pressure to get a free meal. Wang Zijin rarely ate takeout because of her poor stomach. Qinzhe had also spoiled her appetite. Every time she ate takeout at the company, she would take a few bites and stop eating. Qinzhe walked to the door and suddenly stopped. He turned around and said, Sister Ziwei, get the finance department to prepare a report and send it to me. Wang Zijin asked, do you need money? Yes. Qinzhe said, I'm going to buy an electronic product processing factory. Remember to collect the funds. Wang Zijin was speechless. Didn't you say that you didn't have a goal yet? You patted your head and immediately had an idea? After Qinzhe left, Wang Zijin leaned back in the office chair and rubbed her swollen temples. She found a piece of fructose from the Louis Vuitton bag and threw it into her mouth. The fructose collided with her teeth and made a crunching sound. There were still 40 minutes before work ended. She was a little hungry and wanted to eat a piece of candy to replenish her energy. Wang Zijin's mobile phone on the table rang. The caller ID was Su Teddy. Since she heard Su Yu's nickname from Qin Baobao, she put Su Yu in her phone as Su Teddy, full of malice. Qin Baobao was Bao Bao in her phone. If they had a conflict, Wang Zijin would change it to Crying Monster or Big Cow. This was one of Wang Zijin's ways to vent her resentment. Qinzhe heard about Crying Monster from somewhere, and Big Cow was the nickname she gave to Qin Baobao in private. What's the matter? Wang Zijin answered the phone. Return the money. Su Yu was straightforward. Return what money? Wang Zijin didn't react. Baoza lent you purple crystal money, 6 million. Seeing that we're like fire and water, I'll waive the interest for you, Su Yu said. Wang Zijin remembered that when Purple Crystal was first established, they took 6 million from Baoza. When they bought the company, they took 12 million from Tianfang. At that time, Purple Crystal technology was short of money. The money from selling the antivirus software couldn't be transferred in real time. Return what money? Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. That money was transferred to Purple Crystal by Qinzhe. It wasn't borrowed. Purple Crystal and Baoza are both his. It's just a transfer from one hand to the other. I won't return it. A company is a company and a person is a person. Since it's in the company's account, it's public and not private. If you don't return the money, then I'll lose 6 million in my account for nothing. How do you want me to explain it to the shareholders? Bowser doesn't belong to Qinzhe alone. You said that Qinzhe gave Purple Crystal for free. Well, you can ask him for it yourself. Take the money from his private bank card and return the 6 million to me first. I still have to let the finance department do the accounts. Su Yu said clearly and logically, making Wang Zijin speechless. No money. If Qinzhe asked for the money, Wang Zijin didn't care, but Su Yu was aggressive, which made her very uncomfortable. I'll kill you with a brick. Return the money quickly, Su Yu said loudly. I'll kill you with a mouthful of menstrual juice, but I don't have money. Wang Zijin scolded back. The two quarreled for a long time. No one was willing to hang up the phone. Hanging up the phone was a sign of weakness. Wang Zijin was more aggrieved. She found that she couldn't scold Su Yu. This little bitch, how did she practice her talking skills? I really don't have money. A said that he would buy some electronic product processing factory after a while. He asked me to collect funds, so don't think about 6 million. Wang Zijin hummed. Ha. Su Yu reacted greatly and her jealousy was monstrous. What's so good about your broken company? Isn't it enough to make so much money? Bowser hasn't expanded its business for a long time. Industry harms the country, finance thrives. Wang Zijin proudly said, the current profitability of Purple Crystal is not much worse than that of Bowser and Tianfeng, and our potential is greater. When Ace buys the processing factory, we may be able to become an industrial tycoon. These words were nonsense. She didn't know what Qinzhe wanted to buy the processing factory, but it didn't prevent her from attacking Su Yu. She was no match for Su Yu, but there was a hidden knife in her words. When it came to intrigue, Wang Zijin was a king. Su Yu gritted her teeth and said, then I'll ask him for money. If he doesn't give it to me, I'll burn both jade and common stone with him. Wang Zijin's smart eyes flashed and said, how do you burn both jade and common stone? Su Yu, it's none of your business. Wang Zijin sneered, if you can get 6 million, I'll call you sister. Su Yu, you said it. Wang Zijin, yes, go ahead and try. It'll be strange if he has the money to give you. What do you mean? All the income of Purple Crystal is in my hands, and Ace doesn't have a penny. And Tianfeng's income is in Bao Bao's account, and Ace doesn't have it either. Our Bowser earns more money than you. He doesn't have 6 million? I'm afraid you don't know about such a thing as a wife. Wang Zijin disdainfully hummed twice. What do you mean? The money he earns is all used to recharge his wife's money. A few bank cards add up to less than 5 million. He has a fart of money. Wang Zijin, you're F***king crazy. Who cares about his money like you do? Su Yu was furious. Who said I care about his wife's money? His wife's money is with his sister. Wang Zijin killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 of her own. Su Yu was stunned for a few seconds. Qinzhe's wife's money is with Qin Bao Bao. You mean that, right? Wang Zijin nodded tiredly, yes. Su Yu, it's not surprising that parents help their sons save his wife's money. It's rare for an elder sister to help her younger brother save his wife's money, but there are some. What do you mean by the elder sister hogging her younger brother's wife's money? Is it that I, the elder sister who is almost 28 years old, can't keep up with the times and can't understand the thoughts of you young people? I have a very bad feeling. Wang Zijin, I, the 26-year-old little sister, have always been unable to understand their thoughts. Su Yu frowned. I know she is a brother Khan, but I didn't expect her to be a pervert. She is so perverted that she even wants to hoard her younger brother's wife's money. What does she want to do? Wang Zijin, yes, she is a pervert. Su Yu, then you should grab the money back. You are the real girlfriend. How can you be worse than me? If it were me, I would slap her. Wang Zijin sighed. It's not that the comrade doesn't work hard, it's that the enemy is too strong. Su Yu, it's hard work. I'll help you fight her later. Wang Zijin, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zijin was stunned. Shouldn't she and Su Yu be arguing? How could they be inexplicably united against a common enemy? On the other side, Su Yu hung up the phone and frowned. It seems that, maybe, I ignored something. Chapter 494. At 10 o'clock at night, Qinzhe and his sister went home hand in hand. He unlocked the electronic password and opened the door. The living room was dark and Wang Zijin was not in the living room. They were not around and she did not watch TV. If she wanted to watch dramas, she could do it with her phone or iPad. His sister's face was red and tempting. She was so beautiful that he wanted to take a bite. Qinzhe did not drink because he had to drive. Qin Bao Bao went back to her room to wash her face and brush her teeth, but she did not take a shower. She sneakily opened the door to Wang Zijin's room and poked her head in. "Zijin, are you asleep?" The lights in the room were not turned on. Wang Zijin responded from under the blanket. Her voice was sweet and innocent and she was half asleep. "Then you sleep. I won't disturb you." Qin Bao Bao retracted her head and closed the door softly. She did not return to her room. Instead, she pushed open the door to Qin Zhe's room. Qin Zhe was playing with his balls. He awkwardly retracted his hand from his crotch. Qin Bao Bao blushed and pretended not to see it. She swayed her waist and walked to the bed. "What's wrong?" Qin Zhe asked calmly. His sister sat cross-legged on the bed and said, "Can the box office of Journey to the West reach 5 billion at the end of the month? I mean 2 movies. If it's 2 movies, it's definitely not a problem." Qin Zhe said, 6 billion is hard to say. Fortunately, I boasted that the domestic box office would be 6 billion. If the overseas box office was included, 6 billion was definitely not a problem. The overseas box office of domestic movies had never been ideal. This was related to the artificiality of the film industry. With cheap special effects and a plot full of loopholes, it would be strange if the overseas box office was good. Those little fresh meats and goddesses might be gimmicks and box office guarantees overseas. But overseas no one would recognize them. Therefore, domestic movies had never been able to make a name for themselves overseas. Finally, there was another reason that could not be ignored and had to be faced: Chinese discrimination. Actually, the word China had never had a good reputation internationally in the eyes and hearts of the people of other countries. Putting aside the quality of the people, it was mainly because China had risen too quickly. What kind of place is China? In the eyes of foreigners, it represented poverty and backwardness. Back then, when the group of people who were beaten by their ancestors called them father, the foreigners felt that they were superior and looked down on their countrymen. Then, without paying attention, the foreigners realized that they were not as rich as the Chinese. Their economy was surpassed and so was their military. They felt that their pride had been trampled on. For example, your neighbor who used to live in poverty suddenly wore branded watches and drove a sports car. You would definitely feel jealous and envious. You would not be able to adapt to such a change. Naturally, he wouldn't give him a good look. Don't worry about the overseas box office. Qin Zhe grabbed the cigarette on the bedside table, looked at his sister and put it back. His sister picked it up for him. "It's okay. You can smoke." "Forget it." Qin Zhe shook his head. 5 billion I'm talking about this month. Let's delay the release of the movie for 2 months. Let's see if we can hit 6 billion or even 7 billion. But I actually want to take it off the shelves. I need some funds in the near future. "What are you doing?" his sister asked. "I might have to buy an electronic product processing factory," Qin Zhe said. He had browsed through the blueprint in the afternoon. It was too big. It included everything from large to small parts. Although he couldn't understand it, it didn't stop him from feeling excited. Virtual reality was generally regarded as the future of video games. If one day he could really enter the game world while lying in a gaming pod, just thinking about it made him happy. Mature virtual reality technology should have all the senses of a human. What did that mean? It meant that he could create all kinds of 3D beauties but the system told him that even if he had the blueprint, he couldn't make that kind of equipment because the technology was not up to par. The basic VR equipment blueprint that he had exchanged for could only be made with current technology. He couldn't think of anything more advanced. Qin Bao Bao obviously didn't care about that. She hesitated for a long time. "That?" His sister bit her lip and said, "Our bet." "What bet?" "The ticket, the box office bet." With his sister's reminder, Qin Zhe suddenly remembered. He and his sister had a verbal bet. If the box office of A Journey to the West exceeded If I Become Memories, then his sister would let him do whatever he wanted. If not, Qin Zhe would let his sister do whatever she wanted. "It's just a casual remark. Don't mind it," Qin Zhe said. "Having a beautiful sister to let you do whatever you want doesn't sound too bad." Qin Bao Bao said, "It's not a casual remark. Since it's a bet, no matter what form it takes, it can't be treated casually." Qin Zhe was in a dilemma. This kind of good thing, if it were another girl, Qin Zhe's cock would move. But the person betting was his sister. There were too many restrictions. The river crabs were shining in the sky, the flowers were smiling at me, and my parents said, "Little red guy, I'll send you to Germany today." Although he couldn't go in and out, up and down, Qin Zhe suddenly became playful. "Are you sure you can let me do whatever I want?" He chuckled. "Don't smile so lewdly at your sister." Qin Bao Bao blushed and chopped at his head with her hand. Qinzhe said, "Can I really do whatever I want?" He stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up. His middle finger and ring finger seemed to be teasing something, accompanied by a burst of strange laughter. "Oh ho ho ho, sister, do you know there's a unique skill called the Kata-Eagle hand? I'm afraid I have to test your limits today." True Detective Qinzhe. Acupoint Striking Hand Haizhe King. Of course, Qin Baobao didn't know what a Kata-Eagle was, but she understood Qinzhe's naughty smile. Her face was full of shyness. "Do whatever you want," she said. Qinzhe, "Sister, are you expecting something?" According to his idea, his sister should blush, then chop him with her hand and say, "Annoying." Then she would cover her face and leave. However, his sister didn't know the legendary unique skill, the Kata-Eagle hand, so she didn't cover her face and left. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward, and at the same time, there was something strange about it. They were different from ordinary siblings and they knew this very well. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth and straddled Qinzhe's waist, her hands on his chest. You can do a lot of things you couldn't do before." Her face was red and her eyes were flickering. She didn't dare to look Qinzhe in the eye. At this time, Qinzhe felt that his sister had forced him into a corner. Under the light, his sister's face was charming and seductive. Her eyelashes trembled violently, and her eyes were charming. His resistance to his sister's beauty was already very strong, but it was limited to his normal state. He couldn't resist coquettishness, let alone seduction. "But, you can't do too many things." Perhaps the elder sister saw the dangerous look in his eyes, so she squeezed her legs together and added weakly, "Qinzhe, why are you closing your legs? As your brother, I'm so embarrassed." Hearing her words, Qinzhe was disappointed but also relieved. "Anyway, you don't have a girlfriend. There are some things that you have to learn in advance." Qin Baobao's voice became softer and softer. "I can't take your money for marriage for free." Qinzhe was stunned. "Isn't my money with you temporarily? When did it become yours?" Qinzhe pretended not to understand. It would happen sooner or later, so he tried it in advance. That was what his sister meant. "That's not the point." Qin Baobao chopped his head with a knife. She put away her fierce expression and became shy again. "Hey, what do you want?" Qinzhe said, "I want to take a bath and sleep." Qin Baobao's expression changed. "No, you can either take a bath or sleep." Qinzhe, "No, sister, do you have some misunderstanding about taking a bath and sleeping? I just want to take a bath and sleep." 10 minutes later in the bathroom. Qinzhe, who was wearing big shorts, was lying on the edge of the bathtub. Behind him, Qin Baobao, who was in a white swimsuit, was helping him scrub his back. Qinzhe closed his eyes comfortably, enjoying his sister's service. In the end, he chose to take a bath. At the same time, he could see his sister in a swimsuit. What a deal. Qinzhe would never admit that sleeping was more profitable. Qin Baobao pouted and wiped his back mechanically. Her face was full of displeasure. "Is this all you've got?" His sister's voice was full of indignance and grievance. "It's a waste to not wear your swimsuit." Qinzhe moaned. "Comfortable. Comfortable your head," his sister said angrily. This was completely different from what she had expected. Qinzhe said warily, "Don't expect me to scrub your back. You lost to me." Qin Baobao, her brother was doing it on purpose, right? Was his EQ selectively lowered? "I'm tired. I'll take a break." Qin Baobao angrily threw the loofah into the water and flopped in it. Qinzhe tilted his head and watched her perky but rise and fall in the blue water. It was pleasing to the eye. He had accidentally seen his sister's naked body once. Although it was blocked by the holy light, his sister in a swimsuit was even more attractive than naked. At this time, Sister Ziwei was also in the bathtub. "Ba ba ba. Don't set flags." Qinzhe turned back and continued to lie on his stomach, enjoying the comfortable feeling of soaking in a hot spring. He would soak for another 10 minutes and leave after that in case Sister Ziwei woke up to go to the bathroom or something and bumped into him and his sister bathing together. For things like bathing together, it was a disadvantage to do it at home. If they did it outside, they could do it openly. For example, in a hot spring or swimming in a pool. But at home, the nature was different. In anger, Sister Ziwei might grab her mobile phone and call Qin Ma, "Auntie, your son and daughter are bathing together. The river and the crab are shining in the sky, the flower is smiling at me, and the bird is saying, 'Little pervert, why are you sitting in a wheelchair?'" Qin Baobao was like an elegant and agile mermaid. She swam to Qinzhe's side, dived into the water, and pulled his feet under the water. "I'll kick you." When his sister floated up, he rolled his eyes. Qin Bao Bao stood up straight and suddenly hugged him from behind. The intimate contact made Qin Zhe's body stiffen. She smiled slyly. "Little pervert, are my breasts big?" Qin Zhe didn't say anything. The volume of her breasts was simply a killer weapon. Qin Bao Bao said in a sneaky tone, "Do you want to rub them?" She just wanted to tease him. Last time in Hangzhou she also wore a swimsuit like this. At that time she shyly went to learn the kissing scene but was rejected. Qin Bao Bao wanted to learn it again. Qin Zhe turned around and stared at her. "Call me daddy." Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe, Qin Ali, call me daddy. Chapter 495. Early morning. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin went for their daily morning jog. It was already early summer and the sun was bright red at 7 o'clock. After running for more than half an hour they were sweating all over. Summer was the best season to lose weight and exercise, but it was also the easiest season to get tired. Just the scorching sun alone was enough to make most people feel intimidated. The two of them sat on a public bench and wiped their sweat with the towel hanging around their necks. Wang Zijin unscrewed the thermos, took a sip and handed it to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was sweating all over but his face was not red and he was not out of breath. He took the thermos and took a small sip. The sweetness of his sister's lips seemed to still linger on his lips. Qin Zhe stared at the lush bushes in a daze. Yesterday, his sister did not call him father and did not react shyly to Qin Ali's address. Instead, she was very angry and said, "Call you a big-headed ghost," and slashed him repeatedly with her two soft hands. When young couples played with each other they would at most call each other brother. Who would call each other father? Brother was not allowed either. Who would call their younger brother brother? Where was her sister's dignity? Was she the kind of sister who only knew how to cry? But before the anger in her heart could be vented, Qin Zhe wrapped his arms around his sister's waist and sucked on her light-colored lips. Qin Bao Bao immediately moaned and collapsed in her brother's arms. The siblings stood in the warm water that reached their waists and practiced their kissing techniques for more than 10 minutes. After several breaks, both of them were extremely excited. They had many real kissing scenes when they were filming, but it was not as exciting as secretly practicing their kissing techniques at home. After that, Qin Zhe shrank in the water and refused to come out. A gentleman hid his weapon and a big underwear could not block its peerless edge. Fortunately, his sister was very shy. Her cheeks were red and her eyes were like silk. She lowered her head and looked at the rippling water without saying a word. She did not notice his embarrassment. "Your sister is probably heady. I saw her mouth swollen this morning." Wang Zijin said, "You should stew some soup or tea for her later." It was rare for Qin Bao Bao to wake up early in the morning. She had dark circles under her eyes and her lips were swollen. Last night must have been very difficult. "She's not suffering from excessive internal heat, it's from friction," Qin Zhe said. "Huh?" Wang Zijin was confused. "I'm just saying. Sister Ziwei, let's go back. From now on, we'll start at 5 a.m. and finish our morning exercises at 7 a.m. Qin Zhe ended the topic. Wang Zijin nodded obediently. "I'll go to bed before 10 o'clock in the future." Women who knew how to take care of themselves would have a regular schedule. Wang Zijin and her sister usually went to bed before 11 o'clock. During breakfast, her sister kept her head down, not daring to look at Qin Zhe. Occasionally their eyes would meet and she would immediately look away, her pink face slightly red. Wang Zijin was such a smart person, and they had been together day and night. She frowned and found that things were not simple. "Bao Bao, why aren't you saying anything?" she asked. "Why should I say anything?" Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes charmingly. Under the table, her white and tender feet moved restlessly. "Crazy, so angry early in the morning." Wang Zijin said unhappily. "It's none of your business." Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. At this time Qin Zhe, who should have stood out to smooth things over, lowered his head and drank his soy milk. He did not say anything. Wang Zijin looked at him and then looked at Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao was so guilty that she wanted to die. Not only was she kissed to death yesterday, but she was also touched all over the place. At that time in the warm pool, her legs were hooked around Qin Zhe's waist, a pair of slender snow-white arms wrapped around his neck, and she was kissed until she was panting. Qin Zhe's left hand was holding her buttocks, and his right hand was even more powerful. He was holding the ball with one hand as steady as Mount Tai. Neither of them had much psychological burden, and it was just like the throbbing of first love. At this moment, seeing Wang Zijin's puzzled gaze, Qin Bao Bao felt guilty and said a very imposing sentence. "Wang Ali, call me daddy." Qin Zhe spat out a mouthful of soy milk. "Wang Zijin? Did you choke? What's wrong?" The two sisters looked over in confusion. Qin Zhe. Qin Duxiu, don't be naughty. Damn it, last night's uncontrollable words would definitely become his dark history. Wang Zijin frowned. What Wang Ali? Qin Baobao immediately looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was panicking. Sister should mean love you, right? Qin Zhe had an idea. My sister is so pretentious. Qin Baobao snorted and thought of something, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Wang Zijin said, oh, and reached out to touch Qin Baobao's head. I love you too. Qin Baobao was in a good mood at this time and was too lazy to care about the taboo of touching a dog's head with a smile, and snorted softly. Seeing this, Qin Zhe secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I'm 2F** King Witty. He was afraid that Sister Ziwei or his sister would search for the word Ali. The consequences would be unimaginable. It's estimated that it would be over. According to the agreement, Qin Zhe worked in Baobao today. I worked hard day and night. Tonight, I worked in the Teddy Palace, tomorrow night in the Purple Gold Palace, and the next night in the Baobao Palace. Suyu usually worked in her own office. Only when Qin Zhe came over, she would move here and stay in his office. People in the company may not know their relationship, but Suyu's assistant knows. Can a normal colleague relationship be like this? Therefore, whenever Qin Zhe is here, the assistant will leave. If there are documents to be signed, she will call the president's office first. The president has no assistant or secretary, or the president's assistant is the vice president. If the president has nothing to do with the secretary's private affairs, wouldn't her great future be ruined? The assistant has beautiful facial features, but she is almost 40 years old. Because of her quick work and strong sense of responsibility, she was selected by Suyu and her income has increased several times. Sometimes she can't figure out why Vice President Su likes her when there are many capable employees in the company. They are all elites in the workplace and they are young and beautiful. In the office, Suyu sat sideways on Qin Zhe's lap. Because she was wearing a skirt, she couldn't walk and could only sit sideways. Your sister Ziwei refused to pay back the money. You tell me what to do. Anyway, I must get back the 6 million yuan. Suyu held his face and rubbed it hard. Sister Ziwei didn't pay back the money? Qin Zhe was stunned. He suddenly understood that the two of them should be competing. Although Bao Zhe and Amethyst were both founded by him, one was Suyu's and the other was Wang Zijin's. Wang Zijin didn't recognize Bao Zhe, and Suyu didn't recognize Amethyst. One side felt that there was no way to deny it after taking 6 million yuan from him. The other side felt that if they wanted to take money from him, they couldn't even think about it. It's just 6 million yuan. Our daily income is more than that. Qin Zhe was depressed. Oh, 6 million yuan is not money. Suyu rolled her eyes and her jade-like cheeks with rosy cheeks were full of resentment. 6 million yuan can buy a luxury car, 6 million yuan can buy a medium-sized house in Shanghai, 6 million yuan can buy a man's sword. How many times can you go there? Qin Zhe thought about it. It makes sense. How many times can he go there? He immediately nodded. That has to be taken back. Yes. Suyu said happily. It's your head, Qin Zhe said. Take back the 6 million yuan and I'll take it, okay? Suyu felt wronged. I'll die for you to see. In the end it was Suyu. If it was her sister, she would chop him with a hand knife. Even if she knew that she couldn't beat him, she had to go up and fight with him. Why is your wife's money on Qin Baobao, that little bitch? Suyu finished and her but was slapped by Qin Zhe. Don't talk about my sister. Qin Zhe was unhappy. Then how can an elder sister rob her younger brother's wife's money? These should be mine. Suyu argued. Qin Zhe, psycho, that money is just a name. Although it's called wife's money, it's not the real wife's money. Qin Zhe thought that his wife's money had actually been given to them, such as Baozi, such as Amethyst, such as Tianfeng. This was crossed out. God Xia bless him. One or two of them were thinking about the money and so was Sister Ziwei. It should be called wife's money. Would it be upgraded? They were all grandpas and they should be treated equally. When Suyu saw his unhappy face, she held his face and said softly, Okay, don't talk about her. Don't be angry. Wang Zijin said, what are your plans recently? In the field of business, Suyu was a good discussion partner. Her vision and ability were not comparable to Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe naturally chose to talk to her. I want to do electronic products and plan to buy a processing plant. What electronic products? VR equipment. Suyu frowned. This industry is not good. The technology is not mature. If you want to achieve profitability, you don't have to start from scratch. It's too time-consuming and expensive. I'd rather you choose to make a smartphone. At least it has mature technology and a complete system. Qin Zhe said, but if there is a breakthrough in this thing, it will push me to the top 20 of the national rich list, and even squeeze into the top 100 of Forbes. It was definitely not a casual remark. The application of VR equipment was not only in the entertainment field, but also in medicine and military. This was his conservative estimate. Su Yu sighed. You want to develop VR equipment? Up to you, but you have to control the amount of funds in the early stage so as not to hurt yourself. If you want to develop VR equipment, it is necessary to have your own company and processing plant. Things like processing plants are not confidential. Although there is a confidentiality agreement, it is not absolutely safe. For example, the Pair mobile phone that everyone is using, it is in China's processing plant. The core technology is produced by the Americans and then brought over. They will not let you touch it at all. Finally, Qin Zhe always has to have a shell to do research and development. Otherwise, how can he explain taking out the drawings inexplicably and producing a new type of VR equipment? Everyone is not a fool. That's why it is said that industry harms the country and entertainment prospers the country. Qin Zhe refused to engage in industry in his heart. No one doubted that he wrote 10 songs a day. Others would only crazily cheer for him and shout 666. But for industry there are many stages to go through, and the time is not short. It pays attention to the gradual cycle. It's incredible that he suddenly came up with a VR equipment. There is no way to explain it to the party, to the country, and to society. After talking about business, Su Yu licked her red lips and whispered, I'm angry. Qin Zhe, ? She lifted her bangs and showed Qin Zhe a small pimple on her forehead. Look, I'm angry. Help me put it out. Qin Zhe, understood, this is Su Yu's new trick. Okay, I'll give you a shot to extinguish the fire from the inside out. Chapter 496. A month after Journey to the West was released, it should have been taken off the shelves and then released online. But it didn't happen. Because of the box office, Journey to the West was delayed. This made those who couldn't bear to spend money to buy tickets frustrated. At the same time, the crew of Journey to the West posted on Weibo that Journey to the West would be delayed for 2 months. Ordinary people would at most curse a few times and have no choice but to buy movie tickets or wait bitterly for the online premiere 2 months later. Actually, there were many shootout versions online. It was the kind of shootout that was shot in the cinema with a VCR. But the quality was very bad. Journey to the West was a 3D movie. Normal cameras would produce double images. So basically no one watched it. Even if they downloaded it online, once they saw the terrible quality they would lose interest. For the crew and celebrities who had movies released in the next 2 months, this news was like a bolt from the blue. After a month of release, the popularity of the movie had decreased a lot. But it was still better than most domestic movies. To them it was a huge hit to the box office. The director and marketing manager of Dynasty Entertainment had a headache because of this. Director Zhang, let's delay the release. A director sighed. That's the only way. Let's delay it for a month. Journey to the West's popularity should decrease next month. Let's minimize the losses. I'll report this to the general manager. The marketing manager nodded. The marketing manager called the general manager's secretary first. After getting a reply, he knocked on the door of the general manager's office. The general manager's name was Wei Tong. He was 40 years old and a major shareholder of Dynasty Entertainment. He was also one of the earliest employees of Dynasty Entertainment. He had slowly climbed up the ladder for more than 10 years to reach his current position. After manager Zhang told him about it, he nodded. Let's do it this way. The losses are unavoidable. Try to minimize it. Then Wei Tong threw a cigarette to manager Zhang and lit it himself. Tisk, Qinfang's development is a little scary. A year ago, Tianfang and Dynasty were insignificant. But now the gap between the two companies was shrinking. Whether it was the top artists or the ordinary artists who could be seen as the foundation, the gap between the two companies was shrinking. This Qin Zhe was really strange. He could do whatever he wanted. From the bloody battle at Shanghai Beach to If I Became a Memory to Journey to the West, the box office sales had reached new highs. There were many people in the industry who were envious and jealous. Because it was released at the same time, Dynasty took the opportunity to criticize Journey to the West. The results were obvious. But after the second movie, their company's movie almost couldn't survive. In the market competition they were no match at all. In China, the bigger entertainment companies were mostly based in Shanghai and Beijing. Dynasty and Star Art were the leaders of Shanghai's entertainment industry. However, recently, many of the backup artists who graduated from professional schools wanted to enter Tianfang. The two golden signboards of Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao were shining brightly. Actually, the conflict between Tianfeng and Dynasty had been going on for quite some time. Let's not talk about the box office first. In terms of advertising in Shanghai, Dynasty couldn't compete with Tianfeng. This was because Qin Baobao was a hateful woman. She usually only accepted advertisements and endorsements in Shanghai. Occasionally she would fly to Beijing for business. As a result, the artists under Royal Entertainment Company went on business trips more frequently. There were many such business conflicts, and Star Art and Tianfeng had a good relationship. Both companies were bullying Royal Entertainment both openly and secretly. Dynasty Entertainment was Li Wei's original company, but she was poached by Tianfeng. At that time, no one in the small circle of artists in the company thought highly of Li Wei. Without a big platform like Dynasty, what could she do? Who knew that not only would she do it, but she would also do it well? Manager Zhang said, Su Jiao's new album will be released in a few days. President Wei, I'll take my leave first. Wei Tong nodded. Go ahead. Su Jiao was one of the pillars of Royal Entertainment Company. She was a big singer. Because of her sweet looks and pleasant voice, she was very popular. Her fame wasn't any worse than those A-list female stars in the film industry. Su Jiao's promotion for her new album was released a long time ago. The digital album would be released first, followed by the CD. In this day and age, unless it was a very popular fresh meat, it was hard to sell CDs. Digital albums were the trend. Even the popular Qin Baobao didn't release CDs. Manager Zhang turned to leave when he received a call. He walked to the office door while answering. What's the matter? A moment later, his body stiffened. Seeing him come back to his senses with a strange expression, Wei Tong frowned and asked, What's the matter? Manager Zhang stammered, Qin Baobao is releasing an album. Wei Tong was stunned. And? Manager Zhang, the timing is exactly the same as Su Jiao's. The office instantly fell silent. Wei Tong, Manager Zhang, at the same time at Tianfeng Entertainment Company. Qin Zhe sat beside the sound recordist and looked at his sister through the soundproof glass. Behind him, a few composers, singers, and a few company executives were all watching the show. The sound came through the equipment. While everyone was slightly intoxicated, they took the time to glance at the man who was deep in thought with his chin propped up. Xiao Qin was really a strange man. He wrote 5 new songs that were enough for Qin Baobao to release a single album. Including Love of a Lifetime, there were 6 songs in total. Without any warning, he suddenly contacted the marketing department this morning to publicize Qin Baobao's single on a large scale. They had originally planned to prepare for the concert first, but it was later postponed. No one knew the reason except for Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe. It was just a small revenge against Royal Entertainment Company. Qin Baobao was going to release an album, and it just so happened that the pillar of Royal Entertainment Company was also going to release an album, so they might as well bring it forward and compete with everyone. Qin Baobao came out after singing and humbly accepted Qin Zhe's criticism and opinions. The weather was getting hotter, so his sister only wore a long-sleeved shirt and a pair of dark-colored pencil pants. Her breasts were perky and her waist was slender, making her look spirited. The long-sleeved shirt was a little too big, but it couldn't hide her perky twin peaks. For many girls, they could wear shorts and miniskirts in summer to show off their long legs, but there was also a problem. The traces of their underwear would be exposed and attract obscure gazes. Hence, Qin Baobao would wear a loose long-sleeved or short-sleeved shirt when she went out. It wasn't midsummer yet, so Qin Zhe couldn't appreciate his sister's elegance in a pleated miniskirt for the time being. At this speed, it should be ready in a few days. Remember to nourish your throat and eat a light diet, Qin Zhe said as he handed over a bottle of water. And can the album break the record this time? Qin Baobao drank a mouthful of water and was a little expectant. She was referring to the record of her previous digital album. It's hard to say, Qin Zhe said. If it can't break the record, it's also the result of your lack of careful preparation. You started too hastily. His sister snorted. Qin Zhe thought, it's really like that. It's not that I started too hastily, it's that I didn't choose the right song. There's not much time left for us. If we're slow, we won't be able to catch up with Su Jiao's album release, and we won't be able to take revenge, Qin Zhe said. Qin Zhe had written down the matter of paying the Internet Water Army to discredit A Journey to the West in his notebook. There were many similar methods of competition. It wasn't that righteous, but it was more justifiable to compete with the album. Later, we still have to poach their company's artists with potential, Qin Zhe said. And? His sister nodded vigorously. She lowered her head to play with her phone and suddenly smiled. Look at Su Jiao's Weibo. Qin Zhe leaned over to take a look. She delayed the album's release date. Qin Baobao was shaking with laughter. Let's also delay it. We won't let them have an easy time, Qin Zhe said narrow-mindedly. Chapter 497. Not long after, Tianfang's official Weibo also announced a new notice. Qin Baobao's new album was delayed and scheduled to be released on the day of Su Jiao's new album. The fans who saw the news didn't react at first, but through the overlapping comments and posts of the fans, they immediately understood. Qin Baobao and Su Jiao were going to fight? Thinking back carefully, they didn't seem to have any interactions, right? Although they were both singers, they had never worked together in terms of songs. All of Qin Baobao's songs were written by her younger brother, and they had never worked together in commercials or movies. Su Jiao was purely a singer. The fans were confused by the sudden fight between the two celebrities. At the same time, fans who supported both sides went to their Weibo to ask what was going on. I didn't find it strange when they released their new album at the same time and thought it was a coincidence. Su Jiao changed the date and Qin Baobao followed suit. They're clearly going against her. They don't have any interactions, right? I didn't hear about any grudges. Why are they fighting like this? Just fight. I'll definitely support Su Jiao. Who's afraid of Qin Baobao? Come on upstairs. You're not afraid, but Su Jiao is. Didn't you see that she was so scared that she changed the date? To be honest, Su Jiao definitely can't beat Qin Baobao. The gossip between celebrities was the best way to attract the attention of onlookers. While the online comments were abuzz, the higher-ups of Royal Entertainment held a meeting under the chairmanship of General Manager Wei Tong. Tianfang is openly provoking us. What does Qin Zhe want to do? Arm wrestling with us? He's too much. He's developing too quickly, so he's being arrogant. There's no grudge between them. What's he after? Wei Tong glanced at that guy. Someone was shocked. Does he know that we're defaming Journey to the West? This is just a normal competition method. Just because of this? Although they said that, many people knew that Qin Zhe's method was also a normal competition method, and it was more correct than theirs. It was just a bit of bullying which made the management of Royal Entertainment very angry. He was clearly bullying them and wanted to release his album at the same time as your company's singer. The main content of the meeting was to discuss how to deal with this matter. Should they confront the Tianfang head-on or should they keep the peace? As for Su Jiao's new album, it didn't matter. No matter how famous an artist was, they would always be under the control of the entertainment company. Because of this, many artists went out to set up their own companies. Those who did better would invest in entertainment companies and become capitalists of the entertainment industry. However, such artists were only a minority. Most artists still had to rely on entertainment companies. Royal Entertainment was such a big company. Naturally, they couldn't swallow their anger. Moreover, they had long been unhappy with Tianfang's rapid expansion and snatching of resources. Several department managers expressed their indignation. Wei Tong said, "Then get the public relations department to get started immediately. Didn't Qin Baobao want to challenge us? Who didn't know Qin Zhe's name in the music industry? Since they are so arrogant, let's cooperate." His intention was very clear. He would pretend to be a bullied weakling and post a condemnation, arousing the sympathy of netizens for the weak and arousing the indignation of fans. Wei Tong added, "Also, get in touch with their artists and try to poach them. Look for those with potential. Isn't there Feng Rui who's in the limelight among the newcomers? Get in touch with the other B-listers too. We'll pay for the breach of contract." Poaching wasn't as simple as waving a hoe. There was no point in poaching some mediocre artists. After that he said, "Oh right, get Su Jiao to post a tearful complaint on Weibo and fan the flames." The meeting ended quickly. On the other side, Su Jiao herself was panicking. She racked her brains for a long time. She didn't offend Qin Bao or Qin Zhe. She didn't have any interactions with the siblings. She did ask her manager to ask her for a song, but unfortunately she didn't get a reply. There were too many singers who asked Qin Zhe for a song. She couldn't offend him just like that. But if she didn't offend him, why did he have to attack her? "Why am I so unlucky?" Su Jiao said gloomily when she came out of the recording studio. Her manager wanted to say something but stopped. "I didn't offend them, right? Why do they have to be in the same batch as me? Fine. Qin Baobao is a heavenly queen, okay? Why must she trample on me to show off her prestige?" Su Jiao stomped her high heels twice. It wasn't easy to release a single album. Didn't singers rely on their reputation to earn money and fame? Then, advertising fees and commercial performance fees would also soar. Great. If she went on the shelves with Qin Baobao, she would be squeezed into a corner by her. It was certain that the album wouldn't sell well, But the key was the topic, reputation, and popularity. It would definitely be on Qin Baobao's side. It was already good enough for a singer to release 2 albums a year. Not everyone was Qin Zhe who could write premium songs whenever he wanted. The manager whispered, "I'm guessing it's because of Journey to the West." Su Jiao was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The manager said, "I heard the crew of Demon Subduing Records talking a while ago. When the first Journey to the West was released, wasn't there a sea of criticism online?" Her voice lowered even more. "Our company hired a water army to lead the momentum." The corner of Su Jiao's mouth twitched. The manager nodded. "Our circle isn't that big. The higher up you go, the smaller the circle. There are only that few people and that few companies. If Qianfang's side really wants to ask, they'll definitely be able to get an answer. Otherwise, why would they go on the shelves at the same time as you when you don't have any interactions or grudges with them?" Su Jiao was speechless for a while. "There's such a thing? Fine, they're taking revenge on me?" As she spoke, the manager received a call from Su Jiao's assistant. After putting down the phone, her expression was a little ugly. Su Jiao asked, "What's the matter?" The manager said, "The company wants you to post on Weibo to complain." Su Jiao, "Are they asking me to have a public catfight with Qin Baobao?" The manager was experienced and said, "Think on the bright side. This isn't a bad thing. It's a good opportunity to stir up popularity. Who knows, there might even be an unexpected surprise." Su Jiao's face darkened. "What's there to be happy about? If others compare me to Qin Baobao's album, wouldn't I lose all my face?" No matter how unwilling she was, there was nothing she could do. Thus, a few minutes later she posted on Weibo. The general meaning was to ask Qin Baobao to be magnanimous and that it wasn't easy for her to release an album. Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao ignored her and didn't reply. But the matter had clearly escalated, and the online media smelled the scent of gossip. Articles after articles came out in a frenzy. Hard to find a rival in the music industry, Qin Baobao's ego swelled. Unexpected disaster? Su Jiao and Qin Zhe's unspeakable secret. The entertainment industry enters the era of Qin Zhe's rule? Arrogant and conceited, Qin Baobao addicted to trampling on people. The goddess turns out to not be a goddess. Su Jiao's fans rushed to Qin Baobao's Weibo and hurled all kinds of abuse. Naturally, there were signs of the water army among them. But Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe had too many fans and both sides were busy arguing. Neutral netizens generally sympathized with Su Jiao. There were many catfights in the entertainment industry, but this time, Qin Baobao seemed to be arguing without reason. To show off her power? Like to trample on people? Do you think you're invincible? Ridiculous. No matter how powerful you are, it's still the fans who buy it. If no one cares about you, can you be popular? Be careful, don't be arrogant. It's hard to build up a good reputation. Qin Baobao indeed likes to trample on people. She was like this in her last album. Yes, during I Am a Singer, wasn't Su Lu trampled on by her? She's just like that. Many such Weibo comments were screenshotted and then compiled into articles that were pushed and spread by major apps. And the two protagonists of this incident, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao, were practicing in the dance studio at this time. The one practicing was his sister, and Qin Zhe was playing the role of a spectator. He sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, and the sunlight sprinkled on him and the warm-colored elm floor. He was as beautiful as a silent sculpture. Qin Zhe looked at his sister's dancing posture in a daze. At first he came to admire his sister's figure. He saw her wearing a tight-fitting dance costume and dancing in the spacious room. Occasionally she would squat down to show off her round buttocks. Occasionally she would cross her legs to show off her long, slender and smooth legs. Her hair was tied into a bun, revealing her delicate face and white forehead. Qin Ali, stop dancing, come and drink some water. Qin Zhe called his sister. Qin Baobao swayed her small waist, took the water and drank it. The sunlight through the mineral water bottle refracted a wave-like halo, flashing on her sharp chin and slender neck. There were no chairs around and the other chairs were a little far away. Qin Baobao sat sideways on her brother's lap, put one hand around his neck and said with an aggrieved expression, "Wu, people on the internet are scolding me. I'll punch them one by one." Qin Zhe said with disgust, "You're sweating, don't sit on me." Qin Baobao twisted her waist provocatively. "Half of the people scolding you online are the ghostwriters." Qin Zhe said, "You're pretending to be pitiful. You're different now from when you were in Singer. Those who scolded you back then were really scolding you. Now, you don't have to post on Weibo, your fans can block those ghostwriters. But it doesn't feel good to be scolded. We should buy ghost riders to fight back. Qin Bao Bao said coquettishly. Qin Zhe noticed the phenomenon. Since the day his sister rubbed his back, she became more and more like an older sister. In the past she could at least pretend, but now she couldn't even be bothered to pretend. She liked to speak in a coquettish voice. Qin Zhe was about to say something when the plain-looking assistant pushed the door open and came in. When he saw the scene in the dance room he was stunned. Under the bright sunlight, the two people's faces were blurry due to the backlight. The man with a tall and straight figure and the curvy young woman. Such an intimate posture should have been very beautiful. Chapter 498. For a moment, the ordinary-looking assistant thought that they were a couple. With their calm and meaningful smiles, harmonious and peaceful atmosphere, and casual yet warm expressions, they should be a perfect couple. But in fact they were a pair of siblings. Saying that they were a couple wasn't correct. They should be a pair of 20-year-old bone therapy patients. The ordinary-looking assistant thought that there was nothing wrong with them even if they were a couple. But as soon as this thought appeared, he spat on himself in his heart. My 3 views are too wrong. I need to reflect and criticize. Qin Bao Bao stood up without batting an eyelid and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" This was a dance studio, not an office, so she couldn't reprimand the assistant for entering without knocking. The last one who came in without knocking had already been taught by Qin Zhe to be very obedient. Her manager, Li Yanhong. The assistant was used to their daily bickering, so he didn't dare to think too much and walked over quickly. I've already contacted Su Jiao. She didn't agree. Qin Zhe smiled and said, all right, you can leave now. The assistant immediately excused himself. Qin Bao Bao sat back on her brother's lap with peace of mind and frowned. Forget it, it's up to you whether you want to come or not. Qin Zhe said, it's normal to have concerns. She's probably a bit unconvinced and wants to fight it out with you. Let's talk about this another day. Qin Bao Bao snorted. When Sister's album comes out, she'll definitely be crushed. Qin Zhe had an idea. I have a song here. Listen to it. If you like it, we can record it in the album. Qin Bao Bao was in high spirits. Okay. Qin Zhe took a deep breath. Brother, your hometown has 400 caddies of duck for sale. Are you taking it for free? Yes. I'm going to do it. Sister, I'm going to pay the bill, Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe said, how about it? Qin Bao Bao, what the hell, are you kidding me? Qin Bao Bao sat down hard and rolled her eyes. You're crazy. He frowned and pushed his sisters but a few times. Don't always sit on me. It's not good for others to see. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips and said, hasn't it always been like this? That was true. Many people saw him and his sister messing around in the company, so no one found it strange. Or rather, they were already used to it. However, he felt that something was amiss. Qin Zhe immediately reacted, stop fooling around, it's not like that. Don't always sit on me in the future. Those intimate actions in the past were based on the premise that they were fooling around. For example, Qin Bao Bao sat on him, pinched his face, chopped his head, and so on. If outsiders saw them, they would only think that they were childish and playful. But now that they were sitting quietly on his lap, it was very ambiguous. He couldn't do this. He had to control himself in the future. Once or twice was fine, but if it happened too many times, it would be bad for his sister's reputation. Qin Zhe straightened his sister's body and pointed at his face. Look at my serious expression. Qin Bao Bao blinked. Qin Zhe said, we have to keep a distance in the future. Don't hang on me for no reason, at least not in the company. Qin Bao Bao's face darkened for a moment. Then she pretended to be teary and said sadly, Guzi, is my sister's body no longer attractive to you? Qin Zhe thought about it seriously and nodded. Yes, it's no longer attractive to me. Qin Bao Bao, the little sister was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She bumped her head against Qin Zhe's head. She killed 800 enemies but lost 1,000 of her own. She covered her forehead and complained tearfully, you weren't like this that day. You kissed, hugged, and touched me. Are you going to deny it after eating? Qin Zhe, sister, your lines are terrible. Qin Bao Bao leaned over and pressed her forehead against his. The two faces were so close that they could see the light fluff on each other's faces. She narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. Is it Wang Zijin's body that makes you more excited? Qin Zhe said, if you say I'm excited then no. If you're talking about cock movement then yes. Qin Bao Bao, what's the difference? Qin Zhe, there's no difference. The only difference is that I regard Xinhua Dictionary as a forbidden book, and you just regard Xinhua Dictionary as a dictionary. This is the gap between us, sister. Qin Bao Bao thought about it, but her clever brain was not enough. Don't change the subject. Tell me, is it Wang Zijin's body that makes you more excited? Actually, I've touched Sister Xine's body all over. I'm just short of rubbing myself against her. Qin Zhe sighed and shook his head. Qin Baobao did not give up. Then, Suyu's body makes you more excited? It was not that he was excited, but he was indulging in it. Qin Zhe sighed and shook his head again. Qin Baobao said, what about Li Wei? Qin Zhe said angrily, what does it have to do with her? I'm not familiar with her. Don't suspect that I'm having an affair with her because of a beautiful woman. Am I that kind of person? Qin Baobao was instantly alert. Qin what? Qin Zhe wanted to say that if a delicate and cute little girl like Qin Qingyuan pursued him, he would not care. But he did not want to say it. If he said it, his sister would have another imaginary enemy. Moreover, his sister was needed and girls were dispensable. Siscon people were all immoral. Well, immoral. Let's not talk about such trivial matters, Qin Zhe said. Oh, you also know it's immoral. You still remember it so clearly. Qin Baobao said. His sister said angrily, don't think I don't know. During the bloody battle at Shanghai Beach, you filmed a kissing scene with her and you didn't use a stunt double. Qin Zhe was shocked. How did you know? She said it herself. She said it several times. Oh, I filmed a kissing scene with Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin usually doesn't do kissing scenes with actresses. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and said, he always tells those actresses and models these things. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Baobao sighed and said, Ah Zhe, I know your heart is in turmoil, but it must be hard. There are so many girls in the company and so many of them are willing to roll in the sheets with you. But it's not enough for me to be your sister, and I want to be your mother. I have to control you over everything. Even your assistant is an average-looking one. Ace, do you have a problem with me? Her acting skills were really off the charts. Her seductive face forced her to act like a loving mother. Qin Zhe shook his head. No problem, no problem. Was the assistant's name average-looking? His sister said seriously, in the past, I was afraid that you would be pestered by your girlfriend and not be in the mood to work hard. But who knew that you would suddenly become rich and have a net worth of billions? You have to be more careful. Those flirtatious cheese outside only know how to covet our A's. They want your money, not your person. So you have to be careful. Don't marry a bad woman and take half of your assets. I'm doing this for your own good. Are you touched? Qin Zhe said, I don't dare to move. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. Not touched? Qin Zhe said, I'm touched, I'm touched. He thought for a while and felt unconvinced. Sister, it's not like you have to marry a wife. You can date first. Try the model. Qin Baobao sneered. You little B***starred, you still haven't given up. If this was in ancient times, would you want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? 3 palaces and 6 courtyards and 72 concubines? Living in a monogamous society, it's really hard on you. Qin Zhe said, it's not hard. Monogamy, one wife, there's nothing wrong with it. In response, his sister gave him a strong hand. I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'm going out to inform the public relations department to do something. Qin Zhe had long been used to his sister's inexplicable jealousy. He was not a veteran in the field of flowers, nor had he eaten a wildflower young woman's wife. He had only eaten Suyu, this good woman. He felt that he usually kept a good distance from the company's female artists. His sister was completely unreasonable. That night, Tianfeng's water army finally entered the scene. First, there was a big shot on Weibo who exposed that Royal Entertainment's little tricks during the screening of A Journey to the West attracted Tianfeng's revenge. Some people who pretend to be weak should save it. They know what they're doing. Previously, I heard someone in the industry say that Royal Entertainment frantically hired water armies to smear A Journey to the West 1 during its screening. The effect was also very obvious. During that time, The Exorcist's box office was the #1 domestically and the overall box office was #3. Now Qin Baobao has made it clear that she wants to fight with Su Jiao. Why is she finding trouble with you for no reason? Because Su Jiao is an artist under Royal Entertainment. Then, similar articles emerged endlessly from all the major apps and online news portals. The same online media had just criticized Qin Baobao for being arrogant and suppressing the seniors in the music industry. Then they criticized Royal Entertainment for being evil and attracting revenge. Behind Qin Baobao's angry attack on Su Jiao, A Journey to the West box office smeared by Water Army in the early stages. From box office to albums, the war between two companies, just like that, the heat rose again. Public opinion started to support Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe. The two's fans were even more abusive. No wonder when A Journey to the West was released, there was an overwhelming amount of criticism. I found it strange. Even if the plot wasn't very good, the special effects were undeniable, right? It completely crushed the domestic market, so why were there so many criticisms? So it was Royal Entertainment who hired water armies to smear their reputation. That's true. There was indeed a lot of criticism during that time. Inexplicably, even I followed the trend and scolded for several days. Facepalm, an eye for an eye, huh? Support Qin Bao Bao, attack her. I've been waiting for the album to hit the shelves, and Qin Bao Bao's second album is finally here. The people who have been scolding Qin Bao Bao on Weibo these past few days are all water armies. I've always disliked water armies. Go go go, let's go scold people on Su Jiao's Weibo. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's fans added together were several times that of Su Jiao's. In addition, they liked to watch a lively scene and instantly occupied Su Jiao's Weibo. Qin Bao Bao's fans, yo, you're so aggrieved. Continue to pretend to be pitiful. Qin Zhe's fans, get lost. You were shameless first, yet you're still putting on an act. Onlookers, we'll just watch and not say anything. Su Jiao's fans, then our Jiao Jiao is also an innocent bystander. Royal Entertainment Recording Studio. Su Jiao, who had just come out, took a break and drank some water. She opened Weibo and took a look. It was still a sea of scolding, and her temples suddenly throbbed. She gritted her teeth and said, "There's no end to the scolding." She was different from female celebrities who didn't have any acting skills. After becoming famous for a few years, she had experienced small storms but not big storms. She hadn't suffered much online violence. She wasn't as big-hearted as those female celebrities who were used to being scolded. The assistant beside her said, "Why don't you turn off the Weibo reply function?" Her manager agreed. "Practice your songs well and compete with Qin Bao Bao." Chapter 499. The assistant said, "Sister Su, why don't you turn off the comments section on Weibo?" The manager agreed. "Ignore the trolls online, there's no need for that. Just turn it off and practice your songs for the next few days. I don't believe that Qin Bao Bao can continue to be the king." Su Jiao looked hesitant. "Will it work?" The manager encouraged her. "Why not? Where's your usual confidence? You're very talented in music and you've won a championship before. After singing for so many years, don't tell me you don't even have this bit of confidence?" Yes, Qin Zhe is good at writing songs and Qin Bao Bao has a good voice, but in terms of singing you don't lose to her. Only Qin Zhe can write songs in this world. No matter how good he is, he's still human. It's impossible for him to write all the best songs in the capital. 2 of the songs you've prepared are very good, so it won't be a problem for you to compete with Qin Bao Bao. The assistant said, "But Qin Zhe's songs are indeed all the best in the capital." The manager said angrily, "Are you called asterisk 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 asterisk?" The assistant said weakly, "I'm not." The manager said, "If you're not talking nonsense, change your name and come again." The assistant had the lowest status, so she didn't say anything. Su Jiao had the pride of being a popular singer. Although Qin Zhe's legend was widely spread, the more it was like this, the more she wanted to experience it. These few days she was infuriated by their fans. Although she was a little worried, she wanted to compete with Qin Bao Bao even more. What if Qin Zhe ran out of inspiration? What if her 2 excellent songs became popular? What if I accidentally killed a god to prove my Tao? Su Jiao said, "Alright, we'll compete with Qin Bao Bao. Let's see who's afraid of who." Every year there was a major event in the entertainment industry, and it always revolved around the word cheating. A celebrity's cheating was probably the biggest entertainment event, and it was also the topic that the public loved to talk about the most. Thinking about it carefully, every major event that shocked the entertainment industry was basically cheating. Every celebrity who cheated would fall from heaven to hell, and it would be difficult for them to make a comeback. July was the same as the previous 6 months. There was no such major event. The hottest topic in July was not the rumored girlfriend of some heavenly king or the release of some movie, but Qin Bao Bao's new album. Related topics: Journey to the West box office discredited, Qin Bao Bao and Su Jiao's album competition. Not long after, the 2 of them released their respective MVs for the title songs. After discussing with his sister, Qin Zhe chose "Love of a Lifetime" as the title song. This song is very popular and has an excellent reputation, but the songs on the online charts are all cut from the movie. That is to say, the version circulating on the internet is not the complete version. Regarding this, the fans were full of complaints. Originally, they wanted to sell the online copyright of this song after the movie ended, but after encountering Su Jiao's matter, the siblings discussed it and put Love of a Lifetime on their single album. Another point was to save trouble. The MV for Love of a Lifetime was too easy to make. After editing the touching scene of Journey to the West, it was definitely one of the best MVs of the year. This was not bragging. Once the MV for the title song was released, it received great praise and reached more than 30 million views on the same day. The complete version is finally out. This song must be paired with the MV. I feel sad every time I listen to it. This song is poisonous. After watching the MV, I want to watch the movie again. I love this song so much. Just for this song, I want to buy Qin Bao Bao's single album. After Qin Bao Bao watched the MV again, her eyes were red and she looked like she was about to cry again. Qin Zhe knew from a young age that the women around him all had different personalities. Sister Ziwei was more rational and would definitely not cry because of a movie or a novel. Teddy Sue was more stubborn. Other than a few times when she couldn't hold back her tears because of their parents' matter, Qin Zhe had never seen her cry. Journey to the West was actually not too bad as she wasn't too immersed in the movie. The one that was truly immersed in the movie was If I Become Memories. His sister cried every time she watched that movie. It was normal for Love of a Lifetime to receive great praise. What was surprising was that Su Jiao's MV for the title song also received a good response. Its popularity was only slightly inferior to Love of a Lifetime. This shocked Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe immediately felt relieved. He wasn't the only one who could write songs in this world. There were still many amazing people, but good songs required time. It was impossible to write songs as frequently as he did, and every song was of the highest quality or above. In that case, it was normal to come across a few good quality songs. It was all the system's fault for being so low. It didn't know the system's compulsory monkey's wisdom subtraction method, nor did it know how to reduce dimensions. If he could reduce this world's entertainment industry to the level of 10 or 20 years ago, then he, Qin Zhe, wouldn't have the humiliating title of fast shooter. He would at least be the fast shooter god. Wouldn't it be easy to become a big shot in the entertainment industry? Haha, the system's disdainful laughter seemed to echo in his mind, but it quickly disappeared. System? System, is that you? Qin Zhe asked. The system doesn't want to talk to you and threw a Qin Bao Bao at you, the system said. The office door was pushed open. His sister, who usually practiced dance and fitness, had just come back. She had just finished showering, so her hair was damp and her face was flushed. So fast, Qin Zhe said. His sister had only practiced for half an hour. Normally, she would exercise for 1.5 hours a day. The newcomer needs training, so I gave up the dance studio, Qin Bao Bao said. Tianfang only had one dance studio. It was originally an office area. Since Nan Man Pei's era, Tianfang had transformed it into a dance studio. Now Tianfang had bought the entire floor of offices. But compared to the old seniors in the Xingyi dynasty who had their own office buildings, it was still lacking. Qin Zhe had thought of buying an office building. Based on the location here, a 50-story office building would cost less than 10 billion. Tianfang definitely had the funds. A few years ago, Big Boss Li of Hong Kong withdrew his investment and sold the 2 office buildings in Lujiazui to the China Bank for about 20 billion. The problem was that Tianfang didn't have many employees. 2 floors were enough. It wasn't worth it to spend a huge sum of money on an office building. Go to the recording studio? Qin Zhe asked. His sister nodded. The recording studio. Can't help but become a stubborn fish, swimming against the current alone to the end. The vow I made when I was young, the silence of the deep sea, how do you feel? Qin Zhe tossed a cigarette to the sound recordist. Because it was still in the practice stage, he treated it more casually. The sound recordist was flattered and caught the cigarette. He couldn't bear to smoke it. Qin Zhe tossed a very ordinary cigarette to him. It wasn't enough. 20 yuan for a pack. Qin Zhe's lifestyle was more simple. He didn't chase after luxury goods. After he became rich, he only wore more exquisite clothes. He didn't play with cars, antiques, yachts, or cigars. He didn't play golf or climb mountains like those rich people who flaunted their wealth. He didn't touch alcohol. When he smoked in university, he felt that smoking would make a man feel older. He really got addicted to smoking when he was in the stock market. That was definitely the time in his life when he posted pictures of feces on the wall. He couldn't wait to post pictures of feces on the wall and then shout, "I quit, I want to be a salted fish." He slept for 4 hours every night. Other than that, he did mathematical modeling, studied stocks, and crammed his knowledge. Only cigarettes were his companions during the long nights. Now, under his sister's restraint, he gradually quit smoking. He kept a pack of cheap cigarettes in his pocket. When the addiction kicked in, he would smoke one. The more you listen to it, the better it sounds, the sound engineer said. It's really good. It's like tea. If you can slowly taste it, then it's good tea. Some songs that are amazing at first listen are actually mostly songs that people drool over. After a long time, it's easy to forget, Qinzhe said. The sound engineer didn't understand, but it was awesome. Boss Qin, I'm just a sound engineer with a salary of a few 100,000 yuan. You don't have to tell me this. The singing in the studio stopped. After a few minutes of rest, they entered the next song. I once loved such a man. He said I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I kept my innocence for him. I closed the door to love others. Even though it wasn't the first time he heard this song, he was still stunned by the ethereal and gentle voice at the beginning. The sound engineer couldn't help but sit up straight. Qin Baobao's voice was really King good. It could stir people's hearts. Qinzhe was slightly dazed. This song was actually quite good. It brought a little imagination into the song. Coupled with the gentle and slightly sad voice, it was very chewy. But this wasn't the reason why he chose this song. It was purely because he heard the first few lyrics that touched him a lot. I kept my innocence for him. I closed the door to love others. Qinzhe prepared a total of 4 songs for his sister this time. Silence, Perfume is Poisonous, In My Voice, When You're Old, plus Love of a Lifetime. There were 5 songs. Qin Baobao's musical talent was good. She learned songs relatively quickly. When she saw the song list, she was relieved. She was afraid that her brother would give her a few Cantonese songs. These songs weren't particularly amazing, but they were all long-lasting and wouldn't be easily eliminated by the market. Plus, Love of a Lifetime was the finale. There was absolutely no problem with the quality. After the 4 songs, Qin Baobao came out of the recording studio. Do you want to try? His sister suddenly asked. Try what? Qinzhe sat and looked up at her. I just suddenly thought of it. Do you want to add a song for me to sing? His sister asked with a smile. It's your album. Is it appropriate for me to sneak in? Qinzhe hesitated. Anyway, we have a chorus and we're one, so it's not a problem. It's more appropriate to change 1 to On the Same Boat, Qinzhe said. He pondered for a moment and was itching to try. He nodded. Okay, then I'll sing one. Qinzhe opened the point store and searched for a song he liked, Dusk. At this time, Su Jiao was also working hard in the recording studio at Royal Entertainment. Unlike her previous worries, she was now full of fighting spirit. The response of the title song was very good online. In fact, she had some confidence in her heart because there was a high-quality song in this single album. The other songs were also of good quality. They were definitely not popular songs. The songs for her were written by 2 well-known songwriters. She started preparing for this album in the second half of last year. It had been almost a year. See, the popularity of your title song doesn't lose to Love of a Lifetime at all. This is your strength. Qin Baobao and the others don't have a new title song, which means that they don't have a better song than Love of a Lifetime. In other words, the quality of this album isn't as good as we thought. Maybe we can win. That was what her manager and assistant said. Su Jiao was also smug. Maybe I can kill a god and prove my Tao. Even if I can't beat Qin Baobao, the difference won't be too big. That's still a gain. The industry had exaggerated Qin Baobao and his brother, but it wasn't difficult to contend with them. Su Jiao couldn't help but look forward to the album's release. In the recording studio, her singing inexplicably became lighter. Chapter 500. Near the end of work, Wang Zijin raised her head from a pile of documents and rubbed her swollen temples. Her eyes were tired. Managing a company was not easy. Although Wang Zijin boasted that she was smarter than Qin Baobao and Su Yu, there was no business option in her life plan. She chose the Chinese department of Peking University. Her grandfather trained her as a writer since she was a child. She couldn't be like Qinzhe. She didn't even have the opportunity to learn step by step. Purple Crystal fell from the sky, directly became the CEO, married a little red guy. This was not there for the time being. Cross it out. But tired, Wang Zijin enjoyed it. She regarded Purple Crystal as her and Qinzhe's future and worked hard to manage it. The greater the influence of Amethyst, the higher her status would be. Ying Guai's entertainment company was just like that. She was taking the internet technology route. This road was definitely a brilliant road. Wang Zijin's strategic vision was better than Su Yu's. Su Yu's vision was limited to the business world, while her vision was focused on the direction of policy. One day she could punch Ying Guai and step on Su Teddy. If Nan Man Pei's big-breasted wife also wanted to interfere, Wang Liangchen Zijin didn't mind accompanying her to the end. Wang Zijin's secretary walked into the office with a package in her arms. President Wang, your express delivery. Express delivery? Wang Zijin didn't remember when she had bought things online. She took the express delivery blankly. She looked at the address and the recipient. Yes, it was indeed sent to her. Wang Zijin took out a pen from the pen holder, poked a hole in the tape and then cut it open. She opened it and looked at it. She quickly closed it and said lightly, "You go out first." The secretary nodded and turned away. After the secretary left, Wang Zijin got up and closed the office door. She returned to the table and looked at the express delivery package with a strange expression. She took a deep breath and opened it again. Wang Zijin looked at the things in the package, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. On the surface was a pair of handcuffs. They were made of aluminum and not steel. At first glance they looked exactly the same as real handcuffs. Wang Zijin was speechless. "Utensil, don't think I don't know what this is." If he said it out loud it would scare him to death. Wang Zijin sat at the table, resting her chin on one hand and tapping the table with the other. Who sent these things? An acquaintance? Strangers? If it was an acquaintance, the first person who would do this was Su Teddy. Wang Zijin had always judged Su Yu with the worst malice because they were competitors. The other competitor, Maggot Bao Bao, was eliminated. It wasn't that Wang Zijin looked down on her. That's right, she looked down on her. Maggot Bao Bao probably didn't even know the names of these things. If it was a stranger, what was his intention? Harass me? The appearance of all the employees in the company flashed through Wang Zijin's mind. She heard that the programming ape was the same kind of animal as the greasy otaku. Could it be their prank? Or even more sinister, using this kind of thing to molest me in disguise? As a clean and honest virgin, the daughter of a rich family, even if the little pervert tried his best, he still couldn't open the door for a long time. She was naturally furious to be sent such a disgusting thing out of the blue. She couldn't figure it out. Wang Zijin grabbed the landline on the table and called the property management. Express delivery was handled by the property management of the office building. If you contacted the express delivery yourself, the courier couldn't come in. After Wang Zijin asked and waited for a few minutes, the other side quickly replied that the express was sent from Beijing. This result made her stunned. If it was from Beijing, the number one suspect. There were a lot of unruly young masters in her circle of friends, but no one dared to send her this kind of thing. Zhao Taizhu. Wang Zijin dialed the phone. "Sister Ziwei, it's rare to call your little henchman. I miss you so much." Zhao Taizhu said with a cheeky voice. "Hee hee." Wang Zijin said gloomily, "Damn Zhao Taizhu, how do you want to die?" I don't want to die." Zhao Taizhu was at a loss. Wang Zijin went straight to the point. "Did you send me an express delivery?" Zhao Taizhu's voice suddenly became obscene. You received it? Are you satisfied?" Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. "Yes, very satisfied. Don't worry. When I get the 40-meter broadsword back to Beijing, I promise to let you run 39 meters first." Zhao Taizhu, this son of a bitch, the older he got, the more flirtatious he became. He even dared to flirt with his sister. "No, Sister Ziwei, what do you mean?" Zhao Taizhu said in an aggrieved and confused tone. "Those things are all good and of good quality. I'll spit a mouthful of menstrual juice at you. Who gave you the courage to send me such things? Is it because I didn't kill you last time and you're itching for a beating? Do you want to taste the taste of despair?" "Qinzhe gave me the courage." "Ah." Wang Zijin's anger was instantly extinguished. She frowned and said, "Tell me clearly." "It's a long story. Sister Ziwei, don't panic. Listen to me." Zhao Taizhu said, "Last time I was discussing the academic aspects of men with him. After we reached a happy consensus in the field of uniforms, we talked about the field of happiness buffs. Qinzhe doesn't know anything about this field. After listening to my teachings, he yearned for it and said that he wanted to see a wider sky. So I sent it to him." Wang Zijin looked at the happiness buff and gritted her teeth. "Then why did you send it to me?" Zhao Taizhu laughed and said, "This thing, trust me, is a magical tool to strengthen your relationship. Qinzhe is now a big shot. There are many women who want to throw themselves at him. Don't you feel any pressure at all from those flirtatious sluts outside? Run, Zijin, take the happiness buff with you." Wang Zijin scolded, "Get lost. Qinzhe and I haven't done that yet." "What?" Zhao Taizhu said in an incredulous tone. "You two have met each other's parents and you haven't done that yet? Are you kidding me?" Is it strange? Zhao Taizhu didn't say anything. Of course it's strange. We live in the same era, not in the Republic of China, right? Moreover, Zhao Taizhu felt that with his intuition as a man, Qin Zhe didn't seem like an inexperienced virgin. Either Wang Zijin was shy and lying, or she. Zhao Taizhu said carefully, Sister Ziwei, why don't you look in the mirror? Wang Zijin, what do you mean? Zhao Taizhu, look at the color of your hair? Wang Zijin, get lost. Zhao Taizhu said, I'm not trying to drive a wedge between you two, but Qin Zhe really doesn't seem like a virgin who hasn't slept with a woman. You should be more careful. At this time there was a knock on the door. Wang Zijin tilted her head, clamped the phone between her neck and freed her hands to hurriedly tidy up the happiness buff on the table. She threw it on the ground and kicked it under the table. I have something to do here. I'm hanging up. She hung up the phone and said without changing her expression, Come in. The secretary opened the door and came in. President Wang, it's time to get off work. Are you working overtime today? What's wrong? Wang Zijin looked at the secretary. Wasn't it normal to work overtime in the IT industry? If you didn't want to work overtime, why would you be a programmer? The difference between a programmer and a greasy otaku was that one was in the company and the other was at home. However, a programmer's salary was very high, while a greasy otaku was living off his parents. Wang Zijin thought that if she had a son in the future and he became a programmer in the future, she would definitely beat him to death. The secretary said with a wry expression, Just now, several team leaders contacted me and asked if they could not work overtime today. They wanted to go home and wait for Qin Baobao's album to be released. Wang Zijin said angrily, Can't it be the same in the company? The secretary felt a chill in her heart for the programmers. Listening to President Wang's words, she wanted the programmers to work overtime until 12 o'clock? Maybe they feel too tired to work overtime and are not in the mood to stay up late to watch the album. The secretary argued. Wang Zijin's heart moved. Okay, then we won't work overtime. Let's go when it's time. The secretary got the approval and went out to inform her. Wang Zijin looked down at the box of express delivery. It was not good to carry it out. Although others could not see it, she always felt strange. After work, she stayed in the office for half an hour to make sure that all the employees had left. Then she packed up and got off work. She put the box of happiness buffs in her travel bag and carried it out. After leaving the company, she went to the underground parking lot to pick up the car, Qin Baobao's little red pony. Qin Baobao rarely drove this little red pony. She threw the car key to Wang Zijin. It was now Wang Zijin's car. Chapter 501. The little red horse moved slowly with the traffic flow, driving and stopping, and finally got on the overpass. Even on the overpass, the speed was not fast, and it kept between 30 and 40 yards. The car drove into the yin, an overpass, and stopped completely. Wang Zijin opened the navigation and looked at it. There was a traffic jam ahead about 3 or 4 miles away, and the route on the navigation was bright red. She was not in a hurry, there was a daily traffic jam. Anyway, she was used to it. In places like Shanghai and Beijing, it would be strange if there was no traffic jam in the evening rush hour. Wang Zijin held the steering wheel, her fingers tapped gently, and Zhao Tieju's words appeared in her mind. Qin Zhe is not like a virgin who has never slept with a woman. It's terrible to think about it. Wang Zijin has always been a smart woman. She can see through the abnormal feelings of Ying Monster and the little red guy, which is enough to explain it. Roll in the sheets? With whom? Ying Guai had said that Qin Zhe had never had a serious girlfriend since he was a child. The only time was when he was in his second year of university. He had hooked up with a little cabbage, but she had ruined it. That day the sun was shining and the white clouds were leisurely. Ying Monster dressed up carefully. She rarely put on makeup. Her eyebrows were light and her lips were red. When the pretty little girl appeared, she hugged Qin Zhe's arm and said sweetly, Husband, this is the coquettish bitch you hooked up with outside. She's not so good. At that time Wang Zijin had just come to Shanghai, and they slept on the same bed. Ying Monster did not notice it. When she said this, her face was full of pride, the pride of the wife who defeated the mistress. At that time Wang Zijin's heart was a little strange. This should not be the expression that everyone should have. Moreover, thinking about it, this matter was actually very outrageous. As long as Qin Zhe caught up with her to explain a few words, he could say that the pretty girl covered her ears and said that she did not want to listen to the tortoises chanting. If he explained strongly, it could still be explained. But the little red guy did not explain. It was terrible, right? It was terrible to think about it. The little cabbage that he just hooked up with, pass. Wang Zijin's mind inexplicably flashed Su Yu's beautiful and refined face. Could it be her? She didn't suspect Nan Man Pei. Although Nan Man Pei's temperament and appearance were impeccable, Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei hadn't spent much time together. Suyu was different. Suyu shamelessly came to the Qin family for dinner. He even wanted to freeload on the New Year's Eve dinner. Everyone knew Sima Zhao's intention. Suyu herself did not hide her covetousness for Qin Zhe. She was Wang Zijin's most annoying competitor at present. It used to be a crying monster, but between the crying monster and the little red guy, it belonged to the sibling mutual control, and it was destined to have no result. Suyu is different. Maybe if she doesn't pay attention, the little red guy will be robbed by her. The little red guy's attitude towards Teddy Sue was also very strange. If he didn't like her, why did he let her pester him? It was worth pondering whether the little pervert was a man who liked to flirt with women. Could it be that they had already done it long ago? It didn't feel right. With Suyu's character, if this was the case, she would have run in front of her to show off. Qin Zhe is my man, get out of here. Suyu would definitely do it. Wang Zijin actually didn't know that Suyu's appearance was a goddess, but in this love, she loved very humbly and carefully. It's not that she didn't want to, but she was afraid to force Qin Zhe to make a choice. The person who was abandoned was her. She had always been the one who was abandoned, whether it was her father or her mother. Could also be a big treasure. Wang Zijin thought. The little red guy was 24 years old. It was the age when men's needs were the strongest. In the words of the internet, the cock was hard. In the absence of a girlfriend, it seemed reasonable to go to a big treasure once. The crying monster vowed that A's would not go to such a place. However, Wang Zijin felt that Ying was a stupid woman. She had never seen a woman who was so easy to coax. She was all smiles with just a few words. Even if the little red guy sent a big treasure once a week, the crying monster probably didn't know. But would the little red guy really go to such a place? Wang Zijin didn't quite believe it. But in fact, going to that kind of place was the best situation. If her boyfriend went to a big treasure, she would definitely be annoyed. Compared with him cheating with other women, the big treasure was simply negligible. With a woman's sixth sense, she felt that it might be Suyu, but it didn't make sense. The big treasure, with her understanding of Qin Zhe, she couldn't be sure. There was another possibility that Zhao Taizhu thought too much. She definitely wouldn't sow discord. She trusted the man she trained herself. What was Zhao Taizhu's judgment standard? Was it flowery? If that was the case, the little red guy was innocent. He had always been the king of all mouths. Not only did he flowery to her, but he also often flowery to his sister. According to this logic, he couldn't have sex with the crying monster. What a joke. Wang Zijin couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. DDD. The harsh sound of the flute interrupted Wang Zijin's scattered thoughts and startled her. The road was clear and the car in front had gone a long way. Damn your noise, no honking is allowed in the city. Wang Zijin lowered the window and scolded. She stepped on the accelerator and the car started. It was already 7:40 when they got home. They left the company at 6:30. The road was more than 10 kilometers and they drove for more than an hour. Wang Zijin grew up in the capital. She couldn't get used to the fast pace of life and the big city life where traffic jams made her upset. Her biggest dream was to wander around the world with her beloved one day. The four seas were her home, and she could step on the great rivers and mountains of the motherland with her legs. Or find a quiet place to live, facing the sea and the spring flowers. Well, she knew that she was a hipster. Wang Zijin returned home. In the magnificent living room, the crystal chandelier was on, but there was no one in the living room. There was a strong fragrance in the air. She changed into slippers and entered the house. She looked around and saw Qin Zhe standing outside the balcony, holding a blue bra in his hand and staring at it. Qin Zhe looked upset and depressed. He was holding half a cigarette between his fingers. When he was collecting the clothes, he was holding the cigarette in his mouth and accidentally burned a hole in his sister's bra. He remembered that he bought this bra with his sister. It seemed to cost a few thousand yuan, but he couldn't remember the brand. He burned it and a few thousand yuan went down the drain. He didn't know if his sister would scold him. What are you doing? Wang Zijin walked to the balcony, expressionless. What are you holding in your hand? This is a big bra. Wang Zijin threw her bag at him. Qin Zhe dodged and looked at her face for a moment. He said in annoyance, I was careless and burned a hole. Anyway, it's inside. It's not a problem. But I don't know if sister is still willing to wear it. Wang Zijin snatched the bra and said in annoyance, Go away. We will collect the clothes ourselves. Qin Zhe, sister, when did you collect the clothes? When Qin Zhe came out of the kitchen with dinner, Wang Zijin was holding 2 piles of folded clothes and walking to the room. The tight dress wrapped around her not so plump butt. It was very charming. Where's your sister? Wang Zijin stood at the table. There were 2 dishes and a soup. There was no chicken stewed with mushrooms. She went to shoot a commercial. She won't be back for dinner tonight. Qinzhe held 2 bowls of rice and pushed 1 bowl to Wang Zijin. After dinner they sat on the sofa and watched TV. Qinzhe reached out and put his arm around Wang Zijin's waist. Wang Zijin looked at him and let him hug her. The TV was showing the anti-Japanese war film. It told the story of the Japanese's tragic escape. Yin Huang and Huaxia were all heroes. Every one of them was a hero who tore the Japanese apart with their bare hands. They blocked bullets with darts, blew up planes with grenades and bombed bunkers with mortars. The Japanese finally escaped from Huaxia and returned to their homeland after 14 years with their tenacious spirit and unyielding will. Qinzhe was touched by the spirit of the Japanese. Sister Ziwei, didn't your grandfather fight in the anti-Japanese war? Is your grandpa really that awesome? Qinzhe laughed. The one who fought in the anti-Japanese war was my great-grandfather, not my grandfather. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Your great-grandfather must be a martial arts master. Qinzhe gave her a thumbs up. No, I often heard my grandfather talk about the past when I was young. The Japanese army was very powerful. Whether it was strategy, military training, or combat ability, they were not something the national army could compare with. They were not something our party could compete with. Victory was won by piling up human lives. Later on, Old Eagle's bombing was the only thing that made Japan surrender. I see. In fact, Qinzhe knew all about it. He just wanted to use this as an excuse to start a conversation. Sister Ziwei, do you have something on your mind? After laying the groundwork, Qinzhe went straight to the point. Wang Zijin's bright eyes gazed at him for a long time. Nothing. She did not want to ask him directly. Are you still a virgin? Have you slept with a woman? Really? Yes. Please go ahead. Ace, do you have a problem with your sister? Sister Ziwei, why do you say that? Do you think I'm pretentious? No. Oh. Wang Zijin replied, then I think I have no problem. Now let me ask you. Have you done anything wrong to me? It depends on what aspect. Qinzhe said calmly. In all aspects. No. Wang Zijin stared at him for a long time and nodded again. She tried to see guilt and panic in Qinzhe's eyes, but there was none. His eyes were too open. Wang Zijin dispelled her doubts for the time being. The silent confrontation between the couple ended with Qinzhe, who was proficient in acting, winning. Qinzhe hugged her and continued to watch TV. Just now, did I just walk through the gates of hell? He was lost in thought. Chapter 502. Did he do anything wrong to her? In all aspects? What other aspects could there be between couples? There must be. His and Suyu's matter was that he did something wrong to Sister Ziwei. Even though the first time was a mistake caused by alcohol. It seemed like all the messy plots started from alcohol, but this wasn't an excuse. Alcohol could make people excited, but if the man and woman really didn't like each other, they could choose not to make a mistake. Qinzhe did do something wrong to Wang Zijin because he had feelings for Suyu. Did the witty Sister Ziwei finally realize something? This matter, sooner or later he would have a showdown. After that, Qinzhe was not sure what the situation would be, but it would definitely not be peaceful. Then his sister would definitely know. So it was like a domino effect. How would his sister react after knowing this? It could be expected that he would have to show another bigger card. He had not thought of how to show it yet. Long Outyin could easily solve it, but for Salted Fish Say, it might be a disaster. The most unforgivable thing in the world. Lubu, my penis, where is it? Diao-chan, brother Zilong. I feel sad just thinking about it. Sister Ziwei, what about you? Qinzhe asked. Wang Zijin was stunned and looked at him. Did you do anything wrong to me? Wang Zijin, who was supposed to have a clear conscience, suddenly panicked, which made Qinzhe's heart cold. No. Wang Zijin said, what do you mean? Don't you believe me? Qinzhe smiled and shook his head. I believe you. Wang Zijin did not pursue the matter. She looked at the TV. Wang Zijin did have a guilty conscience about her relationship with Qinzhe. Can you believe it? The main reason I agreed to be Qinzhe's girlfriend was for Qin Bao. A long time ago, Wang Zijin noticed that her best friend's dependence and love for her brother seemed to have exceeded the category of an elder sister. It was not a big deal to have a brother complex. It would be fine as long as it was reversed. How to break it? A heart-to-heart talk was definitely out of the question. It would be very awkward to talk about this matter. It was not suitable to talk about it directly. If Qinzhe had a girlfriend, that would probably solve the problem. Wang Zijin really thought so at that time. Of course she liked Qinzhe. That was for sure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to be Qinzhe's girlfriend. To what extent did he like her? She liked him so much that if Qinzhe didn't like her, she would be very sad. But no matter what, Wang Zijin felt that this love was mixed with something else and was not pure enough. That was why she felt guilty. Slowly, her feelings were fermenting and heating up. She liked him more and more and couldn't bear to leave him. It was 9:30. Wang Zijin got up and rubbed her sore buttocks. I'm going to sleep. What about you? I'll help my sister browse the album tonight and then watch the results, Qinzhe said. Wang Zijin was slightly disappointed. Qin Baobao hadn't come back yet. He called home and said that the shooting of the advertisement didn't go well. It might be late. It was a heaven-sent opportunity. They could be intimate with each other and there was no third wheel in the way. But the little red guy's selective idiocy was really annoying. At 10 o'clock after washing up, Wang Zijin sat cross-legged on the bed. In front of her was the happiness buff, sent by Zhao Taizhu. Was it really okay to use this banana? Wouldn't the pimple hurt? Wang Zijin picked it up and pressed the switch. The head of the banana turned into an eel, twisting and turning. She picked up the egg and pressed the switch. It buzzed. It looked so powerful. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Wang Zijin had seen the things in the box on the internet, but she had never had the chance to see the real thing. Now that she saw it, she felt it was quite interesting. She didn't feel shy. It was not the era before the reform and opening up. It was too fake to blush so easily. She was seriously thinking about the possibility that she would use these things. According to Taizhu, Ace seemed to like these things very much. Then in the future, he would definitely use them, right? After fantasizing for a while, Wang Zijin's white face finally blushed. Sure enough, she still couldn't accept these things. She felt that they would be broken. It was too shameful. The most normal thing in the box should be the simulated handcuffs. If it was this, Wang Zijin could sacrifice it for love. She picked up the handcuffs, put the box back, and played with the simulated handcuffs curiously. Although she was born in an official family, it was the first time she saw handcuffs. With a click on the TV, the criminal could be locked. She twisted her hands behind her back, then the handcuffs hit her wrists, and it would be automatically cuffed. Wang Zijin tried it once and handcuffed herself easily. She got out of bed barefoot and ran to the wardrobe to look in the mirror. In the mirror, she put her hands behind her back and wore a loose pajama. If she pulled down the pajama to show her shoulders and messed up her hair, it would be more tempting. The little red guy would definitely not be able to resist his sister's charm. Ha ha ha. Wang Zijin's footsteps were light and cheerful. She returned to the bed, turned around, and opened the lid with difficulty. Then she turned around to see where the key was. This kind of restraint was very inconvenient, but it was not a problem at all to find the key. Wang Zijin searched and searched, more serious than a little tadpole looking for its mother, but she couldn't find the key even though she was sweating. Where's the key? Where's the key? The lightness and joy just now disappeared in an instant. Wang Zijin was so anxious that she was sweating. There's really no key. Did the seller forget to put it in? Where did Zhao Taizhu buy it? I must give him a bad review. Wang Zijin was anxious. She threw herself on the bed and used her chin to light up the phone. It took her a few times to succeed. She hated that she didn't have Qin Baobao's chin that could poke people to death. Then she used the tip of her nose to enter the password. The whole process took her nearly 10 minutes. Ouch, my waist is about to break. She dialed Zhao Taizhu's number. When he picked up, Wang Zijin growled, Zhao Taizhu F***CKU. Sister Ziwei, are you really cuckolded? Zhao Taizhu said in a low voice. Wang Zijin rarely cursed like this. She must have suffered a blow. Key. Wang Zijin asked repeatedly, where's the key? What key? The key to the handcuffs. Isn't it in the box? Damn it, there's nothing in the box, okay? Zhao Taizhu was silent for a few seconds. Wait a minute, I'll look for it. About 5 minutes later, Zhao Taizhu said awkwardly, That? I left the key at home. It's just a small thing, I didn't pay attention. Wang Zijin, the key was really with Zhao Taizhu. Wang Zijin's last hope was completely destroyed. It was a very desperate thing. It was like not bringing the key when you went out. Moreover, you lived alone. Zhao Taizhu said guiltily, why don't I mail it to you? Wang Zijin said angrily, how? It'll take 2 or 3 days to go from Beijing to Shanghai. Why don't you fold a paper airplane and put the key inside and let it fly? Zhao Taizhu King tricked me again. Revenge is a dish best served cold. This is 20 years of hatred. Good taste. Wang Zijin was smart all her life, but she was stupid this time. She actually fell for Zhao Tieju's trick. If she hadn't been distracted by these evil things, she would have searched for the key first with her astuteness. Zhao Taiju said, don't worry, don't worry. Why don't you ask the property manager to break it for you? Wang Zijin, I can't afford to lose face like that. Zhao Taiju, then you can ask Qin Zhe to break it for you. Wang Zijin, you've watched too many movies. Zhao Taiju, no, he can even break a porcelain cup. Try it. Wang Zijin, how should I explain these things? Zhao Taiju, this question is the same as when my teacher asked me what kind of thoughts and feelings a poet had. Just answer it. Wang Zijin, make it clear. Zhao Taiju, just make it up. Wang Zijin ended the call. Considering her dignified and elegant image, she couldn't make up her mind to look for Qin Zhe. If Qin Zhe asked her what these things were, how would the dignified and elegant Sister Ziwei answer? Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, what is this? Sister Ziwei, rolling pin. Qin Zhe, then why is there a small bump? Oh, it can move. Sister Ziwei, electric rolling pin. Wang Zijin imagined the scene and shuddered. She wanted to pee. Chapter 503. Qin Zhe wasn't too nervous when his sister's album hit the shelves tonight. Ever since Qin Bao Bao appeared on the stage of Singer, she had experienced a lot of ups and downs in just 1 year. When had she ever been defeated? In the field of pop music, he wasn't Salted Fish Zhe. He was Hei's king. He didn't care about Emir Su Jiao. Although the Water Army was crazily flattering Su Jiao and the fans were encouraging her, creating the illusion that the two sides were equally matched, everyone began to look forward to Su Jiao's and Qin Bao Bao's albums. Qin lonely seeking defeat, Zhe. A real man was confident. The reason why he was waiting for the album to hit the shelves and see the results was mainly because he also participated in this album. He didn't participate as a composer, but he sang a song in it. There was no such thing as showing one's divinity in front of people. Although the system said that he was a salted fish and didn't have the desire to show off, Qin Zhe actually had it. It was just that it wasn't obvious. He wanted to see the fans' evaluation of this album. He liked to see a group of salted fish shouting 666. As a salted fish, he would feel very happy and feel that he was the saltiest among the salted fish, the king of salted fish. Wait. Qin Zhe remembered Wang Zijin's tone and expression just now. You seem to have missed something? Forget it, the album is important. Sister should be back by now. It's almost 10:30. On the other side, Wang Zijin sat in front of the toilet. She wrung her hands behind her back and struggled to take off her pants, but her hands were restrained by the handcuffs. She could only pull her pants down halfway and couldn't go any further. She couldn't pee either. Even going to the toilet had become an extravagant hope. Wang Zijin was like a fish thrown ashore, struggling in vain. Even if she succeeded in taking off her pants, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. She had to unlock the handcuffs. She gritted her teeth and left the toilet as fast as she could. She returned to the room and put away the box of happiness buffs, and hid it well. Poor Sister Ziwei's legs trembled slightly. She walked out of the room and walked to the living room with her back against the wall. She stuck her head out and shouted at Qin Zhe, who was playing with his phone, "Ace. Ah, Sister Ziwei, your face is so pale. What's wrong?" Qin Zhe walked over with concern. Holding his bladder. Wang Zijin thought to herself. I might have run into some trouble, Wang Zijin stammered. With me around, no trouble will be a problem, Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin bit her lip. With a hesitant and awkward expression, she silently turned around. Qin Zhe was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "What's going on? Where did you get the handcuffs?" If he was not mistaken, the thing on Wang Zijin's hands were handcuffs, right? It was shiny and looked like the real thing, but when Qin Zhe took a closer look, it turned out to be a simulation. Its surface was painted bright, making it look like a bit of steel, but when he looked closer, he could see that it was fuel. Wang Zijin's face reddened to the roots of her neck. She said in a flustered tone, "This was given to me when I was shopping at the mall last time. Which store would be so smart as to give such things?" Qin Zhe was puzzled. So your ass. Hurry up and find a way to undo it. Wang Zijin's body trembled uncontrollably as she spoke. To use a common saying in the national football team, Wang Zijin did not have much time left. "Oh, give me the key." "No key." No key." Wang Zijin's voice trembled. To Qin Zhe's ears, her voice was trembling shyly. At this moment, thinking that he had missed Wang Zijin's hint, Qin Zhe was enlightened. Playing with this? Was Sister Ziwei so open-minded? Naughty, really naughty. Qinzhe chuckled. I know. You don't have the key, right? Come to the room. Big brother will teach you how to unlock it. Wang Zijin felt that his tone was a little off. She did not think much about it and allowed him to pull her into the room. After entering the room, Qinzhe suddenly picked her up and threw her onto the bed without any pity. Wang Zijin almost cried. This was definitely an internal injury. She could not hold it in any longer. What was worse was that Qinzhe pounced on her like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. You. Do you want to die? Wang Zijin sobbed. Where does it hurt? Let me rub it for you. Qinzhe smirked. I asked you to come here because I can't find the key. Wang Zijin panted. I know. What do you know? I need to go to the toilet. Do you understand? Wang Zijin said angrily. Qinzhe's hand paused and looked at her blankly. I asked for your help because I need to go to the toilet. Wang Zijin buried her face in the blanket. Qinzhe, so that was it? How awkward. Hurry, I can't hold it in any longer. Qinzhe carried Wang Zijin out of the room and rushed to the toilet. Hold it in. 5 seconds to the battlefield. Before entering the toilet, Qinzhe suddenly paused. There was a question in his mind. Was it really not on purpose? How could she lose the key and not be able to find it? Didn't she look at it before putting on the handcuffs? It did not make sense. Hurry up. Wang Zijin urged him in a low voice. Her face was like a red apple. Her round oval face was very cute. His hand, which was supposed to be an experienced driver, rested on the waist of her pants and trembled slightly. This felt like his first love. The first time he held a girl's hand, the first time he kissed a girl's lips, the first time, only Wang Zijin could give him this feeling. Only she. Wang Zijin probably sensed his nervousness and saw his trembling hands. She felt that it was funny and the corners of her lips curled up. Hurry up. Her tone was a little playful. Oh, Qinzhe closed his eyes the whole time. Listening to the sound of water, many famous poems floated through his mind. Done, Wang Zijin said. Qinzhe replied with an oh, and helped her put on her pants. However, Wang Zijin did not get up. She said, there's one more step. Qinzhe? Where did the step come from? Wasn't the next step to put on pants? I graduated with a bachelor's degree. Don't lie to me. Wang Zijin's gaze on the tissue gave Qinzhe the answer. So that's it. Qinzhe immediately understood. No wonder his sister, Suyu, and sister Ziwei all had a pack of tissue in their bags. They had a long posture again. He took a few tissues. Suddenly, he heard his sister's voice from the living room. Little red guy? Zijin? Are you asleep? The TV in the living room is still on. Qinzhe's scalp went numb. Wang Zijin's expression changed. Hurry up. Chapter 504. The timing of his sister's return was too coincidental. Did she install surveillance cameras in the house? Before he could savor the erotic moment, Qinzhe hurriedly wiped himself and said, I'll go out first. Wang Zijin grabbed his hand and said anxiously, Don't let your sister know. Qinzhe was at a loss. Wang Zijin said in a low voice, It'll be hard to explain if she sees me like this. I don't care if she laughs at me, but don't treat her like a fool. It's best not to tell anyone about this. She was not talking about Qinzhe helping her to the toilet, but the handcuffs which should not be exposed to the public. It was inevitable that Qin Baobao would think of something. Anyone who knew the use of the imitation handcuffs would be able to guess it in a minute. However, she still did not want to be seen like this. Not only was it embarrassing, but she could not let her competitors see her like this. Otherwise she would feel guilty in the future. The toilet door was not closed. Fortunately, it was not closed. Otherwise, with good soundproofing, they would not be able to hear the movement in the living room. Qinzhe dashed out in a flash. After he left, Wang Zijin suddenly realized something. She had not put on her pants. Wang Zijin, what the f***ck? Wang Zijin had cursed more tonight than in the past 10 years. She ran to the door and stuck her head out to look. There was no one in the corridor. She immediately rushed out and ran back to her room. She bumped her butt against the door. Her butt was cold. Then she curled up on the bed. She twisted and turned under the blanket and barely managed to put her pants back on halfway. She could not go any further. Wang Zijin curled up in the quilt and gasped for breath. She had 1,000 curses in her heart. This would definitely be the most devastating night of her life. And the long night had just begun. In the living room, Qinzhe greeted his sister who had returned home. So late? He hung his sister's bag on the clothes rack. It's all that director's fault. Qin Baobao sat cross-legged on the sofa and complained. He said that my dance was too perfunctory and not bold enough. He even asked me to wear shorts and a belly-button outfit. That's too much. Qinze said, which company are they from? Let's see if I don't short their shares. After that, we negotiated. Anyway, I don't wear that kind of revealing clothes. Qin Baobao snorted. In fact, when it came to shorts, his sister often wore pleated short skirts and denim shorts in the summer. She didn't seem embarrassed when she went out. Perhaps it was because she wore this in front of the camera and had to do some shameful dance poses, which made her feel disgusted. After some discussion, we'll forget about the shorts and belly-button outfit. As compensation, I'll perform some hot dances. Qin Baobao said, in the future we won't accept any advertisements from them. We'll just blacklist them. Do you think I'm the same as those celebrities who don't have the right to speak? Yes. You have such a bad conscience. Qinze said. He felt that maybe the other party's request was just a little high, but it wasn't too much. If the request was too much, with his sister's personality, she would just walk away. It was just compensation. Tianfang didn't lack money. Since they could talk for so long, it meant that the request was still within her tolerance range. Maybe the other party was still complaining in his heart. Blacklist Qin Baobao. I've never seen such a big-name celebrity. Many female celebrities, especially those who were beautiful and had good figures, more or less had to make some sacrifices on the screen. This was why Qinze, who had always been lazy, was willing to work hard to protect his sister one day. If they were still in star art, his sister would probably have to compromise. The old driver, President Huang, could protect her from the unspoken rules, but he definitely wouldn't care about such a small matter. If she didn't cooperate, then negative news about Qin Baobao acting like a big shot would probably spread everywhere. This kind of acting like a big shot with a bottom line was actually a good thing. What a hot dance. How do you do it? Qinze chuckled. Just like that. Qin Baobao shook her butt and chuckled. Since his sister was so playful, Qinze followed suit. He used his fingers like a sword and poked her waist. Qin Baobao hid on the small sofa and screamed. She begged for mercy for a long time before Qinze finally let her go. Where's Wang Zijin? His sister tidied her messy hair. Sleeping. Qinze said. At this time, Sister Ziwei should have returned to her room. He felt like he had forgotten something. Qin Baobao was relieved. She wrapped her legs around his waist and looked at him silently. You want to learn kissing skills? She nodded. No. Qinze smiled wickedly. Then get lost. Qin Baobao pushed his chest angrily. Qinze obediently rolled to the other side of the sofa. His sister said angrily, get lost further away. Qinze discovered another terrible thing. Or perhaps it wasn't that terrible. After that night, his relationship with his sister had changed a lot. His sister wasn't like his sister anymore. Fine, she had never acted like a sister before. However, the whining monster, who was usually satisfied with just ordinary intimacy, now had a bigger appetite. She didn't care about hugging anymore. Woman, your name is greed. Why did he say, another bad thing? It was because there was another bad thing. Sister Ziwei seemed to have noticed something. Come here, I have something to tell you. Qin Baobao couldn't really get angry with her brother because she cared too much about him. She would miss him if she didn't talk for a while. Say it. Bai Jie contacted us again. Qin Baobao had a you-know expression on her face. Did Abin contact us? Qinze asked. Qin Baobao was confused. What does it have to do with Abin? Besides, who is Abin? Huang Yuding's agent. Bai Jie is Su Yunhan's agent, right? Why did she call? Does she want to ask for a song again? Yes. Tell them I'm not free. You write songs fast. It's okay to sell her a song. Qin Baobao said. No. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and was a little angry. She and Su Yunhan were good friends, the kind that was better than ordinary friends. Even if they didn't work in the same company now, they often contacted each other in private. Su Yunhan was also very good at dealing with people. When she went on business trips in China, she would send some local products to Qin Baobao. When she went on business trips abroad, she would bring back some high-end cosmetics, perfume, facial masks, and so on. These were all things that couldn't be bought in China. Qin Baobao thought that it would be easy for her to get a song for Bai Jie with some pillow talk. But she didn't expect that pillow talk couldn't reach her brother's ears at all. She also didn't think that as an elder sister, how could she have pillow talk? Writing songs is actually very brain-intensive. Qinze tried to explain to his sister. Don't think that I'm fast, but my output is not less than others. Think about it. What others take a long time to compose, I can compose it in a few minutes or even shorter. In a fixed time, Others only have one output, but I have 2 or 3 outputs. This means that I consume more energy than others. Men can't do whatever they want just because they're young. They have to know how to take care of themselves. Otherwise, I might go bald early or something. Is that so? Yes, you don't want me to go bald, right? Then I'll help you reject her. Qin Bao Bao felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. Amidst the commotion, the digital album was finally released. Chapter 505. It was the second album in her life, so the anticipation was stronger than the tension of the arena battle that everyone was talking about. But unlike Qin Zhe's confidence stemmed from the transcendence of hacks. Qin Bao Bao wasn't a hacks, and she didn't know that her younger brother was a hacks, so she was a little nervous. Guarding the album and waiting for the results, she was a little nervous. After all, Su Jiao's momentum wasn't small. But more than that, she was looking forward to whether she could break the record. For this reason, she opened her sister's big red laptop. After they had money, they changed everything at home. Qin Zhe and her 2 cell phones were given to Su Yu and her brother, and the laptop was also given to them. The cousins were very happy. Qin Bao Bao originally gave Su Yu clothes that weren't cheap and were 80% new, but she was an 18-year-old girl whose body hadn't fully developed yet, so she didn't want them. In fact, Qin Zhe felt that she probably wouldn't wear them in the future. With Su Yu's body, she was already 18 years old, but it seemed that she was still hovering between A and B. If she could have AC in the future, uncle and aunt would burn incense and pray to Buddha for blessing. How could she wear the clothes of a D-level big shot? Speaking of which, his uncle couldn't hold back his restless heart and wanted to go out and play. He was busy before, plus his uncle, who wasn't good at literature or martial arts, so his previous experience in the business world was probably already outdated. What could he do? Qin Zhe remembered that he wanted to buy an electronic product processing factory and handed it over to Su Yu. But Su Yu didn't know anything about the industry and had no connections, so this matter had been delayed. Why don't you let uncle try it? Regardless of whether he can find it or not, just treat it as drawing a big pie and letting him wander around aimlessly. In short, don't be idle. I'll still give him the money, and I can also give him an empty position with no real power. Qin Zhe thought evilly. As soon as the album hit the shelves, Qin Bao Bao began to compare her and Su Jiao's sales. Qin Bao Bao's single album, a total of 6 songs, was priced at 25 yuan, with an average of 4 yuan per song. Su Jiao's single album had a total of 5 songs and was priced at 15 yuan, with an average of 3 yuan per song. This was the gap between them. Su Jiao was naturally very famous in the music industry, but compared to Qin Bao Bao, she was still lacking by quite a bit. There was nothing wrong with saying that Qin Bao Bao was the most popular singer in the entertainment industry recently. Compared to those heavenly queens who had been famous for a long time, the only thing she lacked was her accumulated reputation. In layman's terms, she lacked experience. Moreover, this qualification was not the qualification of works, but the qualification of age. In terms of works, there weren't many heavenly queens who could compete with her. Qin Bao Bao debuted a year ago and sang more than 20 songs, each of which was a hit all over the country. None of them were not popular. Which heavenly queen would have a dozen or 20 songs that were sung from north to south of the river? In the entertainment industry, she could be said to be a miracle created by Qin Zhe. Such a legendary experience was widely spread in the entertainment industry and among fans. Qin Bao Bao refreshed the page every 10 minutes, and every time her album was refreshed, the sales volume would increase by tens to tens. According to this speed, about 1,000 copies would be sold in an hour, and 100 to 200,000 copies would be sold in a day. However, the actual sales volume definitely couldn't be calculated like this, so it was hard to say whether she could break the record of her first album. Unexpectedly, Su Jiao's album's growth in a short period of time was not the slightest bit worse than hers. Both were in the hundreds, and there was only a difference of tens of album sales. This meant that as long as there were fans who refreshed it a few times, they could immediately catch up to Qin Bao Bao. Come on everyone, do your best. Catching up to Qin Bao Bao will be a matter of minutes. The quality of Jiao Jiao's album is surprisingly good. Maybe she can really beat Qin Bao Bao. I went over to take a look, and there's only a difference of less than 100 copies. In the comments section below the album, the number of fan comments kept increasing. Some praised it for its beauty, and some encouraged fans to refresh the album to beat Qin Bao Bao. Haha, we really surpassed her. Now we're in the lead. Amazing, Su Jiao has proven herself. This is just the beginning. Don't worry everyone, keep calm. Half an hour later, to most people's surprise, Su Jiao's album sales actually exploded. Not only did she not pull away from Qin Bao Bao, but she also overtook her. Although the margin was not large, the fans were deeply encouraged, and the onlookers who were waiting for the album late at night were shocked. The enemy is coming aggressively, the situation is not good, my king. Qin Bao Bao held a plate of grapes, frowning and spitting out the seeds. Guess how many of her album sales are refreshed? Qin Zhe picked a grape and threw it into his mouth. Anyway, it won't be less. But it'll be tonight at most. If they continue to refresh, it will be a lot of blood. I actually hope they will continue to refresh. With Qin Zhe's and Qin Bao Bao's popularity, their sales actually couldn't beat Su Jiao's. It was too fake. Royal Entertainment must be refreshing the album. Under normal circumstances, the entertainment company would help those little fresh meat who just debuted and had potential to promote their album. But Su Jiao had been famous for a long time, so her potential to rise was not big, unless she had the support of a royal composer like Qin Zhe. If Royal Entertainment forcefully blew up Su Jiao's album for the sake of personal feelings, how much money would they have to spend if they knew that her opponent was baby Qin? It was not worth it at all. So Qin Zhe speculated that they would only refresh the album tonight, and it was impossible to continue. If they really did continue, he would be happy to treat it as cheating Royal Entertainment of a large sum of money. However, his sister's legend of invincibility in the music industry would be shattered. At a high-end apartment, Su Jiao rarely stayed up late today. She curled up on the soft sofa, the air conditioner blowing cold air, a cup of coffee on the glass coffee table in front of her, and a notebook on her lap. She was very happy in her heart. The company revealed that they would help her, and the effect was very obvious. Now, Weibo and album reviews were very popular, and the fans were very enthusiastic. Even the onlookers felt that Su Jiao's album was very awesome and super awesome, even better than Qin Bao Bao. What she wanted was this momentum. One person spread to 10 to 100, and more people would come and buy her album. It was fine that the quality was not as good as Qin Bao Bao's. As long as her popularity increased, more people would buy her album, and the sales would naturally rise, possibly reaching a peak in her life. This was the result of Royal Entertainment's discussion. They were secretly adding fuel to the fire and taking advantage of this opportunity to hype up public opinion against Qin Bao Bao. If the hype this time was successful, her fame would rise to another level. Su Jiao debuted after winning the championship of a singing talent show and signed a contract with Royal Entertainment. It had been almost 10 years. After her fame reached its peak, she started to decline like most of the senior singers. It was a fate that every celebrity could not escape. Among the current singers, the most popular one should be Qin Bao Bao, followed by some of the little fresh meats who had risen in recent years. As the saying goes, each new generation excels the previous one. No one could remain popular forever. To Su Jiao, there was still a certain amount of room for improvement in her career, and the opportunity in front of her was right in front of her. Not long ago, Tianfang had contacted her and wanted to poach her over. Wasn't this a joke? Why would I go over for no reason? Wasn't it quite comfortable here? She was glad that she made the choice, or else she would have missed this opportunity. It was 2 a.m, and her album sales had already reached 30,000, while Qin Bao Bao's was 28,000. She had been suppressed all this time. Su Jiao yawned, closed her notebook and prepared to sleep. She was looking forward to the surprise tomorrow when her album's sales far surpassed Qin Bao Bao's. At home, Qin Zhe watched the data on the computer alone. His sister was sleeping on the sofa with her head resting on his lap. She slept peacefully, and her delicate facial features were like a still painting. Seeing this scene, Qin Zhe suddenly thought of a sentence. She's just lying quietly like this with a serene expression as if she's just sleeping. Isn't there something wrong with this sentence? His sister's album was selling well, but the premise was that Su Jiao, that brush, was excluded. Qin Zhe saw the fans' praises as he wished. The comments were all saying that his Dusk was really good, and the single was looped, which was a pleasant surprise. At the same time, they also expressed concern about the album's lagging behind sales, saying that the album's quality was obviously not as good as Qin Bao Bao's, so why were the sales so high? Qin Zhe estimated that the album's sales wouldn't be recovered tonight. Not every fan liked to stay up late, but it didn't matter. He wasn't in a hurry at all. He explained with a proper idiom, there's still plenty of time in the future. He carried his sister back to the room to sleep and patted her face. Wake up, you don't seem to have brushed your teeth and washed your face. Qin Bao Bao opened her eyes and closed them again.